Okay, cool. Because for some stupid reason, when I joined the VC, the mic was open when I have it. Okay, glad
No,
you didn't hear it, anything anyway.
no, didn't hear a thing, mate. All I heard was the dun sound that it makes when people come in. That was it.
Okay, cool, cool, cool. Yeah, because for some reason the mic open. Glad you did hear it, because I didn't want to interrupt anything. Anyways,
We're just gas bagging anyway, mate.
you said again, so I didn't catch.
I was just saying you didn't interrupt then, and then we were just gas bagging, which means talking shit.
Right, right, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Good.
yeah. You have an interesting profile pic there.
Yeah, actually, when I created the Discord account and I was already a flat earther, and a friend of mine asked me to do uh, a test, a text on the UN flag, and so I put the text on it, and then when I created the Discord account, I said, okay, I'm gonna use this UN flag with the Portuguese text in it. So yeah,
Yeah.
but I appreciate it because it says truth in plain sight, basically. You guys were talking about the price of electricity, not mistaken.
Yeah, how ridiculous it is.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I cannot agree more because I have my own place, right? Besides wife place where I live. Well, my place. I never come over and I don't have no fridge, no nothing. Still, I have to pay. Well, pay a stupid amount if I'm not here. So it's kind of ridiculous. Now I have basically everything off. I'm not here, so it's but the price is still a little bit really stupid to a degree.
I'd like to actually, I rent where I am. I'd like to actually go away on holidays for a complete billing cycle and turn everything off just to see if I still get charged stupid amounts. Because a lot of the time they only do a meter reading every fourth month. So I'll get estimation, then it'll be so much percentage of accuracy. And yeah, it'd be interesting to like go away on holidays for a month and just turn everything off cold. Just leave it all so the whole house is absolutely frozen, and see what they charge me, what they estimate, just to see if they really are honest and do it properly, or because like the estimates are based off last year's bill and your next door neighbours. So on one side, I've got a commercial building. On the other side, my neighbour has solar panels. I don't. So because they've got solar panels, they've got no problem using more energy, which ramps up my bill because it just goes based on an average. So your neighbours are using more power, therefore they just assume you will. And also last time's bill or last year's bill also gets added onto that average. But here's the kicker: last year's bill this time was an estimate, anyways. So if the last one was estimated high because of my neighbours, then this one gets estimated high because of my neighbours, and then next year the same thing will happen. So they're doing estimates off of estimates. It's absolutely mind-boggling. I don't know how they can do that and think that they're being intelligent. But yeah, I'm over the whole power thing. We've got a dumbass Prime Minister who promised us rebates and prices going down, and it's done the complete opposite of what was claimed to happen. It's like, yeah, we're over this.
Yeah. That is ridiculous because over here in Portugal, at least, well, with my case, right? They charge me. They have a standard price for the use of the equipment and what I spend electricity. And now they don't do. I know the English word. They don't. Now they do it precise amount of electricity that I spend. So they don't do. I don't know the English word that you just mentioned.
Estimates.
Vision. Yeah. That one. Yeah, correct. And so, but still, it's a little bit stupid, and because I'm never here, right? So normally, be only a week. Even though comparing to you, my bill is not big, right? But still, for me, it is a little big because normally I used to pay like, let's say, 10 euros. I'm never here. Now I'm paying the double, even though I'm never here. So
yeah,
even though, okay, it's not a big amount, right? 20 euros or $20, let's put it, right? So I get it for you, or comparing to you, it's not it's not much, but still, since I'm never here and I have everything off, I mean, it doesn't make no sense whatsoever. And they give me stupid excuses why they charge more. I mean, but nonsense.
the stupid excuses are very easy to explain. It's very simple. They still want their bottom line. So what they'll do when you're not there, so you're not using electricity when you're not there, your initial fee for all the hardware, they just ramp that up to make up the difference of you not being there. So we got the same thing with everyone putting solar panels on the roof and not having the necessity to use as much energy. What did they do? They put everyone's prices up. So even though people are producing their own electricity, the prices went up. So the electrical companies are still making the same amount of profit. Now, where it hurts is the people that don't have solar panels or that are renting and are not allowed to put them up. So those people cop bills that are just absolutely ridiculous, but those who have got solar panels are slightly reduced because they've got the solar panels. But the electrical companies, if you look at their profit margins through the years, they're still going up. So it's just shifting the where the money's coming from. That's all it's doing.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%. I mean, because whether you have solar panels or not, right? You're still gonna pay, and in your case, like you mentioned, right? You still have solar panels, but still you're paying a higher price just because you don't have it. I mean, it doesn't even make no sense whatsoever, you know. But even though those who have solar panels still have to pay each amount, that doesn't make sense, even though it's going to be a little bit lesser, but still, yeah, these guys, I mean, they still in every way possible. I mean, that what it is crazy, but still, the masses don't wake up to the reality. So this is another issue, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, don't worry, we're watching it.
because like I said it, right, I just spend a week over here. And when I do, I don't have a fridge. I don't have a television, only a few computers on when I'm working. So only for a week. I mean, and they charge me a huge amount of electricity out of the Athena that and I have to wonder to myself, like, what the heck is going on? And it is automatically, right? Because now nowadays the electric company, they already know how much did I spend for that month, right? Because they can see, well, it's all digital, right? And so I mean, it doesn't even make sense. It should be the opposite instead, right? But they do it the other way around. And so yeah, it is
Well,
what
that's
it
right.
is,
It's all digital, and that's one of my complaints about it. Now that they've got smart meters in most of the houses, they've cut down on having to pay people $30,000-$40,000 a year to go and check meters. So we've got not as many meter readers, so they're saving money by not paying people. So they've already sacrificed jobs. Why is our prices going up if they're saving money? They're not paying people. They are saving money by not paying people, but yet they are still putting the prices up. Why? Maybe if we have a look at their profit margin, is it going up? Yes. It's not hard to look up the local electrical company and see their profit margin for the last 5 years. It's disgusting is what it is, mate.
I'm sorry, and the way they produce electricity, right? It's always the same. That doesn't change, or you're gonna grab from the wind or from the solar panels or from the river, right? In my case, most of the energy comes from the river, right? So what is the reason behind for them to charge more, right, when they are making more profit? I mean, the, the source of they produce that energy, it's always the same.
Oui.
Yeah. That's where you
Hello.
need to step to the next level and get some batteries and just go full solar. Tell the electricity company no thank you. But here's what's
Thanks
interesting
for
is
next.
where we live is if you get the electricity cut off, if there is power lines running across the front of your house, so along the road like they normally do, they will still charge you a supply fee because it is there.
No way, that is crazy. With
Yep. So
with the water. Yeah, yeah.
So even if you've got the power disconnected all the way at the power lines and you go full solar or full wind or whatever sort, or even if you just want to run generators, if you disconnect the power, you still have to pay it's called an availability fee. So it's still something like $60 or $70. It's ridiculous, even though you've disconnected from it completely.
They call that a transmission charge here.
What was that, mate? You're all tinny and horrible.
Am I still tinny and horrible?
Yes.
What the fuck?
What were you sitting closer to it, further away? Didn't hang the tongue out of the right side of your mouth.
I'm on my AirPods. I don't know what's wrong. It messes up sometimes.
You're good now. You're good now.
I'm good now? I don't know it.
Yes.
No, I said they call it a transmission charge here.
Yeah, I think it's wrong. Like, if you want to go full solar, if you want to fork out the bickies and go full solar, batteries and all that kind of jazz, hey, that's great. I'm not disagreeing with it. That's what my parents are on. But charging for an availability fee just because you're pissed that someone's decided not to use your product, that's bullshit. It's like, that's just a whole new level of low.
Well, that's capitalism for you, dude. They literally have to make money. They have to make profit. And it's the way electric companies work around here too, man. They just, They just built like the one electric company here just built like a gigantic new office building, and it's only like half full. And they said they're operating as far as operating construction costs and stuff were going up by like 4% or whatever this year, and they upped everybody in the area's electricity by like 8%. So there's that. Oh yeah, and they said they raised it by 8%, but people are noticing a kilowatt hour charge of more like 10 to 12% as well. So it's even higher than
Yeah.
what they claimed, which was too much anyway.
Oh, but CPI is only 3.1. Yeah, right.
Oh,
And welcome.
yeah, well, yeah, dude, thank you. So, what are you guys doing in here? Are you guys
What are we-
making omelet?
No.
So, what are you doing in here? Art is not blood.
Whoa, where did you come with that?
I don't believe that. Art is flat, dude. Many
You
people
don't
say
believe that the earth is flat. I'll make you feel better. I don't believe it's flat either. How's that make you feel?
Haha.
I know it's flat. The reason we know it's
I
flat
know.
is because when you go out and measure it, the results come out as non-curving. So it comes out as flat when you measure for it, mate.
I want to measure full wall with one pen. How many pens?
How many what, sorry?
I want to measure full wall, full out by by a pen, through a pen.
You want to measure the full earth?
Yeah.
No, you don't have to measure the full earth. We know
Why?
that the physical properties of water takes the shape of its container and has a flat, level surface. You also know this. You learnt that in probably kindergarten first class. Yeah?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I believe.
That's right. So, did he just dip out? Oh, man. Wonder if they dip out when I say that is because it's like, oh no, he's using something I learned against me. Doo-dum.
I'm feeling it just ended small.
Has anyone else watched the thing that was it the quantum mechanics thing that AI Overlord posted up? The Edge something or other. I watched that this morning. It goes for like 8 or 9 minutes. It's not real long. Yeah, very interesting. Here they have a machine that's like 10 to the so many digits after it of sensitivity. What I'd like to know, if this machine is so bloody sensitive, how did they get around the so-called Coriolis? Wouldn't that be wreaking havoc with this machine? But anyways, that's just my 2.5 cents. Ah, yes. I'd love to go on a tour through one of these labs where they're doing this really cool shit one day and find out there's like, I don't know, 3 or 4 of the 24/7 representatives in the same group. We just go cruising through and then just start hitting them with gnarly questions just so we can watch them squirm. Great fun.
I have this aerospace company I delivered to, like a small little building, and I rolled up. I rolled up one day and they had this satellite dish, just a little small one. They sit outside the building because it's like in a little. It's like in a little. It's not a strip mall, but it's like a little multi-suite building. So it's got like like a job hiring place and an ear place and like a wellness spa, and then they've got this like aerospace place tucked in the middle. But so they put like a satellite dish like in the parking lot, like out front, and it was pointed straight up. And I walked up and I was like, "How far did you go for it? Hit like 45, 50 miles?" And they all just looked at me like they were like, "Shut the fuck up." And I was like, "Okay, dude, all right, sounds good. All right."
I love it. Yeah.
My weirdest, it's funny. I don't say like tops, like
the sun, but you can't say that, hey, the sun causes this exactly. There's
But you
other
do-
factors.
We do agree that the sun is the main source of heat. Like the Earth's the main source of heat is the sun, right? We do agree
Maybe.
upon that.
Maybe. I'm not going to make a that definitive claim because if you dig down 8 feet, it's 50 degrees. So
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's because of the core of the Earth, right?
I'll say this, right?
core thing. Go ahead, Sheep.
I live in the northern hemisphere. Normally, at this time of the year, January, middle of January now, it would be roughly in the 30s, maybe the late 20-degree mark, and that's in Fahrenheit, right? So we're looking at like, roughly around 0 degrees Celsius, right? So right now we're currently sitting at 15 degrees Celsius in the middle of winter. Coldest time of the year. It's 15 degrees Celsius. Like, explain that on a globe Earth.
But to go back to what you said, the sun does a lot of things. Obviously, it heats the earth, and the earth re-releases that heat over time, I guess. And you said something about a core. We don't really need to go to that. But okay, the sun does a lot of stuff. Where are you going with this?
Oh no, I was just agree. I was just. It's just like it sort of explains. It sort of has an impact on the weather. Like,
Of course
because
it does.
main
It's the
source of heat.
sun.
Yeah, of course.
One of our primary sources of heat. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I was just trying to find a common
Want to hear
ground.
something? Do you want to hear something the globe Earth can't explain?
Something
How
what?
flat there's something the globe Earth can't explain.
What?
There's
What is
something
it?
how flat the Earth is.
A flat.
Yeah, I'm dead
Okay.
serious because that's how we know. Like, we didn't just wake up one day and say, "Hey, the Earth looks flat, therefore it is flat." Even though that is a good place to start,
Uh-huh.
that's not it. What's it is that it measures that way. So if we do measurements to see if the surface of the Earth curves, all the measurements show that it does not. Right?
Mm.
We don't build with it. We don't. When we build a long bridge or a canal or anything, we assume that the Earth is flat, and that's how it works. When you fly an airplane, you assume the Earth is flat.
But
The only time you use any globe concept in an airplane is for the coordinates, for like your directions and things like that. But for the
Yes,
actual
yes.
flying and landing the plane, you have to assume a flat, non-rotating Earth, or you'll never be able to land the plane. Be impossible.
yes. Okay.
No.
No.
Yes.
Okay. Suppose you're at, I don't know, 42 north. You're supposed to be going 500 miles per hour.
Mhm.
Tangential velocity because of the rotation of the Earth. That's how you.
No,
That's how
because
fast
the
you-
velocity of the rotation of Earth transfers to the airplane as well. That's how inertia works. That's what law of
But
inertia.
I said tangential velocity. Did you listen?
What's tangential velocity?
Okay, then shut up. So the
Oh,
tangential
yeah,
velocity.
You always jump to attacking people rather than talking with them.
He
No,
said
because
Yeah,
when
you
someone
don't know.
says "nah," and then they don't know what I'm talking about, what are they saying?
You
"Nuh-uh" to?
you do realize that this is
Listen
an
really
English
close.
practicing server, and some people
There are some
cannot
words that I might
everything that you're saying.
understand.
Yes,
And say
yes.
that, sorry, can
Okay,
I
but
jump
then-
in? Then please say that you don't understand them instead of whistling past it like you did understand it but disregarded it. That would be rude. If you don't understand the word that's said, just ask for an explanation of the word.
I asked the explanation of the word. I asked what tangential velocity is. What does
Yeah,
tangential
but
mean?
you had already said I'm wrong and didn't understand the words I used. How would you know I was wrong if you don't understand the words?
Okay, go on.
You guys both have everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. Okay?
No, I
Which-
mean, okay, I
Yeah.
think I was
Yeah,
wrong.
okay.
Yeah, tell
So
me
really
about it.
simple.
What's tangential
Tangential
velocity?
velocity is if you're on a rotating surface, you have a sideways motion, right? Like say you're on a rotating ball and that has gravity, and then the gravity shut off, right? You'd fly off the ball, right?
Yeah, true.
The speed at which you'd fly off the ball is your tangential velocity. So
Oh, tangential. Okay,
yeah, so
I
if
know
you're on
what
the
that
surface of,
is.
if you're in New York, your tangential velocity would be 550 miles per hour. But if you're at the equator, it's 1,040. Okay?
Hmm.
So if you flew from New York south to the equator, you have to make up 500 miles per hour of tangential velocity to catch up to the equator. Now, we've asked CERN physicists with PhDs that teach physics, and they can't answer how
Can you
this is
actually
possible.
repeat that again? I actually lost it in the middle of the sentence.
We've asked CERN, you know what CERN is?
No, before that, when you were trying to explain equator
Okay,
velocity.
you fly south from New York City to the equator. The equator is going faster, 500 miles per hour faster. How do you catch up to it?
How do we catch up to it?
Yeah, because you have to go to land an airplane at the equator. You have to be going 1,040 miles per hour.
Well, for the
Tangential
plane, the
velocity.
Earth is stationary because
Yeah,
No,
and
of
so-
inertial frame of reference, because it's
Dude.
the inertial frame of reference. That's how it works. Because, for example, let's say I'm in a train and I'm throwing a ball towards you, right? The ball
Oh,
wouldn't fall behind; it will reach you still, even when the train is moving.
what happens if
No.
the plane? What happens if the train accelerates? This is what Indio's pointing out. On a rotating sphere, the equator is traveling faster than, say, at 45 degrees north or south, which would be about 500 miles an hour. So there is an increase in the motion of the Earth as Indio flies from 45 degrees to 0 degrees at the equator. It's traveling 500 miles an hour faster. How does the aircraft
Hello,
catch
Assalamu
up with
alaikum.
the equator's speed?
But still, there's no acceleration. The Earth is still rotating at a constant speed. So if there's no acceleration, it
well,
doesn't cause the
constant.
plane to.
Sorry, constant. So on every point on the rotating Earth, it is traveling at 1,000 miles an hour.
No,
So not
the rotational
constant
speed
then.
is
Sorry,
constant.
please don't interrupt. I'm speaking slowly and calmly so you understand the words. So it is not constant then. At every location on the Earth, it's moving different speeds. It's a sphere. It's rotating.
Look, let me. Okay, so if you were to launch a spaceship, a rocket into space, would it be easier at the equator than it is in New York?
Easier at the equator because it will be faster for it to reach the escape.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, that's what we're
And that
talking
doesn't
about.
establish that there's a change in acceleration, which causes there's a change
And
in
why? Then how are you going faster? There's a difference in speed. There's a difference. You would have to accelerate to go at that new speed.
Hey, Indy, can I get back to you with that airplane thing that we were talking about?
Yeah, of course. Let's go back to that.
Sorry for disturbing you guys, interrupting you. So I was saying that, as you said, why it needs to catch up, right? But the thing is, when you talk about inertia, the rotational acceleration that the Earth has when it's rotating is passed on to the airplane as well. And
How?
since you know about the law of inertia,
Okay, but when the aircraft leaves one airport, how does it gain the inertia of the Earth as it's not attached to the Earth anymore?
Well, as I said, if I throw the ball towards you, even though it's not attached to the train, it will move towards in the direction of train as well. No.
It depends if me and you are running together, but I'm moving faster than, as in I'm on the equator and you're 45 degrees, you're going to have to aim in front of me.
And I'm trying to explain why that is, because even though the equator is faster, tangential velocity of the equator is faster, but the acceleration that they are rotating at is same, right? Right? Can you agree on that?
Yeah, it's the same. The Earth's not changing its rotation, but we're talking about rim velocity as opposed to rotational angular velocity.
I'm going back to that. So the rotational acceleration at the north, at New York, let's say, is also the same as that. So the tangential acceleration, which is directly proportional to rotational acceleration, as we know, which defines the velocity at tangent, is also same. So since the airplane has an acceleration tangential to the Earth's surface, it doesn't need to catch up to the surface at equator because it already has an acceleration in that direction.
Or the Earth is just
That's not
stationary.
correct. No,
What?
none of that is correct, dude.
Why?
None of it.
Okay, what's
Okay,
wrong
let's
with
say I'm standing at the North Pole. How fast am I rotating?
not? Do I have
How
to do
fast?
calculations here?
I'm at the North Pole. How fast am I rotating?
I don't know the number, the speed.
0, bro.
Okay,
0.
fair. At the North Pole, exactly. Okay, fair. Yeah, right.
My tangential velocity is 0. Now I walk south, and I land at the equator. How fast am I moving now?
You're
0?
completely ignoring
Or
the
more than that?
acceleration.
You're
there.
confusing a rotating reference frame with a non-rotating reference frame. Okay?
No,
the
I'm
plane,
not.
the plane
Hmm.
is not on the surface of the Earth, right? It's not where we put
But
planes.
it still has the inertial acceleration.
Yeah,
that is
it has
rotation of
500
the
miles
Earth.
per hour. That's right, 500 miles per hour in New York.
It's speed. I'm talking about acceleration.
Yeah, 500 miles an
Yeah.
hour.
500 miles per hour. It's going in a circle, right?
That's the speed of the Earth at New
That's
York.
speed. Miles per hour is speed. I'm talking about acceleration there. The acceleration of the rotating Earth is what defines the fact that we are not catching up to the equator.
What's the acceleration at 45?
Acceleration is same all throughout the Earth.
What is on the equator?
It's
Yeah,
not
the
possible.
acceleration is same on the equator.
Same at the North Pole.
Yes. The velocity on North Pole is 0 because the radius is 0. Since there's no radius, the tangential acceleration will be 0 because, as I said, tangential acceleration is directly proportional to centrifugal and radius of the and the distance from the axis that it's rotating on. So that's why North Pole, the velocity on North Pole is 0, and it's highest on the equator of the Earth, and it's in between the equator and other poles.
Okay. Haven't you ever heard that if you weigh something at the North Pole and weigh something at the equator, it'll weigh less at the equator? Have you ever heard that before?
Wait, let me see. Maybe I have that. I don't quite remember. But yeah, continue. What were you saying about that?
If you take something that weighs 1 kilo and you weigh it at the North Pole and then you go to the equator, they say it weighs less. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Acceleration would have to be different. That would be a non-uniform acceleration, right? But we're not talking about the acceleration. We're talking about
That's
the
gravitational acceleration that you're talking about. When I was talking about the
gravity.
airplane
No.
moving to the 9.8 thing is gravity, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's an acceleration, right?
Yeah,
it's
it
the
is.
difference. But so you have the centripetal versus the centrifugal force. Okay. And the centrifugal force at the equator would be greater than at the poles. The centripetal force is the inward. Anyway, that's not the important part. This is all smoke and mirrors. The important part is we're talking about tangential velocity. We're talking about the guys trying to land a plane on a runway that's going 500 miles per hour. The ground underneath his airplane is going 500 miles per hour in his reference frame. Let's talk about the reference frame of the airplane.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So from within the reference frame of the airplane, the ground is going 500 miles per hour faster. Yeah, sure. He has the inertia. He has the inertia from New York City. He has its tangential velocity, its acceleration, whatever you want. But think about the Earth as like, say it was a giant spinning disc, and if you were in the center, try to walk to the edge in a straight line, right? What's going to happen? Can you walk to the edge in a straight line? From your reference frame, you can walk to the edge in a straight line. But from above it, you would have to take a curved path. Now, to take a curved path, you have to have an acceleration. So for some reason, the plane would have to accelerate to catch up in the absolute reference frame. From the external reference frame, the plane would have to accelerate to get to the edge.
Can I just say that? I think that you're actually assuming, or I don't know, but the plane is also accelerating in that direction with the same acceleration of the Earth, rotational acceleration of the Earth.
How, where's this energy coming from?
That's inertia. Inertia just doesn't just entails velocity.
Okay. That's why I don't know what you're not understanding. How fast? If you had a radar speedometer, speed gun, right? You know, one of the how do I call it? Tachyometer. If you had a laser tachyometer and you're in outer space and you shot it at someone in New York, their speed would read 500 miles per hour. And then if you did the same thing, a radar gun, they would be 1,000 miles per hour.
Well, that's because still measuring the speed from an inertial frame of reference.
Exactly.
So it doesn't.
Yes.
So
what's wrong with that?
Are you not saying
When
the
you're
same thing?
in the airplane, you are not in the rotating reference frame anymore.
We are still at the rotating reference frame, aren't we?
Oh, you're not connected to it.
Are we taking this? Are we measuring the speed from the space?
Okay.
Or maybe I misunderstood something there. I think I have some.
The airplane is in the sky, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's not on the surface of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So how does anything the Earth doing influence the plane? What the plane's doing?
Because it carried the inertial force of the rotation of Earth.
Yeah, and at the New York City, it's different than at the equator.
That's what I'm trying to say. It's not different. The acceleration is same. The speed is different, but the acceleration is same.
The acceleration has to be different. Okay.
The rotation.
The size of the circle. The size of the circle is like say in 24 hours. In 24 hours, right? In New York City, you're going to take a circular path, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is the size of that circle the same size as at the equator?
No.
Okay. So how do you traverse a larger distance at the equator without having a greater acceleration?
From what I understand is that the airplane carries on the inertial force, which is the rotational movement of Earth, which
when it was attached.
And what we're telling you,
when it was attached, and then it accelerates in that direction because of that.
It's on the Earth and then it takes off at 500 miles an hour when it's on the Earth. So I give it to you there. Where does it gain the extra energy from to accelerate and match the equatorial speed?
Guess I'll have to read more about that.
It's a bigger circle. Okay, so if we drew if you had a little circle and a big circle for them to make a 360 degree rotation, right? The bigger circle, whatever, has to go farther. Like the arc length is a longer distance. So to stay in line with a smaller circle, like say you had like a spoke on a wheel on a tire, right? You have your inner hub and then the outer tire. If you drew a line on each, like a mark, a chalk on each one of them, and you wanted to keep them lined up, the outer tire has to spin faster. Not faster in the rotational as in like rotations per minute, not in that sense, but it has to travel across a further distance, right? Its arc length is greater. That would just be the measured length around its circumference, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if the circumference of the circle at the equator is larger than the circumference of the latitude circle, right? Then you have to travel a greater distance. You have to have a greater acceleration. You'd have to accelerate to catch up to the equator. There's no doubt about it. And we know what the standard answer is. We've heard 100 times, but it doesn't fly. It doesn't make sense. It can't possibly be correct. It's just a bunch of word games. There's no substance to it. And like I said, I was trying to tell you guys, CERN, if you know what CERN is like the Large Hadron Collider, right? They smash protons together. You know, they discovered the Higgs boson or whatever the crap that is. Okay, so a physicist from CERN has tried to defend this, and he can't, because there's no way you can make it work. You can't have a plane on a rotating ball land, fly north to south, because the actual path they take would have to be a curved path, right? You know what? I'm going to post in the chat a video of it. Of how,
Sure.
it's just an animation of a plane and what a plane would have to do to stay over the same line of longitude on something that's rotating. That the path of the plane would have to be curved. So now you have a longer distance, right? So there has to be an acceleration because it's actually longer distance than the straight line path.
So what do you think 2026 is going to bring? Flat Earth, Indio? Is it going to be anything new? Is it going to be the old stuff? What's going to happen?
I don't know. It's a good question. I mean, I know what I'm trying to do, like me personally, and I have to work on this, trying to get observations together, just get like as many as we can get, like long distance observations, just pile them up. I actually, interesting enough, because just looking at a lot of the observations that have already been done, and the globe Earth has a whole slew of claims about what refraction does to the horizon and objects and all these things. That just doesn't seem to match what's actually observed in these long distance observations. It just doesn't seem to line up. Like, oh, if there's an inferior mirage, and this is warmer and that's colder, and then if it's a superior mirage, it's the other way around. Like, it just doesn't seem to actually be the case. That it's way more complicated. And so I think this year should be the year of data collection. Because I also, just by some serendipity, it was called a paper that was published in, I think, 2023, where they went out and they did some surveying, and they assumed like this curving right thing, and then they actually, this K constant, right, this radius of a ray that goes around the ball Earth, Well, when they actually went out and did the measurements, they had to conclude that there was upward refraction if there's a ball Earth, which just basically means that we assumed it's a ball and the ray was actually flat, so it must be concave. You know what I mean? Because you're in a coordinate system. Yeah, so like flat lines are concave in their little in their paradigm, right? So that's what they actually went out and measured, and they had thermocouples, and they measured all this stuff. And it's just funny that, you know, this claim of this downward refraction, I just don't think it has any evidence for it. I just don't think it's like the textbook, whatever's in the textbook that says it's wrong. It's just wrong. Like what they say creates inferior mirages is wrong. What they say creates superior mirages, wrong. Fata Morgana is wrong. You know, all this stuff. I just think it's all wrong. And I don't think it's actually been thoroughly researched. If you the literature, the academic literature is relative to like what it is, it's pretty sparse, right? It's like, I mean, I would say in the last 150 years, there may be, maybe 150 papers on the subject of like terrestrial refraction, astronomical refraction, whatever you want to call it. Maybe 150 papers worldwide. But everybody goes out every single day. Surveyors go out every single day. We're always doing these observations at sea, in the sky, right? We're flying around, we're sailing around, we're doing all these things. To be not like have so much literature, so much testing on it, like that, like that your brain would explode from looking at all the data. It just seems a little odd to me that how little there is. And the papers all say the same thing. Yeah, we went in with these assumptions, nothing actually matched up. Shit, try again. This is what people that do future research should consider, and they give like a laundry list of things, of possibilities, and that's it. There's very few. There's not that much out there as far as evidence. There's a lot of claims, there's a lot of theory, there's a lot of textbook nonsense. There's, 7.6R and all that crap. But when you look into the actual experimental data, that's just like, where is it? So, like, God says, you want something, or, heaven helps those who help themselves, and if you want it done right, do it yourself. In the vein of that, those two things, we'll do those things. That's what I'm hoping. And I'm trying to get, I think I'm going to we talked about this. I talked about this with like Yoder. We should get like a standardized form, right? Make a form that if you go out and do a long distance observation, like a checklist, hey, get the water temperature, get the air temperature, put the camera in the shade, don't have it in the sun, don't go at this time of day, or if you go at that time of day, like, best practices document. Right.
Where's
that
the
anybody
sun in the
can
sky, that type of thing.
Best practices document. So one thing I try to do is I try to get the sun behind me so that everything is lit up, right?
Yeah.
So there's like, there's just like, we can come up with some best practices, and part of those best practices will have some data, and that, like, if everybody's collecting the same data, then we can actually go, okay, here's a 10-mile observation, this is the air temperature, water temperature, humidity, all these things. We just plug it into a spreadsheet, and then we collect a whole bunch of it, right? And then like, oh yeah, I filled out the sheet. Here you go. Collect the data off of it. Just keep adding it to like a giant spreadsheet, and go try to find some correlation between variables, right? The temperature, the water temperature, like the difference in that. Like, what is that? How does that look? Do I see longer? Do I see shorter? Like, what happens there? So, you know what I mean? We could like actually start collecting actual data, because they're not going to do it, apparently.
Sounds like a really good idea. He told me they got a new Matrix has got a new camera. He's talking about going out and doing observations. Apparently, he's getting the camera converted to infrared. In the next few weeks or so. But I know he's doing that. DJ would be a great person as well.
Yoder's got one. DJ's got a camera. But there's also all these YouTubers that are already doing these observations every day. There's a guy named Ron Hasberg. There's A Plain Truth. There's Sky Free. There's who is the other one? Pablo's Dog. There's Keith Carmody. So these guys have consistently for couple of years. I know about all their channels, and like nobody watched, like barely anybody. So they have a video, they get like 50 or 60 views maybe. And it's like, this is like the important stuff, the actual observations. This is like the most important thing that people should be paying attention to. Instead, they'll go listen to fucking Jeranism, talk bullshit about fucking who knows what. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Instead of actually paying attention to what. That's why I made them leaky, right? Because like we're sitting here arguing with these guys about all their ideas and theories. Like, why are we arguing about ideas and theories? Newton said, if it can't be settled by experiment, it's not worthy of debate, right? So let's just settle it by experiment and stop talking about it.
Yeah. No, I agree, man. That's awesome. It's probably the exact.
Yeah, speaking about channels that get too many views. The one guy make that video about the Blackpool picture, and in 6 months gets 90,000 views. Whereas any video that debunks the globe, you're lucky if you get 30,000 views.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, there's always what's his name? Simon Dan. He went from like 1,000 subs like over like 8 years or something, whatever, however long, and then just like Mr. Cheswick did a video on it. Yeah, he got like 12,000 subs in like a week, and it wasn't linked to like any particular video.
So same with Dave McKeegan, because his channel, which was on photography, he was lucky if he got like 5,000 views on a video. He had like one video that went viral that got over 1 million views, but his average views were like 5,000. But now if you look at his anti-flat earth videos, they pretty much, a lot of them have over 1 million views.
You're kidding me. Wow. Dude, his content is horrible too.
I think people watch it for his dog. I don't think they watch it for him.
Yeah, like even his presentation style is just lame. He's not charismatic. He's like anti-charismatic. That's what I don't understand is like how do non-charismatic people get a bunch of views? Like McToon, Simon Dan, Professor Dave McKeegan. They're like anti-charismatic. In fact, like looking at them and hearing them speak is like fingernails on a chalkboard. Doesn't even matter what they say. They could be talking about anything. The title says, caused people to leave flat Earth, and then he named Ranty.
Yeah.
I mean, caused person to leave flat Earth. It's probably the clickbait title. And people are clicking on it going, oh, it's definitive proof against flat Earth, and it's just trash.
Yeah, doesn't understand that objects in the distance may not be actual size.
Yeah, amazing. Weird. It's weird how the street sign that's 10 feet away is bigger than that mountain 120 miles away. It's higher. It's not in the same line of sight. Why is that? It's so stupid, bro. I mean, just from an objective analytic viewpoint, without even considering what the topic is, globe earther videos are trash. They're absolute trash. Just as far as like from a rigorous objective analysis of like the numbers and the assumptions and the measurements and like what they're saying is it's just such trash, dude. They don't even get like even the mainstream stuff right half the time.
Well, ignorance is their superpower.
Yeah, but it's a collective ignorance. That's the problem. That's the thing I don't like is that it's collective. It's like, you got the confirmation bias of like the average, someone just come across the video and then they actually internalize and believe what's being said on the screen. I love it when they're talking, right? And they're saying stuff is being observed in what they're showing on the screen and it doesn't actually show that. It's like saying, hey, this dude just scored a running touchdown when it was clearly a pass. But because they're saying he scored a running touchdown, people think it actually was.
Well, there's a lot of misinformation out there. Like, look, even at the Hindenburg, most people think the Hindenburg burned because it was filled with hydrogen. Nope. Hindenburg burned because the material they used for the envelope there was highly flammable, and it burned up like crazy.
Wasn't it painted with like some highly flammable paint or something?
Well, whatever method they used to make that fabric, which was made in the United States, it was imported from the U.S., made it highly flammable. It's almost as if somebody in the United States didn't want the Zeppelins to be effective because it would ruin their ocean liner business.
Yeah, that could be it.
Because it took 7 days to cross the Atlantic by ocean liner. It took 48 hours by Zeppelin. And there was no seasickness.
How many could the Zeppelin carry? Like 20 people, 30 people?
Let me just see. I think it was a fair amount of people.
Yeah, I don't know what the business model was, whether it was profitable or not. But I mean, there's almost no limit on how big you can make them. Depends on the material.
Yeah.
The material cost, right? I mean, it almost don't matter because though you're increasing the surface area, right? The volume is increasing at a higher rate. Right?
Exactly.
Is that how it works?
Yeah. You increase the diameter a small amount, and you get a good amount of volume increase. Maximum 70 people on the Hindenburg. On the fatal flight.
That's a good amount of people, man. That's almost as much as like a, I don't know, like a small plane, not a small plane, but like a regional airlines.
Yeah, like a
seating
DC-3.
capacity. Yeah.
Yeah, the final flight had 36 passengers, 61 crew.
61 crew?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
So it says at peak, the Hindenburg could carry up to 72 paying passengers plus crew for a total of over 100 people on board when fully loaded.
That's why tickets are expensive.
Well, first class tickets on the Titanic were expensive. You didn't even reach your location.
Well, if you're intending to go to the bottom of the ocean, you did.
To read their Yelp review.
Well, probably the only positive thing is the swimming pools are still working. Yeah, the deluxe suites on the Titanic were between 100 to 300 pounds. The biggest suites, 870 pounds. That's about $4,350 in 1912, and today that's probably close to almost $200,000.
I mean, we're assuming a lot of stuff, but they couldn't improve design over a period of like 100 years. I mean, I'm sure if we stayed with the airship thing, they'd be pretty freaking crazy right now.
Aren't they,
Well, there was a
aren't they called planes, bro?
No, I'm talking about we're talking about blimps like the Hindenburg. They were called
Yeah.
airships.
Someone made a proposal to use blimps to carry cargo fast over the ocean between the continents. They said it would be far cheaper than aircraft and certainly faster than going the slow boats.
Seems to be kind of hard because I feel like you're going to be affected by winds a lot, especially with the seas. You're going to have very rough currents.
So, just a side note, has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I mean, Yoder, in the main server in the refraction section, I added PDF. You might want to check it out. You too, Rayla. You probably want to check it out. So they did a bunch of surveying, and they, according to their little K constant, they ended up measuring concave refraction or something. So yeah, it's pretty cool. It's interesting.
Oh, I think I could predict why. It's because curvature throws off what their meteorological requirements are. It almost inverts it. Actually, I think it does invert it.
Well, yeah. Well, if you're assuming a curved surface, something that's flat is going to appear concave and note that coordinates.
Precisely. Yep. Yeah, that's it. So that means like a K coefficient of 1, which normally is what a flat would actually be curving. So they'd have to recalibrate their K coefficient and K factor, I guess, depending on the industry.
Yeah, I mean, if you read through it, it seems like they're pretty bullshit about the result, like kind of like waffling, especially in the conclusions. Kind of funny.
Oh, can't wait! I'll be doing that this afternoon.
All right, it's in the refraction section, in the information channel or category. I gotta bounce. I gotta actually do something productive today other than sit on Discord and drink coffee. So I'm gonna do something else and drink
Nobody
coffee.
has to know. All right, see.
Sorry to hear that, India.
Sorry, I have to do something productive.
Yep.
I'm dicking around for like 3 days, so I mean I don't have to do it, but I should. This isn't a must, but you know.
I did something productive yesterday. I regret it today.
All right. I'll talk to you later.
Yep.
Bye.
Peace, man.
And I always find it funny how all these Globers talk about the K factor for refraction. Never seen them ever mention the T factor for transmission. And if you're wondering what the T factor is, that's the limit of how far light can travel through the atmosphere, especially weak light like reflected light.
It can be a bit confusing when you read about this subject from different disciplines, because like the K factor that's used in it's used to describe like terrestrial refraction and stuff. A K factor of 1 indicates a regular globe Earth with a regular radius, and anything that's above that, like 7/6 or 4/3, is making a bigger radius. So as that number gets bigger, it gets flatter. But the K coefficient is different, and you'll see this in like a surveying literature. They won't show anything with respect to like a 1. They'll show you like 0.13 or 0.27. And the higher the number, the flatter it is. But it's not the same. Like, it's not just like subtract 1. I forgot how it works. I'm going to have to look at some notes I took on this. Yeah, because a K coefficient of 1.00 is an infinite radius. That's what it is.
Mhm.
But a
Sure.
K factor of 1 is a regular globe radius. Now we have, what, T factor to contend with?
Yeah, this T factor is something that I just recently looked into, and tells you how far a light can be seen through the atmosphere, and for the most part, reflected light. The maximum is kind of like 100 kilometers.
And that's for reflected light, not. I guess that kind of makes sense in a way.
Yeah.
But would that apply to a mirror, like a
Well,
mirror flash of a sun?
Yeah, I would assume not so much for mirrors, since the albedo of mirrors are very high, so they reflect
Yeah.
a lot of the light. But the silly thing is that these globers who think I'll be able to see trees at 40, 50 kilometers. No, trees are good at absorbing light. That's how plants grow. The only light they reject is the green light, so they don't dry out and turn into prunes. But their irregular shapes of the leaves also diminishes how much light reflects off the trees. So no, you're not going to see them over great distances.
That's how I'd be talking after I fucking bust a nut. Like, it's the same tone.
What? And he's gone. So it's pretty handy though, having a T factor. That's really good. So it's all the absorption and scattering.
Yep.
And I guess the assumption is that number scales with height as you have diminishing particulates and air density.
Yeah, based on local conditions.
So I'd be curious to see how that changes from being like a foot off the marine layer compared to like 6 feet off the marine layer compared to 20, 50, 100. Are there observations that confirm this model or not? How was it derived? It's kind of funny, some of the behavior that we deal with in here. So we get globers that come in, and after some argumentation back and forth, they might claim, hey, I've got a paper. And I think in their mind, when they say that they've got a paper, that they're trying to spark or invoke fear within us. Like, oh no, he's got a paper. And meanwhile, on our side, we're like, oh great, wonderful, a paper. This is awesome. Let's put some meat on the table. And the glober, they'll give us the link. And so we start rubbing our hands. We're like, let's get into this. Let's talk about it. And then the Glober's like, well, no. And they start making up excuses. And we're like, did you actually read the paper? No, I didn't actually read the paper. And they try to do everything they can to wiggle out of discussing the paper. It's like, what the hell's wrong with you? Like, this should be fun.
Man, that happens like 99% of the time as well. Like there's probably 1% where they've actually read the paper. Hilarious.
Yeah, I really start to wonder, man. I think that they think that we're afraid of papers. And so they think that they can get away with it by just plunking one down. You know, they don't expect us to call their bluff, and we do every single time. And then they run away from it. I think an audience that's listening is going to hear and see exactly that this has been going on for years. You know, they come up with the paper, we try to get into it with them, and they try to wiggle out of it every single time.
And they think that a paper is like some like magical piece of empirical evidence. Like
Yeah.
even with their observations, like they're like, yeah, like, have you guys got a paper? Like, we've got the whole observation done start to finish, showing the whole process, like in high definition. Like, oh, so you don't have a paper? All right, then.
Yeah, you're right. It's some like magical, like, I win, you lose, get out of jail free card. Easy button, I win. I've got a paper, I've got an observation, you lose, haha. And really, that's just the start of it. Like, that is the start of a productive discussion. That's not the end of it. So my advice to a listening audience that wants to contend with us, go find your paper first, learn it inside and out, and then come present it. Come teach us something that we don't know. No, I don't think we're claiming to be experts on all things in all fields. Definitely not the case.
And they can learn their paper and memorize it as good as they want, but just because something's written in a paper doesn't mean that it's valid either. Like, they need to be able to back up everything that's said in the paper as well.
Right. I'm glad you mentioned that. Yeah, just because the paper's written and you can articulate it doesn't mean you win. We're here to evaluate the claims. I mean, there's a lot of bullshit out there, a lot of bullshit papers. Everyone knows this. Anybody who's done some reading on like the problem of reproducibility for claims and the great replication crisis. So it's not just flat earthers that are skeptical of people claiming shit in papers. You know, and you don't necessarily have to be an expert in the field that they're writing about. You can evaluate their process and methodology without having that domain expertise, that technical expertise in what it is that they're investigating. You can look at their investigative method and their experimental design. And I would say 9 times out of 10, that's where they fail. So, like, if you bring a paper that's supposed globe proof in some way, and it's got some baked in R value, some golden seed value of a radius, then it's fair for us to ask how that was begotten. How did you derive that? How did they derive that? If they just say, well, this is a given value that's based off of, I don't know, some knowledge from deep history. Well, sad to say, that's not going to cut it. No, so it's not like we're saying you have to reinvent the wheel every time you come to this. Not the case at all. Like, if you're going to cite an R value in the paper, then we want to know where that came from so we can follow the source, trace it back.
Well, that's going to be a problem, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is, because we tried doing that. We can't find it. It seems to go back to Eratosthenes. And that's quite a problem. That is a big conundrum. And it gets really freaking weird in between like the 1600s and early 1800s, where there's like this pendulum madness where people are taking pendulums everywhere, pendulums in their labs, pendulums out in the field, pendulums on mountaintops, pendulums by the ocean side. Everybody's swinging fucking pendulums left and right, everywhere. So when they're not taking sky measurements to try and ascertain the shape of a globe, they're swinging fucking pendulums. And I don't mean Foucault's pendulum. No, like a lot of this precedes that. Oh, the pendulum's swinging a bit slower here. You know, it's slower here by 2.5 minutes every day. That means we must be on a bulge and gravity's weaker and we're being thrown off of Earth's axis with greater centrifugal force. No shit, that's what they claim. So you've got to assume then that Earth is a globe. You've got to assume a center of mass. You've got to assume the inverse square law for gravity from Newton. You've got to assume all this other shit. But really, it kind of does go back to the stars, because how do they claim to be where they are, except with using latitude and longitude in the first instance, which they do. So even the pendulum swingers, right? They claim that gravity is less here near the equator or at the equator because, well, Earth must be a spinning ellipsoid, right? Well, how'd you determine that? Well, Eratosthenes. You know, we look at the stars and we imagine a sky ball, and well, sky ball match Earth ball, not flat Earth, so Earth ball too. When I was brand new to this early on, and I was getting frustrated looking for this measurement, I'm like, you know, if Earth is a globe, then I guess the excuse is they got fucking lucky at every step of the way, that they were guessing and guessing right. Like, what are the chances? And not that they were just like guessing right and moving on. They would make a proclamation about the globe using one means. Like, let's say that they do surveying, and they're doing surveying in the 1600s. And they're like, oh, yeah, Earth is a globe from our astronomical surveying, and surveying stars on the horizon and shit. Well, then they find out 100 years later that they couldn't have ascertained that Earth is a globe in this way because of terrestrial refraction. Or the pendulum swingers. They're swinging pendulums through Peru, through Lapland, through freaking the Grand Canaries and southern Italy. And then somebody 100, 200 years later say, no, you couldn't have determined Earth as a globe in that way, like an ellipsoid, because the gravitational field's a little lumpy in places, and so you're going to get erratic results. It's just insane. So like the geoid, which is the gravity model, how that was determined to be the case is by swinging pendulums and by by looking at plumb lines. So you've got one swinging pendulum to determine what they say is the strength of the gravitational field, and then you've got a non-swinging pendulum that's still and quiet. And for that, they're watching the deflection of the vertical. And so you combine the scalar with the vector, and then boom, yep, we can say gravity's stronger here, and it's deflecting by this much. They take those observations, whether or not they're bogus, and they apply them to the Eratosthenes ball. So you could conceivably have a world that is topologically flat, like we all understand it to be, but where the vector of gravity, whatever the hell that is sporadic, is erratic. It's just not conforming to an ellipsoid. It's just conforming to a generally flat topology, a lumpy topology. And then you can go a step further and say, well, if this isn't gravity fields doing this, then what is it? Well, it's a combination of starlight that appears to be uneven distributed through the sky, and whatever the hell is going on with those pendulums.
Listen, buddy, you said you just checked that today, the parallax thing, though. Can we maybe bring you back to a more fundamental question, like, what we were speaking about, the surface of the Earth, right? The surface of it. If you were standing on a globe or a sphere, you're standing on it, right? That's what you believe. You're standing on a sphere. Is that correct?
That's right.
Yeah. There will be a drop over distance from your position, away from you, in all directions, right? Because it's a sphere. It's dropping away from you, the surface.
How is it dropping away from me, the surface? What do you mean?
Change rate of slope, it will be...
Yeah.
It will be changing the the ground.
Yeah, for example.
It will be dropping away from you, from your line of sight, the observer.
Yeah, the horizon, yeah, the horizon. Okay.
But that's the thing, though, that those not the sphere that you think that you're standing on, it will require a specific rate drop, and that can be tested. It has been tested to check if it's there. Like people, you can go outside, you can go to a body of water, you can do either measurements or long distance observation. There's even laser tests that have been used. And you can come to the conclusion that there is no curvature because there is no drop over the distance that will conform to the drop of the sphere, the globe, the globe Earth that they claim. It's not dropping, it's not curving. So how can it be a sphere if it's not curving, though? You see? You see the issue there?
Not really, because it's a giant sphere. So this phenomenon is not that
So it's a giant sphere, so it's not curving. That's what you're saying?
I'm saying that it's slowly curving.
Okay, it's curving, right? So it is curving. Exactly what I told you. So you're agreeing with me. It has to be curving. But it's not curving. You get that?
No, I don't get that. But it is curving on a very long distance.
You're saying it is curving.
Yeah. So the argument.
Do you have the method? Do you know who measured that curvature? Do you have that available? You said it's curving, so you probably have some type of method that was used to determine that, right? it's
Just
curving.
like
That's what you're saying.
my own logic. That's my method. So who measured this? You know
Your
this?
own logic. Can you describe that? Your own logic. What was the logic that you followed to come to the conclusion that the Earth is curving? What was that?
Okay, can you tell me, answer me this question? Who measured this curvature of Earth?
No one has measured the curvature of the Earth because it doesn't exist.
Okay. If that's the answer, then.
Yeah, but that's what you're saying. No one has done it. No one
Okay,
has
what the-
measured the
okay,
curvature, but
okay,
it has to
let's-
be. You're saying it has to be there, even though nobody has discovered it or measured it or seen it or showed it. You're saying it's still there, even though
Okay, I have
nobody
one more question.
has measured it.
What about gravity? What about gravity? How do you respond to this?
Bro, come to a remember you mentioned logic. Dude, just try to come to a logical conclusion about this one, because if you can't figure out the ground that you're standing on or the waters across the surface of the earth, how are you gonna figure out gravity, dude?
I don't know. So let's maybe find out this one.
Yeah, let's find
about
out. Yeah, so let's do a
Okay.
long distance observation, right? We can look at many examples in the chat. You know, I'm gonna jump in the text. Maybe people, if you look in the chat though, there might be people posting things now or before our conversation. There's probably people posting different observations from the surface of the earth. And by you just looking at this stuff, you can safely come to a conclusion that there is no curvature. No curve that is attached to that globe that you're thinking, the globe Earth, 3,959 miles in radius. Because remember, it has a specific variation, specific variables, and that stuff can be tested for, and it has been tested for, and the test shows that it's not there. So it's not that, because if it was that, if it was a sphere, that the curvature will be there, and we will be able to test for it, but it's not there after the test. Let me check the text real quick, because I got a
I
few
don't
things.
know what you're talking about, but can we talk about something I know what we're talking
You don't
about?
you don't remember the curve? You said it's a sphere. The sphere is curving.
But okay, so yeah, bro, wait. So there are some like proofs about things that are like I want to say non like fuck, I forgot the word, but they're like non-direct proofs. So for example, like human is a human because it's like an animal because it has, I don't know, evolution, or it is born.
Yeah, now
like,
you're gonna
from
go claim
female.
stacking. Now you're saying about bro.
No, I'm not claim stacking.
You
Bro.
are now you're saying we have evolution, even though you don't have that. You don't know what that is. You don't know what that word means, and now you're gonna use it like it means something. To the conversation that we were having before. You wanna move away from the curvature.
No, bro, but I didn't. Wait, you're a fucking idiot from what I think right now, because I haven't done anything, and you're like preventing me from doing like haven't done anything, bro. So shut up and let me finish. So
You just said let's move away from the measurements of the curvature, the thing in question, the elephant in the room, and let's talk about something else. And you said yourself, indirect. So let's go away from the direct evidence and go to something else. And I'm trying to keep you on your feet, down to the earth. You go into something else, La La Land, imaginary, fantasy. And I'm trying to stop you from doing that.
no,
If you want to do it, we can try.
Okay, let's try, because okay, so the gravity. So why is
What's
there
that?
gravity?
Tell me. Okay, gravity. What is that? Tell me. What is it?
So this is the thing that Earth has some mass, like huge mass, and therefore it produces gravity that pulls object into the Earth, yeah, with its weight.
Okay,
That
is
don't
this like
escape.
is this like words that you read somewhere, or this is like a demonstration, something that can be tested and shown and tested for? Is this something like that you have? test
Yeah,
showing.
it can be easily tested. So
Hey, James.
I have,
Oh, go ahead,
Jim.
DJ. My bad.
Oh, I was just going to say, like, okay, so it's pulling everything towards the center of the globe. So that would mean the water should be curving. Jemsy already debunked what your gravity claim, because if gravity was real, then the water would have to be curving at a certain rate. So Jemsy already debunked your.
You just told me that you don't believe. You just told me that gravity is not real.
No, it's you that believes in gravity. So what
if
you've
you have
got,
gravity.
Could go, DJ.
Well,
You
just
speak
quickly,
one at a
right?
time.
If you have gravity, that means that the water has to be curving. Jemsy just showed you that the water's not curving over distance. If you had gravity, it would have to be curving over distance, but it's not. So.
Yeah, but I don't know. Is the water curving? Yeah, I mean, it is curving. It is curving, like, slightly.
Actually, no, it's not.
Well,
Why
every time we
it's
go
not
and test
curving?
it, every time we go and test it, this has been done thousands of times. There's a zero curvature. Bless you.
Just mute yourself, brother. Being toasty.
Why do
Just mute
objects?
yourself so we don't hear you.
sneezes. It was 2 sneezes, man. It's fine.
Okay, why do objects simply fall on Earth and they fall? Yeah.
So an object gets dropped, it goes down, so therefore you've assumed we live on a sphere because of this action, this show. Here we go, I've got a pen, I let it go. It went down, so therefore my table is curved. I hope not, because I like things to stay on my table.
Yeah, that doesn't follow logically, bro. Like you're saying, okay, I see the water droplet, the pen dropping, like exactly the example that he gave you. I pick up the pen, I let it go, it goes to the floor, therefore I'm standing on a sphere? How does that logically follows?
That Earth has certain mass and certain mass, so therefore, objects fall on Earth with some like speed, and the speed is equal to their mass times this g. Yeah, this what is this? 10 meters per second square. Yeah, like this. So
except that not everything drops at that rate, because helium goes up, it doesn't drop that way. We have hot air, we have many things that don't drop at that rate. That rate, that's only an agree upon. That's a convention. That's people said, we agree that a lot of things drop at this rate. So we're just gonna say that everything does. But that's just people saying that. That's not. You cannot demonstrate that everything drops at that rate. That's not reality.
Like you were telling me about elements, and they behave different way. The elements, than like normal objects.
Yeah, and we know the behavior of water, and we know that water doesn't attach itself to the outside of spinning spheres. We know the behavior of that. We know that water lays horizontal on the surface. We know that. It can be demonstrated.
Okay,
it can be measured that the water is not curving to the rate of the globe. So the globe is just falling flat, falling apart.
Okay, so let's assume that the Earth is flat. So why is it like this? When you go to the end of the flat Earth, why don't you fall down? Or when is the end of this?
When you go to... Okay, so you just made up an imaginary place in your mind, and you think that imaginary thing doesn't work, and you are trying to ask me about it?
No, that is a model that is like flat Earth in my mind. So
a model in your mind, yeah, exactly what I said. Something that you made up in your mind that doesn't work. No, but you're just telling me that whatever you're imagining doesn't work for you, So now you're trying to tell me to explain how it works for you.
No. Yeah. Okay. So can you explain me your
Has anybody
model?
in here?
Shut
Has
up.
anybody in here tell you about the edge of the end of the world? Anybody in here made that claim that you're trying to push that to someone
Okay,
in
there
here?
is geometrical, I don't know, object like a circle, and so I can see the borders of the circle on the paper, on a piece of paper.
What? Have you ever thought about this? What if the ends of the world are unknown? What is that? That's an unknown that you don't know. I don't know.
Okay,
Have
what
you ever
about
considered that?
So can you answer me this one question right now? Is it possible when people discover these unknown ends of the world, do they fall down?
Who's that? Who discovered the ends of the world? Tell me. Go ahead. Tell me.
You.
Me? No, I haven't done that.
Okay, I don't know. Ferdinand Magellan.
Brother, I'll answer your question because I can't bear this 1 second longer. Nobody thinks the edge of the world, there's an edge of the world. No one thinks the earth is an object that you can hold in your hand if you were a giant. Okay? And fall down, that doesn't even make sense. Why would it fall? Where would it fall to?
Outer space.
It would fall to space. So I guess we could just push things off the edge to go to space. Dude, wasting our time with rockets, right?
Okay, but you're like contradicting yourself because he told that we haven't discovered the edges according to him.
Indio, he thinks that the disk in the internet that people label flat Earth, that's us.
Yeah, we don't think the Earth is a disk in space floating around. Does that help?
Can you explain me what this is according to?
Earth is not in outer space. It's not inside of something. It's just the Earth, and that's all there is. Above the Earth, we see stars, sun, and moon, and all the celestial objects.
Phenomena.
Yeah, phenomenon, whatever you want to call them. There is no outside the Earth.
It's like a simulation.
Just to give you it's like saying, hey, what's outside the universe? Right? Doesn't even make sense to even ask that question. There is no outside. It's all there is. The Earth isn't the sun. It's not a planet. It's not a moon. It's not a ball. Did you understand all that, Hal? Friend?
No, because this is like very abstract from what I think.
No. I mean, so they say that in modern cosmology, the universe is flat. Okay, this is what they say, that the universe itself is flat. Where's the edge? Can I fall off? Can I go outside of it?
Wait, we don't. Modern cosmology doesn't say that. It says the universe.
Yes, they
it
do.
Does?
They say it's an asymptotically flat space-time.
That's news to me.
Okay, Google it. Flat universe.
No, I'll trust you on that. Honestly, I'll just trust you.
No, don't trust him. Don't trust him.
Well, is he a little liar? Is he a liar or something?
No, I tell the truth, but you guys still, in your head, you'll still think that the universe is not flat. Like, in their cosmology.
Oh my god, if I'm saying I trust you, I'll trust you, bro, please. Just trust me that I trust you.
Okay. Well, all I'm saying is...
I don't know what you're saying.
I don't think the universe is flat. Unless you count just the Earth as the universe. So, we know the Earth is flat from measuring it to be that way. And I heard you mention gravity, like why things fall. No one knows why things fall. No experiment can be done to determine why things fall. I mean, if you know the experiment, just tell us. I'm all ears.
I think that's the best answer for that because he sounds fairly new, but that's straight to the point. No one knows. That's the truth.
I kind of want to bring up the whole thing of what was general relativity, that like you can't devise an experiment to tell the difference between acceleration and gravitation. I just kind of want to bring that up because I feel like it's related. Like use
Yeah,
that, maybe.
there are. This is actually something. It's just I don't mean to just be a freaking contrarian, but the gravity acceleration equivalence has never been actually proven, and there is actually a physicist working on demonstrating that it does have some data that the acceleration, the inertial mass and the gravitational mass are not actually the same thing. And he's been doing these experiments by dropping different elements in his, I guess you would call it theory, hypothesis is the number of neutrons within the nucleus of an atom determine its inertial mass. The guy's name is Sky Darnos. He's a physicist. You can check out his YouTube channel and watch all his experiments. I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
But within the framework of relativity, Einstein said yes, inertial mass and gravitational mass are equivalent, but that's never actually been proven to be true. But the difference would be very small anyway. So.
Oh yeah, what do you guys think of the physicists who sold these ideas? Like, do you think they were just bought by the government or something?
No, they're just wrong.
Okay.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay,
you heard me being wrong, right?
No. So I'm just trying to figure out
You guys can't conceive of it. You guys are like, you guys think they must be lying.
No, not like that. I'm just trying to figure out what, okay, so you guys, but you do believe that it's been.
The physicists that said the Earth is a spinning sphere in the vacuum of space, they sound pretty sure about it, but they're just wrong.
Okay, so
what about other
So
planets?
you think that they thought they were telling the truth? You think that they think they had it figured out, but were wrong.
They believe what they're saying.
Okay, and then the government took that idea and perpetrated that as a lie.
Hold on a second, just 1 second. I've talked to physicists. Actually, I've debated person with a PhD in mathematical physics in this server. Okay, twice, 2 different ones. Okay, and when it comes down to it, when we ask them, they don't actually know the Earth is a globe. They just believe it. They've never done any experiments. They've never seen any experiments done. They've never done any measurements. They've never done anything. They just learned it when they were a kid and just continue to believe it.
Okay, and so the government took the mistake of the scientists that the Earth is a globe. Oh, sorry, because that.
What do you mean by the government?
Like the city, like the lady.
What do I mean by the government? Like
the lady at the tax office.
Like NASA and stuff.
Oh, like NASA.
Because NASA is like affiliated with them.
Yeah. You guys are in trouble with the NASA thing. So a couple months ago, Donald Trump signed an executive order turning it into a spy agency. So
I know. So my question was like, do you guys believe that the government took the mistake of the scientists that the Earth is a globe and continued to perpetrate it as a lie for some gain?
It's not a lie if it's a mistake.
Yeah.
You know what a lie is, right? The lie is
I'm confused because I thought I used it correctly. They're lying that the Earth is a globe when it's flat. What you believe?
No, I don't believe they're lying. I believe they're wrong, that they're mistaken, that they believe what they're saying, which means they're not lying. There's a difference between being lying means intentional.
Okay. I talked to a guy before, and he was like, "Yeah, I believe the government is lying about it." So I'm just
Look, the government lies about a lot of shit. So I mean, their official policy is to lie.
Very true.
But can you
the
tell me
official
something?
policy. They actually argued that in front of the Supreme Court, federal government. The official policy of the United States government is not to tell the public the truth.
Hey, can you tell me what about other planets?
Case was Aqaba versus Ashcroft. In case you want to know what case it was argued by Ted Olson, Solicitor General of the United States.
Can you tell me about other planets? Is
Just
there
wait a minute.
anything
You're
like
gonna get a reply to the other
I
planets.
covered, brother, I covered the other planet thing. Earth isn't a planet, so there's no other planet. It's not other.
Yeah, the issue that you're having though is that in your premise you think the Earth is already a planet. What about the other planets? And that's wrong. That's a wrong premise. It's a false premise because the Earth is not a planet. And when you look up to the sky and see the luminaries, and some of those, we call them planets, the Earth is those things are nothing like the Earth. And the Earth is nothing like those things. So the Earth is not one of those things.
What about some like the photos like we have? Is it Photoshop from other planets?
Well, no, the problem with
have
those is
some
that there's no way to test them. They're not even consistent amongst each other, right? So you can look at any random so-called image of the Earth, and they don't look like any other image of the Earth. And number two, you can't even tell because you've never seen the Earth from that point of view. There's no even way to even tell if that's what the Earth looks like. I mean, for all you know, the Earth is a freaking giant egg. You'd have no way to know if their picture of a ball versus an egg. You can't tell. There's no way to evaluate them. And we know they have to be fake. You know how we know that? You know how we know that any image depicting the Earth as a ball is fake? Are you curious how we know?
It's composite images.
No, we know they're fake because they depict something that doesn't exist. And we know it doesn't exist because in those images claims to be the oceans of the world. And we can go out to those oceans and measure the surface and demonstrate that those oceans don't curve on their surface. And if they don't curve on their surface, the image must be fake.
Drop out homeless guy on Discord, right?
Right.
So
Well,
what
I'm not necessarily saying that.
Norway
Oh,
made a
hyped
goal
up.
today. Norway made a goal today, and the stupid referee said no. It's just that simple, okay? They're fucking
'Cause it was
cheaters.
off- it
They
was
made a
offside.
goal. They made a
There's
goal.
an offside rule in football.
They made the goal.
They didn't make a goal; they scored a goal.
Okay, so it doesn't
Oh, whatever
matter
you want. Okay.
the person's credentials. You could just validate the information coming from their mouth. Because if a homeless guy came up to you and told you that the Earth was a globe, is he right or wrong?
Well, I say he's right because
Like the referee is wrong.
Okay, perfect. So you can just validate the information, right?
yeah, 'cause I trust the guy.
Okay, you can also trust a guy if you want to trust him, but you can just validate his words, right?
No, I just trust him.
Okay, and that's perfectly fine. That's why I'm saying you have a belief that the Earth is a ball. You take these people's word on faith. I'm not saying that's wrong to do. You're more than welcome to do that. I used to do that. I took these people's word on faith. I believed that the Earth was a ball. I never checked.
But I saw pictures.
Yeah. We have these pictures of the Earth depicted as a sphere. Now, when we went outside to actually check to see if the Earth was actually curving,
I still don't get what they would gain from lying about it.
and the pictures would be false if we don't measure curvature, right?
There's just nothing at all to gain.
It doesn't matter if they're gaining hella money, no money, if they're losing
just
money,
take reference.
if they're just trolling, it doesn't matter at all. You can
I
just
feel like
validate if the Earth is flat or curving. That's it.
Okay, so can you show me the study where they measured the Earth?
Yeah, I could give you a laser test right now.
A laser test?
I'll be more than... Yeah. Here, let me actually show you what it is that we're looking for. Okay. So I'm going to post up these two pictures in the side chat. Oh, what's up, Julio? How you doing, brother? Okay, so these pictures that I'm posting, what we measure is that photo on the left. Okay, that deviation does not change. And of course, the picture on the right is going to be a little bit exaggerated. But that's what we're looking for. Okay, the ground is going to be dropping away from a laser, showing that the surface would be curving.
How do you know that?
Because the surface is supposed to be curving if it's a ball. Do you agree?
No.
So the surface is going to be flat if the Earth is a ball, is what you're saying?
No.
So what do you think is going to happen if the Earth's curving? What are we going to measure?
No. But what would they gain? I don't get it. What would they gain?
We're not talking about gaining or losing. It doesn't matter if they're gaining money or losing money.
Bro,
Their money
like you
stays
keep
the
saying,
same.
what do they gain? Like, okay, what does
what do they
every
gain?
country, what does every different country gain from having its own religion? Why not just choose one religion?
Lot like religion can control the way the people operate, the way the people like interact with the laws. Yeah, so how the fuck would the Earth being flat or round change the way that people view their society? In no
What are
way
you
at all.
talking about? Everything is about like, oh yeah, we just got to give more
Because you're an
money. to that, so they
insignificant
can
little
explore.
speck flying through space on this water ball.
So
So
What's the point?
so they take, so you don't know, they take away your power. You have no idea how powerful you are as a person.
Right, okay, sure, but how does this mean that
Okay.
the Earth is flat? What? Like it's just completely irrelevant. Yeah. Okay, sure, we have more
Alright,
power
well-
than we might think. That doesn't mean the Earth is like. That doesn't mean that we should. Okay, what is this like?
Okay,
You know, is anything
asked me
real? Are
why.
minds
You
real?
asked me why they would lie, and I gave you the answer to that. Okay.
It's to make us feel more insignificant.
If the world was flat, what would that change?
Yeah.
You realize the majority, like no, you realize every single human agrees that you can still travel the Earth. You can visit every point on the Earth, no matter if it's flat or round. How's that to make us?
That's not actually true. There's a lot of locations that we can't actually go to.
Oh no, but we could. Like it's physically possible.
And there's also locations that they're still finding today.
But it's physically possible you could get to that area.
You obviously
You
just
have
ignored what I
technology.
said. You obviously just
What
ignored
what did you say?
It's not physically possible to visit all areas or locations of the Earth
How would it not be?
because there are restrictions that don't
Okay,
allow us
but if those
locations.
if those restrictions didn't exist, we could still get to that point.
But they do exist, so you
But
can't.
they only exist because someone put that rule in place.
Regardless,
What?
you can't go there. Your point was we can go everywhere. No, you can't go everywhere.
We could, yeah, okay. If there was no one making that rule, then we could go there. Are you
But
dumb?
there is, so you can't. So why talk about something that you can't do?
Because that's clearly not what I meant at all.
But you can't go there. Yeah.
Okay, and if I
At the end
said
of the day,
if I
you
said
can't
if
go
I
there.
said if I said you're not allowed to take a cookie from the jar, does that mean you're physically incapable of reaching your hand in and taking the cookie out?
Taking a cookie
Because I
from the
said-
jar is
Yeah,
completely
yeah.
different to crossing boundaries that are protected by police,
Exactly,
military.
that's my point. If the
etc.,
rule
yeah.
wasn't there,
You're not
then you
gonna
could
go
do
there.
it.
Okay,
If my rule
give
wasn't
me
there,
an example. Give me an example of a place that you're talking about.
Area
There's locations
51.
in the North Pole.
Area
North that you
51.
can't go. There's locations you can't. Well, Area 51 is another good one.
Okay, right. So let's say Area 51, right? There are probably hundreds of people that work there, right? You really think that nobody would have potentially ratted this out over the hundreds and hundreds of people that have worked there and that know everything about this place? You really think that nobody would have just been like, hey, if they're really hiding some super fuck shit in here, do you know they would have just been like, yo guys, this is what's happening? You really think all these people are like these are just like
Brother.
people working their jobs, like protect the
Nobody-
security of these places.
Nobody
Like
would
these
believe
people
them
aren't in
anyway.
on it. Yes,
Brother,
they
if I
bro.
told
Like,
you,
if
brother,
there was like
listen,
significant
if I
evidence,
told
then
you
sure.
1 second, brother.
Oh, you
If I
guys are gonna
told
say
you I
this
worked
flat
at Area
Earth, that was-
51,
yeah.
if I told you I
Uh-huh.
worked at Area 51 and I found out that the Earth is flat, then
Yeah. You could leak
Then-
it
then
to
what?
news articles.
Are you gonna
could
believe
give
me?
a bunch of proof. You could
Yeah, are you gonna
say
believe me?
this, and this, and this. No, but what are you talking about?
Okay,
Like, you know,
perfect.
how
That's
does
the
any
point.
how
It
does any
doesn't
like
matter.
how does any like controversial thing that's true ever spread? Like, obviously, if you have a controversial story, like people would be willing to hear you out. Hence why the flat Earth
Yes,
community exists, even though
exactly.
most people think that they're stupid, right? There is people that will hear you out.
Exactly.
If there's like a
You can
real
hear me
account
out,
from
but you're
someone that
not
worked
gonna
at
believe me.
Right. But listen to this. If there was a
It
real
doesn't
account from somebody that
matter.
worked at Area 51, you guys would take this shit and be like, wow, this is amazing. Like, you know, we're gonna blah 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 blah. We're gonna use this in all of our flat Earth debates or what? Do you really think that nobody would pick up on this and be like, "Wow, this is such a great point. Like maybe flat Earth thing is legit."
Well, this is not what we use in a flat Earth debate. Yeah?
Yes, we don't.
As
We do not
per-
appeal to credentials.
Yeah, as per, I think it was Lats.
Wait, so where is
earlier,
Australia on the
discussion
flat
with
Earth
you
map?
earlier, it is measured to be flat. Yeah, that is
But,
what
but
is.
where is Australia on the flat Earth map? Is it north, east, south, west? Where is it?
Oh my goodness, brother! We don't need a map to determine if something is flat or not. Do you need a map of a stop sign to determine if a stop sign's flat?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess it's somebody else's turn. If you guys want to take over, go ahead. I mean, I can't help this guy if he really thinks he needs a map of a stop sign to determine if a stop sign's flat.
I went into a space shuttle and I saw the Earth is round.
Okay, so yeah, I remember you told me you're an astronaut. Okay, so we have pictures from astronauts that depict the Earth as curving. We know those pictures are false because we could check the contents of the photo. They shot lasers
So,
over
wait,
bodies of water.
You see,
for
someone
example,
explain
in
to
the
me why
water.
the astronauts are lying, though. Someone explain
Wait, what
that.
do
to
they
me.
mean?
Because
What do
the
they
water
really
is
understand
not.
that.
Yeah, so the water is not curving. Yet they give us
What do they gain
pictures
from
that the
Yeah, but
water
what,
is curving.
what do all of these astronauts gain from this? Like, really?
So let me
Like, what?
ask you. Let me ask you
They
real
get
quick.
paid more.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let me just
tell
ask you
me.
a quick question. In photos and videos, we have
Uh-huh.
the
Uh-huh.
Earth as curving. Now, in
Uh-huh.
reality, when we try to check for this curvature, it's not there. So, what is real? Reality or pictures and videos?
Like, what? Like, but you haven't been up in space like these people have you? You can't really see
Neither
from like
have
your
you.
perspective as like a huge.
Neither have
Yeah, okay, but there are like loads of people that have been into space. Don't you think that if they were all just gonna see the flat
This
Earth, they'd
is
be like,
this is what we're
guys,
doing, brother. We're validating their words. We're validating their pictures and videos
right? So
by
you think
checking
that
the
all of these
content.
astronauts are deceiving the entire world? Correct.
It doesn't matter if 99% of the population went into outer space and said that the Earth was curving. If we're in reality checking the surface of the Earth,
But then, do you not think that
and
you would
it's
be a
not
bit
curving,
delusional if
then
everyone
that's
is
not
telling you?
true.
Like, at what point are you just like believing something that like you like if every single person that has like a valid claim to be able to observe this is telling you, "Hey, bro, it's this way," if you're just gonna sit here and be like, "No, it isn't," like, at what point are you just being delusional?
Brother, if the entire world's population told you that you're a woman, does that make it true?
Well, it's different. These people that are in space, they have a lot more of a valid claim to say what the Earth is
Yes
like
or
shaped like
no?
rather than you.
Yes
It's a
or no?
it's a horrible analogy. Being in
It's not
space
a
and being a
horrible
person,
analogy.
it absolutely is. You
We're
being
talking
a
about,
person is such a different perspective on like you being able to
brother.
see
You
the
were
world from the
talking
outside in
about
space.
consensus. That's what you were talking about. So if everybody in the Earth or on top of the Earth thought that you were a woman, does that make it true?
Oh
It's
yeah,
just
because you
not
could
like
swap
it's just
the
not the
meaning
same.
of man and woman.
Or can we have things that are objective?
It's just not the same thing. Like, I'm not gonna answer your analogy because it's
Yes,
just
either
shit.
the Earth is flat or curving. Right?
Yes, and every single
Okay,
person that has a valid
awesome.
opinion to say whether the Earth is flat or
Yes,
curving
so they
says that
can
it's curving.
say
So
something, but did you actually check?
right, but do you think that these people like their
Okay.
opinion is not super valid if they've been into space? Like, do you really
I
not
don't
like are
care
like
about people's opinions or
okay?
their
So you care about
feelings.
you care about the people that are on the Earth sitting here right now being like, hey, bro, the Earth is this way more than the people that have actually gone to space and seen it.
I do not care about other people's
That's
words because
ridiculous.
we
That's
can
just ridiculous. Though. That's just ridiculous. Though.
validate their
Wait, and
words.
you believe the Earth is flat because someone else told you, right? You've never seen
No,
proof.
it's not belief. You can actually measure it. Not me. I'm not the one measuring the Earth, right? I'll
Did you
tell
know
you
that
straight up right now.
Antarctica
I'm not
experiences
measuring it.
24 hours of continuous daylight during its summer? The flat
Okay,
Earth's
let me
hollow
ask you.
middle
Okay,
cannot illuminate the outer rim continuously while leaving the center dark.
awesome. Can we have that occur on a flat surface?
No.
Why can you not have light above a flat surface for
because
24
it can't
hours?
illuminate the outer rim continuously while leaving the center dark.
Why not? Why not? Why can we not light up a flat surface for 24 hours?
Because the sun doesn't really work like that.
So you're telling me I can't leave a light above my
It's not
kitchen
like a
table on
light
for
bulb.
24 hours?
Yeah, but the sun isn't really a light bulb. Like, it doesn't just stay in place and shit.
Okay, so let's say I take my light bulb, right? Now I'm moving it myself with my arm around a flat surface for
but the
24
sun doesn't
hours.
have an arm.
Well, we know it does not gas ball in a vacuum, right? So how does the sun move? Nobody knows how it's powered.
Did you know that lunar eclipses always project a perfectly circular shadow onto the moon? Only a spherical object casts a circular shadow from every source angle.
That causes a
That's
few issues.
mathematic.
There's a few issues there because then you have to determine that the Earth is, for one, first a ball. That two, that the Earth exists within outer space. That outer space is real. That the Earth is actually moving, and then moving in between the Earth, or moving in between the moon and the sun. And then you have to prove that then the moon and the sun are things that the Earth can actually travel between. There's some issues you have to prove first before just saying Earth, therefore ball, because lunar eclipses. You can't just say lunar eclipse, therefore Earth ball. Yes, you understand?
Not really.
Okay,
Wait,
so
did
you
know
want to say that
sticks at different latitudes cast different shadows at identical times? Trigonometric
Awesome.
scaling
Can we
across
have
multiple cities.
can we have different shadow lengths on a flat surface?
No, because sticks at different latitudes cast different.
No. Okay, awesome. So you're telling me that if I take some chapsticks and I place them on a kitchen table, I'm going to hold a light. Yeah. Oh,
know what that- I know
like
what
lip balm. Lip balm.
That's spherical, man. That's like round.
Okay, you could take a wooden chopstick that's
No, I'm not talking about
like a
chopsticks. I'm
rectangle.
talking about sticks that you find in the forest.
Okay, sure. You could go break off some sticks from your tree outside in the backyard. Doesn't matter. Just place them on a flat surface. You can shine a light above one of them, and you're going to notice that the other stick is going to be casting a shadow. So we have different shadow lengths on a flat surface. So what?
It's not true because it fails mathematically on a flat model.
I
it's
just
been
showed you.
You
can
showed
do
me
this
with your
yourself,
words.
literally right now. Well, yeah, you can go do it right now.
With your words.
Go try it right now.
I don't have sticks on me.
Do you have anything that you could place on a table that's not going to fall over, like beer bottles?
No,
you have like milk jugs. Do you
Yeah,
have
it's
any
like
like containers of orange juice in the fridge? You
No,
have
the study
protein
was on
shakes.
sticks.
You have cups.
The study was on sticks, not protein shakes or.
Okay, but we can have. Okay, no, the study's not on the sticks. It's on different shadow
It's on the
lengths on the
sticks.
surface.
I don't-
Okay, so
I
when you
don't
get a
really-
chance to grab some sticks, then if you really want to use some sticks, go put some sticks on a flat surface, right? Different lengths apart. You can even put them 6 feet apart. Just shine a light above one of them. You can have more sticks if you want. You can have 3 sticks, 7 sticks. Doesn't matter. You're going to notice that they're all going to have different shadow
Wait,
lengths
so is anime
on a
better
flat
on
surface.
a flat Earth than it would be on a spherical Earth?
You said it's going to be different?
No, is anime better on a flat Earth than a round Earth?
Well, you can only have anime on a flat Earth. That's
Oh, really?
contained. Yeah, because according to the globe paradigm, there's no container containing the gas that we breathe. We'd all be dead. So it wouldn't even exist in the first
No,
place.
no, I was only talking about anime. I wasn't talking about all that.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We couldn't even have that to begin with. We couldn't even have animators
if
to begin with.
animators-
They would all
that
be
would
dead.
suck. Wait, that would suck. That would suck. That would suck.
Yeah, so it can't even exist on a globe paradigm. That there's no container to contain the gas we breathe. They'd all be dead.
Wait, but what about the trees though?
What about the trees?
Because they emit oxygen.
Okay. If that gas, well, they don't need oxygen. They need
oxygen.
They need CO2, carbon
Yeah, they need
dioxide.
CO2, but then they produce oxygen.
Correct, and that gas is supposedly adjacent to a vacuum known as outer space. That gas would vacate, leave, and we'd all be dead, including all the leaves,
Because
all the greenery. You breathe what in? The gas?
The oxygen that comes from.
Hey
the
lads, I
tree.
posted an image in the side chat for our visually
Oh.
impaired friend.
Thank you. Yeah, look at what Overfence has posted.
I don't know
Oh,
what's the
perfect.
side
What are those
chat
batteries? Here, I'll tag you in it, brother. Don't worry about
What
it.
is
I
side
got
chat,
you,
man?
man.
I have my pings off.
Oh, shit. Well, I
Wait, how do I
put
access
you in
the
there.
site?
Are you on mobile?
Wait, why are you pinging me, mate?
No, on PC.
Oh shit. Well, the other guy has an emoji as his thing. Can you help your friend?
Yeah, but I didn't really ask to be pinged though. Like, that's just gonna blow my nutties.
I don't know. It's hard to tell you two apart. So
Wait, why?
Oh, there you go. There you go. I got you.
I feel
There
like
you go.
we're
There
pretty
you go.
distinct individuals. You can't just say that because we're from the same
I can
place.
say it.
Stop
yeah.
whinging. Stop whinging.
If I combined your
I'm not really
IQs, we might
whinging.
get
I'm just
room
like
temp.
just a
So.
bit offended. You're getting confused.
Don't tag me in that. I'm an individual.
I actually would say we are individuals, though. Well, don't just call me
tag me,
idiot.
don't tag me. Sook. Can't handle the conversation, so you go back to meta bullshit.
How does that I believe I could handle it. I just feel like you're like hurling useless insults
That's
at
why
me
you
for
have a
no
little
reason.
cry about someone tagging you.
Well, I'm not really crying. I just feel like you're hurling insults at me for no reason.
You sound like a little child.
To be honest with me, I don't really feel like I'm the one crying. It seems like you're the one getting a bit emotional here.
No, I'm not emotional. I just don't like listening.
Right, that's why you're calling me a fucking idiot. That's why you're not emotional at all. You're just calling me a fuck. Oh, okay, okay. Ooh, okay. Got it. No, I got it. Don't worry, man. No. Don't worry, man.
By the tone of your voice,
got it.
you're getting quite emotional.
Well, you can unmute him if you want. I just couldn't listen to his whining anymore.
We just keep the conversation chill and stuff.
Yeah, you guys need to get your emotions under control.
I mean, my emotions are fine. I don't know about the other two guys though. They seem quite.
It's embarrassing when grown men act like this. It really is.
I agree. Wait, so would you agree AJ is getting quite emotional as well? Or just thought?
No, I'm just calling out your meta bullshit.
No, AJ's just making an observation of an objective truth.
Wait, what do you mean meta? Like most efficient tactic available?
No.
Or meta is in the company? Like Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg? Wait, what did you mean by meta?
Stick to the conversation, not everything around it, and you're whinging and crying.
Well, I was genuinely... Wait, I don't know where the other guy went.
I'm right here, bro.
Oh. So do you want to continue the conversation?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
What else you got on you, buddy?
So the northern stars rotate counterclockwise around Polaris. Southern stars rotate clockwise around the southern celestial pole. A flat disk cannot produce two opposing centers of rotation.
Okay, well, we don't think that the Earth is a disk in space, for one. Two, are you saying that lights rotating above a surface tells you that it's curving? And that it is exclusive to a curving surface?
Nah.
You said no?
Nah.
Okay, so we can move on to the next one then.
Alright, what about this one? Lunar eclipses always project a perfectly circular shadow onto the moon. Only a spherical object casts a circular shadow from every source angle.
Okay, awesome. That means that the Earth would have curvature measured on its surface. Where is that at?
No, it doesn't, because
Where are
that's
those measurements?
mathematically proven. Do you believe in mathematics?
We don't need to believe in mathematics. Yeah.
Okay, now what if I said mathematics were flat and not spherical? Would you believe
Well, it
me?
doesn't matter. The math just describes things.
Okay, what if the number 4 was flat, not spherical? Would you believe me?
Well, the number 4 is not three-dimensional.
It is, it could be. If I built, like...
Lats, I
Like
put the
the
video for the sinusoidal curve in the side chat, but this guy's just scattergunning, you know?
Oh, I know. It's okay.
Sine wave or S.
Check out the side chat and learn something. A spherical object does not cast the kind of thing that you're claiming is a shadow on another sphere.
How do you just trust some random guy's video? Can it be altered?
Well, you can do it yourself.
Okay, have you even looked? You can test it yourself. You sound kind of ridiculous.
How do you trust it? Just like the
You don't have to trust it. You can do it yourself. I don't need to trust it. I can verify it myself, which is not what you can do with any of your space story.
You could also take a space shuttle
God.
and see that
Yeah,
the
you're
Earth
not.
is round.
Watch the video and then comment on whether it's accurate or not.
I don't trust the video.
It lasts like 10 seconds.
It could be edited. It could be.
Your ignorance is not an excuse.
You can do it yourself.
Okay, and you can
just do
also
it
go in a
yourself.
space shuttle and see that the
You
Earth
cannot
is
go into space. Outer space is fake.
Outer space is fake.
Yes.
So
Verified through the
Earth-
scientific method. Outer space is fake.
But I think science is fake too. So your scientific
awesome.
Proof doesn't count because it's fake. Everything's fake.
Okay, so how did you get out there then? If the Earth is contained,
more fake.
What's more fake?
I said I think you're fake.
You think I'm fake now?
More meta. Talking
Well,
about
yeah,
the
I know.
conversation
saying that.
rather than talking about the topic itself. Stop
But what is
talking
meta?
about the people. I just fucking explained it. Don't you listen to
Hey, I'm sorry.
Pretty much you're just saying you're talking about everything else but the topic.
You're talking about the people in the conversation. You're talking about the conversation itself, but you're not actually
Guys,
addressing
there was a famous
the topic.
astrologist called Winton, and he like studied space in the Horizon Lunar Colony, and then Watchpoint Gibraltar.
Brother, what are you going on about right now?
Google Winton Horizon Lunar Colony.
Google Winter Lunar Colony?
No, Winton Horizon Lunar Colony.
Okay, can you post your results in the side chat so I know what you're looking at?
Well, that's kind of ignorant that you don't want to Google it.
Well, normally when we say something or claim something, like what Overfences did, she'll post up something in the side chat. Or like when I say that the Earth is measured flat, I'll post up something in the side chat. So if you want to, say something that you have some type of information, can you post it in the side chat?
One second. I don't know if we have image perms in this. I can post
send
an
it to
image.
me. You can send it to me. I'll post it for you.
Okay. No. Where are you at?
I'm in the middle somewhere.
You are.
Let's.
You can clearly see the Earth is round.
Okay. I will post this in the side chat. Okay. Awesome. All right. I posted up your picture in the side chat. So go ahead and explain this to us. Go ahead. What are we looking at here?
So that's so the guy, so like you see the little guy, the short one.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
Winton.
Okay.
And Winton grew up, so basically Winton lived in the shuttle in the Horizon Lunar Colony. And he grew up surrounded by he grew up in outer space. He grew up always looking at the Earth, he knew the Earth is round. So he made it his life mission to prove that the Earth is round. So
Okay.
if you all
So now
Google Winton round Earth, then you'll see his studies, his everything.
Okay, so now we have a story that somebody went to outer space and is observing the Earth every day as a ball. Awesome.
Yeah.
So now we can actually validate, right? Because in that picture, you see that blue part? That water is curving. Yeah?
Yeah, but wouldn't the water fall off if the Earth was flat? How does that make sense?
No.
Yeah, well, it would spill over. Because if I got a flat...
Spill over what? You remember when I told you that the Earth is not a disk in outer space? You remember that?
Wait, so it's just so what is it? What is the Earth? I want to know what the Earth actually is. Does it have like a core?
Yeah,
or
so
like
it's just
crust?
flat.
Like, it's just
Well,
flat.
I can't verify a crust. I can't verify.
What's the
I can't verify core. I can't verify an underneath if there is one. I can't verify a perimeter if there is one. There's a bunch of things I cannot verify. However, everywhere that humans have been explored, utilized the Earth as flat and measured it as such. There is no measured curvature on the surface of the Earth validating curvature.
Listen, how come if the Earth is flat, then there's no studies, there's no one looking into if there's a crust or a core or like the infrastructure of the Earth, but there's many studies and there's many like we agree that the Earth has a core, and we know.
Okay, how do you know? How did you validate that the Earth has a core? Like we know the story, right? So you and me, we got a story that the Earth has a core. Awesome. How did you validate it?
Because Winton, like, okay, going back to Winton, like 1974, I think it was. He was like playing versus Goujouet, and he primal bladed. He like dug like he's like the primal blade technology, and Sinatra was there, and they just like proved. Yeah. Wait, isn't the black guy you put in the chat? Doesn't that guy agree that Earth is spherical?
Yes, that's your guys' globe priest. That's one of them anyway.
But he seems really smart, so I trust him.
Yeah, that's fine. You could trust him if you want to. I used to trust him also.
I've seen his like interviews and like videos, and he has a really like big, like wide vocabulary, and like he stuffs in ASC a lot.
So wide vocabulary equals truth? Is that what you're saying? Is that your logic?
Well, it proves like, well, I guess you could say like it ties to intelligence a little. So I think he's quite smart, so I would trust him. There's also, do you know like brown sharks?
Do I know brown sharks? No. I don't know what you're going on about right now.
How would brown shark be in GM if the Earth was flat?
Are you talking about a brown shark?
Yeah, no, brown shark.
What is brown shark?
He hit GM. Oh, come on, you know.
No, I actually don't.
Oh,
Can you send me a picture of brown shark? I'll go post it up in the side chat as well.
You saw brown shark Sigma win, right?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Hold on, I'll send it to you. If the Earth is round, how would the brown shark hit GM5?
I'm still not sure what you're talking about, but I'm waiting eagerly for your picture or text or whatever you're going to send over.
Also, a pendulum swinging freely will maintain its plane of oscillation while the Earth rotates underneath it. This proves that the Earth is spinning, disproving the flat, stationary Earth hypothesis.
There are no
Awesome.
optical tests from the Earth that can show
Did you
that
say
the
that?
Earth is rotating from the same reference frame. Your pendulum is not disconnected from the Earth.
Pendu or pendulum?
Hey, brother, is the gas we breathe moving with the Earth or not? As it spins around.
Well, basically, the atmosphere keeps in the gas because they can't break through the atmosphere, and the gas is so
what?
The gas is so abundant that we can still breathe it.
Yeah, I'm not asking if it's breathable or not. I'm asking if the gas is moving with the rotation of the Earth or not.
It can't break through the atmosphere, so it will always stay close enough to the Earth.
What can't break through the atmosphere?
The oxygen, the gas.
Oxygen is in the atmosphere.
No,
the atmosphere is just a mixture of gases that we breathe on the surface of the Earth.
But explain how you couldn't breathe if you were in the if you broke through the atmosphere.
Broke through? What the hell are you talking about? Breaking through what?
The atmosphere.
We're not breaking through it. We exist within it.
No, like when they go into space.
We're in the atmosphere.
No.
You don't break through anything.
If you went to
in the globe paradigm, outer space is fake because that gas is next to an area of lower pressure, uncontained. Meaning you would all be dead if the globe paradigm was true.
The Empire Shark broke out of Midbar. Okay, listen. You know when they go to space? Yeah. They
don't go to space.
Yes, they do. I've seen videos.
They don't break through anything.
They break through the atmosphere and then they can't breathe past that point.
No, you can't break through the atmosphere if you're already in it.
Yes, you can. It's like basically, I'll give you like an analogy for like a toddler to understand. So basically, if you were under the water, and then you surfaced, and your head broke through the water and came above the water, then you'd break.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, so what is containing that gas then that we breathe that you're breaking through it?
The atmosphere. Can't escape it.
Well, yeah. What is containing that gas? Yeah.
The atmosphere.
Are you saying that gas contains gas?
Yeah, because gas is gas. To advance the
okay. Do you have any experiment demonstrating gas's capability of pressurizing gas adjacent to an area of lower pressure?
Okay, now you're just using big words to sound smarter.
I can use different words if you don't understand the ones that I'm using.
I understand them, but you're just using big words to sound smart. It's kind of jester.
Okay, if you can understand them, they're not big.
What?
Do you have an experiment? Right, I'll say it a little slower with different words.
That kind of sound like a dig at me. Were you making fun of me there?
Does there exist an experiment that demonstrates gas can pressurize gas
what is pressurized
next to an area of lower pressure?
What is pressurized?
Yeah, for sure. So it's going to be pressing or
what is pressurizing? I don't know. Is it like a pressure cooker? Like my dad has a pressure cooker.
Yeah, sure, we could do that. Can you have a pressure cooker made of gas?
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, can you demonstrate it or show it? Not you specifically, but can you cite somebody that has made a pressure cooker made of gas?
Well, I've only seen pressure cookers made out of metal or like iron or something.
Okay, so I mean that's our claim because I'm going to be saying that something physical, a solid state of matter, is capable of pressurizing gas next to an area of lower pressure, like outer space, for example.
Yeah, because the gas on top is stronger than the gas below.
What do you mean stronger?
Like it's more abundant.
So you're saying that there's higher pressure at higher elevations?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Wait, you believe in the elevation, right?
Interesting. I don't have to believe in elevation.
How is there no space if elevation how can there not be space if elevation exists? What's above us?
What is above? I don't know what's above us. I don't know what's above us.
What's above you right now?
However,
what's above you?
The ceiling.
What's above the ceiling?
Gas.
What's above the gas?
No idea.
Exactly. So that's space. That's what we call space.
Okay, in your paradigm, that space or outer space is an area of lower pressure next to the gas pressure gradient, with nothing separating the two.
That's a populist fallacy.
How was it a fallacy? What did I strawman you? Like what did I get wrong?
Populist fallacy. Not just a fallacy.
Yeah, what did I get wrong about my steelman of your position?
So that, little buddy, is what we call a populist fallacy.
Yeah, what did I get wrong about my steelman of your position?
You know.
I don't. That's why I'm asking. I need to know. I don't want to get your position incorrect, so I'm sorry if I did. I apologize if my steelman was incorrect by saying that Earth has a gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure known as outer space. If I did get that wrong, can you please point out to me what I got wrong so I can correct myself in the future?
What is a steelman?
I'm just repeating your position back to you.
Dino 009 to us.
So you can understand that I got it right.
Hendu is retiring without a locode. And he's crying in his car with Bessie. Sorry, what were you saying?
I don't know what you're doing. I was asking you what I got wrong. I'm just repeating your position back to you. That's what it is. So you can so that you know that I understand your position.
Do you like if you misunderstand my steelman? What is a steelman?
I'm not saying misunderstand. I'm saying if I got. So I'm just repeating it back to you. That's what steelman is. I'm going to be repeating your position back to you so that you know that I know your position.
So a steelman is when you take somebody's position in the best possible light, the strongest aspects of their argument. And a straw man is when you look at the weakest aspects of the argument to try to undermine it. And that's in bad faith. And a steelman is in good faith.
Okay, thank you. I actually didn't know that. I was wondering what a straw man was as well, because I heard that before.
Cheers. Yeah, no worries. If you haven't heard the terms before with their definitions, then you're not going to know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm telling you I don't want to strawman your position. So I want to know if I steelmanned it correctly.
But what if you don't like my position? What would it be?
It doesn't matter. I'm arguing against the position whether I like it or not. Feelings have no part in this discussion.
As a GM player, I don't know if I like your position. You went in and died like before the fight started. Like I'm a hard-working salary man, and you just
Yeah, I'm a homeless guy. Kindergarten dropout on Discord.
a salary man or a homeless man. Wait, do you know about Japanese salary men and what they go through every day?
No, I don't know about them.
I feel like Japanese
they have no relevance to the topic.
No. There is relevance though, because I feel like
go ahead and correlate a Japanese salary man with talk of gas pressure. Then go ahead.
Wait, why are you talking about gas pressure? I wasn't even talking about.
Because we're talking about outer space and Earth's existence within outer space.
Wait,
and then before that, we were talking about. I was asking you if gas.
Why are we talking about outer space right now if it didn't exist?
Surely, I was talking specifically about the gas moving.
Into conversation.
I was asking you because you were talking about Earth's motion. Yeah, you were talking about Earth's motion. And then I asked you if the gas is moving with the rotation of the Earth in your paradigm.
AJ, I don't understand what he means. Can you explain it?
Okay. I think I am going to get off and go shower. Does anybody else want to take over for me?
Wait, so are showers like better or worse on a flat Earth than a round Earth?
They only exist on a flat Earth that is contained.
It's a populist fallacy.
It doesn't matter if it feels better or not. They can only exist on a contained flat Earth.
Populist fallacy. Said who? Wait, do you believe it because people on TikTok told you to?
No, the Earth exists outside of social media. You can measure the surface yourself without social media.
Told you to believe this.
So I guess I'm going to have to repeat myself. The Earth exists outside of social media. You can check to see if the Earth is curving regardless of social media.
You should delete TikTok. It's plaguing your mind.
Okay, so I guess I'll have to see it a third time. The Earth exists outside of social media. Did you not know that?
Jumpfist literally went to space.
Can I go outside without having to go on TikTok first? Is what we're speaking about the Earth found on TikTok? Can I find the Earth on my cell phone?
Pictures of it on TikTok, yeah.
Okay, and those pictures. When I try to validate those pictures, am I going to be validating Earth on TikTok, or do I validate Earth outside?
What? Well, they're photos of the Earth.
Yes, I understand. They're supposed photos.
No.
We can validate the contents of these pictures outside. We're not going to be validating a photo with another photo.
How are you going to validate a photo that's been taken from outer space?
Yes, perfect. Okay, thank you. Okay, so check this out. If somebody shows you a picture of the Earth as curving, I asked you this question earlier. If in the pictures and videos, the Earth is curving, however, in reality, it is not, and it is measured to be flat, what is real? Reality or the pictures and the videos?
Yeah, but you don't. Yeah, but how do you know reality?
Yeah, but
is
what do you mean? Yeah, but what?
Okay, well now you're just not letting me speak.
No, because you said yeah, but
yeah.
So you agree with me, right?
Bro, you're literally Piers Morganing me. Like you're trying to trap me here.
I'm not trying to trap you, brother. If, for example, I show you a picture of me being 20 feet tall, you can just check the contents of the picture. If I am the contents of the picture, you can validate. You can validate my height in reality.
If I already know that's fake because no human has ever been.
Okay, if I tell you that I'm 6'5", okay, if I tell you I'm 6'5", okay, because people that are 6'5" exist.
Said he's
okay. If I tell you I'm 6'5", so now I am the contents of the picture, and I send you this picture, you can actually go outside and validate my height outside of a picture. Did you know that?
No, because I could measure the other objects in the photo, and then I could total them up to your height, and I'd get
correct. But how do you know if I altered the stuff in the picture or not?
Because it's easy to tell what's AI.
Everybody's lying.
That's what I'm saying. You can actually check the contents of the picture, which would be me.
I have another question. Why? How are there so
many?
Can I
get a concession first? Do you agree that you can check the contents of the picture? Brother, we can move on after.
There's no realistic.
Brother, we can move on after. Can we check the contents of a photo to validate the claims of the picture or not?
Of course.
Yes or no? Okay, awesome. Go ahead. Ask your next question.
Of course.
No, but you didn't disprove my point.
The Earth is measured to be flat. There is no curvature detected in measurements.
Okay, I just
now you can ask your question.
I just Googled flat Earth real pics. There are no convincing looking real photos.
Brother, it doesn't matter if the Earth looks bumpy. It looks like a double helix. It doesn't matter if it's zigzagging. Through observation, it doesn't matter what you observe. We can actually measure and check. Because you could see a flat horizon, I could see a curving horizon, somebody else could see a zigzaggedy horizon, brother. Who cares what somebody's observing? You can measure and validate who's correct.
Modern differential GPS measurements. Modern differential GPS measurements and satellite imagery confirm the Earth's circumference is mathematically and physically established at approximately 40,000 and third.
Wait,
Perfect.
right,
Tell me how. Tell me. Hold on one second, brother.
Do you have counter evidence
Please.
to that?
Yeah.
Yes. Please tell me how a
Tell me
satellite
your
measures
GPS
drop over
satellites.
distance.
Show me your
You're
satellites.
talking about satellites. I don't have any satellites. I'm just asking you a question about your satellites.
Counteract
I'm asking a
data.
clarifying
You
question.
have no satellites.
I'm asking a clarifying question. Please tell me how a satellite measures drop over distance or rate of change of slope on the surface of the Earth.
I can't understand how you're disputing it.
Yeah.
I'm not disputing it. I'm just asking you how a satellite measures drop over distance.
Can we get a concession that you're not disputing?
I just said I'm not disputing. I'm just asking you how they do it.
I'm done. I can stop right there. You can't dispute it. We're done.
So you can't tell me how they measure drop over distance.
I can't build a satellite in my garage either.
I'm not asking you to build a satellite.
I can't.
You're telling me that it is.
You can't dispute it.
Can you unmute Vod?
Yeah. So you're telling me that they do measure drop over distance, yes?
Whatever.
Oh, okay. So how do they do it?
I'm telling you, you don't have any counter evidence to dispute it with.
Yeah, we have laser tests showing no curvature measured on the surface of the Earth. That's
modern differential GPS measurements and satellite imagery. Do you dispute?
So now I'm asking you, how does a satellite measure drop over distance? How does a satellite verify curvature?
GPS measurements and satellite imagery.
Yes, this is the third time they're repeating the claim.
Yeah,
I'm asking you how a satellite measures drop over distance.
Do you know what a differential measurement is?
Perfect. No, I do not. Please explain it to me.
Oh, good. See?
Yeah, exactly.
Now you don't even understand.
Okay, perfect.
I don't have to understand
It's just Passy.
I don't have to understand it. I can believe.
Okay, so you're just taking. So you're just. I know you believe it. That's why you haven't verified these things.
I believe in differential mathematics exist. That I can know physics exist.
I never said they didn't exist.
I know that
I'm just
gravity
asking
exists.
you how a satellite
now tell me
measures drop over distance.
Tell me who
Yeah, but he just told you that clearly, and you still can't prove that Winton
Tell me
doesn't.
who created gravity. I can't tell you who created it. Tell me how gravity was made. Doesn't matter. I don't know how.
We're not talking about gravity. We're talking about your measurement of drop over distance over the surface of the Earth.
So
we're talking about a measurement of drop over distance.
GPS measurements.
Yes, please explain it to me.
If you need that further defined, go research it.
Well, this is your claim. Can you please explain it to me how a satellite measures drop over distance
of my knowledge. If you need more, if you want to learn how to do differential mathematics right now,
I see. So you don't know that they actually do it then, right?
ChatGPT can teach you differential mathematics. So can
awesome. So you don't know.
What's that YouTube website that does all the math?
Okay, so I just want to be clear that
is it
you
Khan
do not
Academy?
know. Yes. I just want to get this concession that you also do not know.
Yeah, but if ChatGPT knows it, and I can use ChatGPT,
hold on, brother. One second,
surely I basically know it.
Can you stop white knighting for this guy real quick? Hold on. I need to get a concession
You're
from this
interrupting
guy
him,
that he
and I
does
don't
not know.
appreciate that. You've already admitted you can't dispute it, so I'm good.
Okay, I'm looking for a yes or no.
He hasn't admitted anything.
You know?
You're just not listening.
Concession was he can't dispute it.
Your concession was he can't dispute it.
His concession, sorry.
Your concession was that you couldn't provide the data asked for.
His concession was...
Your concession was... Listen, don't lie. I've been listening to your stupidity on YouTube. It's disgusting. If you're going to make claims of someone else's concession, back them up. If you're going to make claims of how satellites work, back them up. All I'm hearing is a little boy throwing shit at a wall, hoping it will stick. So how about you explain to him how this shit works? Please.
You sound like a homosexual, just so you know.
And you sound like a little child who thinks he's intelligent when it's been proven he is not.
Hey.
Hay's for horses. Hey. So, Lats, please ask your question again.
Oh, of course. I mean, he already conceded that he doesn't know how it works either. He just believes it. He just takes it on faith like a religion. That he does not know that a satellite actually measures drop over distance. But I mean, if he wants to try and explain it, you can type it in the side chat.
Is there anything else you'd like out of him whilst he's listening intently?
Anyway, go ahead, Vod. You can speak now.
No, honestly, I forgot what I was going to say. I'm not going to lie.
Okay, fair enough.
It was probably about like Winton or whatever.
Okay, I just need to get the concession from that guy that he actually did not know what he was talking about. So thank you.
I need to get my friend to speak though. I think he's got something intelligent to say.
No.
Well, he hasn't been saying anything intelligent this whole time. He's talking
I feel
about.
like that's kind of a bad thing to say, just because you disagree with him.
No, it's not that I disagree with him. He's taking fairy tales. I asked him for all this proof, all this evidence. I'm speaking with him like almost an hour now.
So you just don't like his point, so you mute him first.
No,
I never said I didn't
he got muted because he was interrupted. That's why he was muted. So it's either you on mute or him on mute. Who would you like to speak, Vod?
Oh, you can mute me, mate.
Excellent. We'll mute you and we'll unmute him. Click. Done. That was easy. And let's see if your friend's got something intelligent to say.
Yo, yo, yo. Alright, also, what I was going to say, is Right Revolt still here? Or did he leave?
No, the retard left. Like sorry. Yeah, sorry about that.
Let's not use language like that, please.
Bro, what is it with all these?
Okay, sorry. Let me clarify. The super ultra.
You're interrupting.
Yeah, so the super ultra mega retard left. Sorry, I'll clarify.
Oh, you just muted Treeman while he was speaking and made him leave.
No, he left of his own accord. He got muted because he was interrupting you.
No, I know.
Because we'd like to hear what you would have to say.
So, what I was thinking is like, don't you think it's funny how your argument is just based on how you feel, and then mine is just like
that's incorrect.
Pure fact.
Our argument is based on measurements.
Dr. Copperty, what do they gain from lying that the Earth's telling us?
Who's they?
Whoever said that the Earth is round. Who said
Whoever said it's round? Well, you say it's round. What the fuck are you lying for?
What do they gain? I say it's
I don't know. What do you gain? You're the one. Hold on. You're the one. You're the. Hey, shut up, dude. You just asked a question. Why the fuck does he keep? Shut your yap. You asked a question. What? Don't you want the answer? Number one, they are lying. The question put back to you was who is they? Or who are they? And then you said the people that say the Earth is round. Well, you're one of them, so we can ask you the question that you've put forward. Why are you lying?
No, I'm talking about like the multiple like astronauts. I'm talking about NASA, like the entire corporation. Like, what do they gain telling us that the Earth is round? What do they gain? And you won't be able to say anything about this because this is a gotcha moment.
This is not a gotcha moment.
Also, inside voices. We're not.
Also, this is the normal volume of my voice. Deal with it. Anyways, NASA gains about, I don't know, $60 to $70 million per day. I'm just throwing it out there, but that's a pretty tidy incentive to spin bullshit. So that's not a gotcha moment. Go and look it up if you disagree with those numbers.
Yeah, but NASA could gain the same amount of money even if the Earth is flat. Like, they could do stuff that no one else could. Like, they could
bro, you asked for a reason. Hey, bro, you asked. Yep, okay, you're going to go on mute. I'll do it the easy way. You asked for a reason why they would lie. I asked who they was. You gave me NASA. That's it. You wanted a reason why they would lie. I gave you one. People also lie because they're sick in the head. People lie for other reasons too. Maybe they're just little boys on power trips. Who freaking knows? People lie for all sorts of reasons. This is the issue we've got. If you put your big boy pants on and go down to NASA and ask them why they're lying, they will probably lie to you anyways. So you will never actually establish the truth in this situation. Why would you ask a liar if they're lying? They're going to lie to you. You're not intelligent enough to work that out. But yet you'll sit in here and go, why would they lie? It's a gotcha moment. Why would they lie? Bro, I'm not a mind reader. And guess what? You ain't either. If you want to establish why persons are lying, go and ask them. Don't ask a third party because you will get speculation. It's that simple.
But didn't you say earlier that they gain money from it? From what
they do gain money from it?
Also, I have a deeper voice than you, so I feel like I have more credibility. Yeah. I also have higher T than you. Okay, but my point was, so I asked you, listen, I asked you what they gain from like, oh wait.
You asked me what they gain. $70 million approximately per day is a pretty tidy incentive. You chose not to like or not to listen to that as an answer. Is it not an answer?
Well, my headset ran out for like half of that. Could you repeat?
You asked why or what would be an incentive to lie. When I asked who, you gave me NASA. Approximately $70 million a day is a good incentive. This is an answer. If you like it, hey, that's nice. If you don't like it, hey, that's nice. I don't care whether you like it or not. If you are not happy with the figures, go and look them up for yourself. Confirm if it's right or wrong. You asked for an answer. I gave you one. Now you're sooking about it. This is where you're supposed to be intellectual and go, oh, well, I don't really agree with that, but next question.
Bro, you're literally arguing with yourself. I agree with I understand.
Dude, I don't really do meta well. Try harder.
I'm saying I'm making a counter argument to your answer. I understand your answer. I'm not disproving your answer. I understand they make however money from what they do. And my counter
you asked for a reason why they would lie. I gave you one. What's the problem with it?
Can I make a counter argument?
There's no counter argument for somebody's speculation.
The problem is that if the Earth is...
There is no problem. You are trying to argue from bullshittery. When you ask someone for speculation, there is no counter argument.
It doesn't matter if the Earth is flat or round. They could make the same money studying.
Is this guy just fucking stupid, or is it me? Not understanding dumbassery. Like, he's got the IQ of a doormat. Bro, it's very simple. People lie for all sorts of twisted reasons. If you wish to establish why a particular person is lying, go and ask them. Don't ask me why person number 6 is lying. I don't know them. I don't care. If you think someone's lying, bring them in here. We can have a discussion with them. Twist them their arm a little bit, see if they actually are. Just so you know, you coming to the decision that they are lying infers that you've accepted the fact that the Earth is flat, and you want to know why people are lying about it. So, in that case, welcome to Flat Earth, brother.
You really have to mute me every time you speak.
Because you speak meta, and I'm not interested. Put your facts down.
I don't know what that means.
Yes, you do.
That means you're talking shit.
10 minutes ago, 15 minutes. Dude,
I asked you for it and you never gave it.
I fucking gave it to you, you liar.
Can you repeat?
I said you're talking about the person and talking about the conversation rather than sticking to the topic of the conversation.
Is meta an abbreviation, or what does that stand for? What is that?
I just told
what you're talking about now is meta.
Hey, chill. Go wear your tinfoil hat, okay?
You deviating from the subject matter is meta. We could probably call it red herrings. Why do these guys prefer to talk about everything else other than what's on the table? Hey, Vod, I thought you said your mate was intelligent. He's just another debate bro. Vod, what is this shit that you've given us?
Wait, what do you mean? I feel like I'm not really responsible for like my mate's independent actions, you know?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
You know, like, you know, he's kind of his own person, so, you know, even though we're boys, like, I can't really control what he does, you know, so.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not really like his like owner or something, you know. I can't really like say like, oh, say like, come on, bro, like, come on, bro.
So you white knighted for him?
No, I just thought that he made a couple of valid arguments. Honestly, I wouldn't say, you know, we don't see eye to eye on everything.
So his valid argument is asking why people lie. Why didn't he ask you why people lie? You could have given the same answer.
Well, I think that his argument is, I don't really think you're being very factual when you say that NASA makes $70 million a day from saying
excellent.
That the Earth
That's
is
a
round.
claim. That's it. Hey, hold on.
Ridiculous.
Yep, go and look it up. Go type it into Google now. How much per day does NASA make?
From saying the Earth is round is the key point. Do you really think they make that much from saying the Earth is round?
No, they don't make that much. He asked why they lie. He asked for an incentive, not the actual physical amount they make specifically from that.
Yeah, but
$70 million a day is a fucking good incentive to not tell the truth.
Yeah, but he's saying, what is the incentive for them lying about the Earth if you think they're lying about
$70 million a day is a fucking good incentive.
Saying the Earth is round.
Yes, but they make $70 million a day. Go and look it up.
With me. Yeah, but not from saying the Earth is round.
I remember why we put these two fuckwits on mute last time.
It's for delivering some pictures of a globe, right? That's why they. So you can say you give them, the taxpayers give them $76 million a day, and they give you rockets flying to wherever and some images from so-called outer space. That's what you get for your $70 million.
Yeah, but that's not 70 million from saying the Earth is round. Like, you can say they lie about.
Okay, Vod, shut up. Shut up. What Vod's trying to claim is we've got guys with placards around their neck with a NASA badge on, standing out in the street saying the Earth is round, and the cash comes rolling in. No, we are not saying that. You spastic.
They don't claim anything else, Vod, right?
Yeah, well, like, you don't really have to just like insult me. I feel like I'm making a pretty.
Well, you are a spastic. You're not making an argument, you're reducing it to absurdity. That's something that Globers do. They will grab something non-specific, reduce it to absurdity, and then claim they're making arguments out of it. It's called fucking sea lining. I'll come back. I've got a good faith argument. Please. We've heard your stupid no bloody debate bro tactic shit before. You have no interest in the subject matter. You are more interested in the art of debating. You've brought nothing to the table except, oh, why would people lie? People lie for all sorts of broken-ass reasons.
Yeah, I just feel like you can't really just like insult me in like a debate. That's just a bit like petty, do you not think?
Let's start again then.
Timbo, I'll leave him talk to you, because I think he's a numpty.
All right, go ahead, mate.
Oh, you're talking to me? I mean, I'm just saying, like, you know,
yeah,
I feel like I've made my. I mean, I feel like I've made my argument pretty clear. You know, I feel like, you know, kind of.
So, what was your argument?
My argument is that NASA don't really have a massive monetary incentive from saying that the Earth is round. Like, you can say that NASA make money from saying a bunch of things, sure, but like, why would they just put up this massive lie that the Earth is round, blah, 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 blah? Like, that's not making them a bunch of money, really, is it? Like, come on.
All right, so let's not worry about that, and let's work out whether the Earth is round or not round. Right.
But I feel like my argument pretty conclusively
It's not even an argument.
The conclusion of that. Well, it just decides the conclusion of that debate for me, because I'm just like, well, like, how could this even be the case if there's just no reason?
But that's fine. But you're just saying, okay, NASA. Your opinion is that NASA don't have an incentive, right? There's no way to prove that. So
yeah, but I feel like that's pretty true, though. Like, can you tell me the incentive that, like, tell me how they make money?
How can you prove that your opinion's true?
Well, tell me how they make money from the Earth, from saying the Earth is round.
I want to talk about.
So you don't know, do you?
No, you don't know either.
Right. The whole point is, like, they don't. That's what I'm saying. They don't make money from it because they're saying the truth.
You don't know, but you're claiming they know, that you know. Do you know that they are making the money or not?
Bro, how are they making money from?
Can you validate your claim? Yes or no?
I just how
can you validate your claim? Yes or no?
Yeah, but you can't validate the claim.
Can you validate? Hey, it's not up to me. You've already told us we can't validate it. Timbo has accepted that. Now I'm asking you the same question. Can you validate your claim? Yes or no?
Okay, I can't exactly validate that they're not making money.
Excellent. So if you can't validate it, you can't make the fucking claim to it. So you saying them game over. You saying you can't validate it. Your point now is null and void.
Yeah. Okay, bro. Yeah. Okay.
Excellent. Yeah. Okay, bro. If you're going to make your point based on your feelings and your opinions,
it's not about my
feelings. It means nothing.
It's obvious. Like, think about.
Well, if it's obvious, validate it. If it's obvious, validate it. If it's obvious, validate it. Prove it.
Well, why don't you tell me how they make money off of saying the Earth is round and lying? Tell me that.
Is this guy just a fucking dumb cunt or what? He's just told us, not 20 fucking seconds ago, that he cannot validate something. And now he wants us to validate something that can't be validated. I don't know about you guys, but the IQ of these globers is getting fucking lower. Seriously.
Sounds like he wants us to make a claim on something that, he doesn't know.
Yeah, and then how are you going to prove that claim? And you're just going to end up in this stupid roundabout conversation about nothing.
Still, like he has been for the last, 10 minutes?
I jumped in a little bit late, but I'm curious to hear the whole thing.
You want to talk to these idiots?
What's his name?
Vod. You've spoken to him before. As soon as you hear his voice, you'll know.
I tried to get him onto.
I like to hear it.
I tried to get him off that speculation subject onto let's work out whether the Earth is a globe or not, and he just ignored me.
Yeah, but that's it's kind of all figured out for me with my claim. So
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, no worries, dude. Yeah.
Let's check it out, right? So does he acknowledge that it is a speculative claim in the first place?
Yep, he admitted that.
An opinion.
Yeah, he admitted that. Yeah.
Vod, do you accept that?
I don't really understand what you're saying, to be honest.
Yeah, your mic's a bit shit, Mick.
Sorry about that. Do you accept? Do you understand that you're making a statement that's basically based on somebody's opinion?
I don't really understand what you're saying.
Okay. State your full thing instead and let's examine it.
Basically, NASA aren't making any money off saying that the Earth is round if they hypothetically were to be lying. It's pretty clear, I feel like.
Okay. So it's your opinion. You don't know that they're not making money or that they are making money, but you have a sense that they can't be. It would be impossible or unlikely for them to do so.
Well, I just feel like nobody's really proven me otherwise. So
okay,
well, you haven't proved it.
Okay, so that's the thing, right? Now you can speculate on that all you want, but even for yourself, dude, until you confirm that they are or are not, you hold that idea in suspense, but you build your entire worldview on that. Like, that's not very smart. Right? You have
I don't
this
really
idea.
feel like it's that massive of a worldview whether the Earth is round or flat. Like, no one really gives a fuck. Like, it doesn't really affect my day-to-day life.
What are you doing in here then?
If you don't give a fuck, what are you doing in here?
I don't know. I'm just a thinker.
No, you're not thinking at all.
I think I am thinking.
Check this out, right? You posited something that's maybe or maybe not likely, but you hinge on the possibility of it being one way versus the other, and then allow yourself to form a worldview based on that possibility without actually examining the root of it.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it, dude. You think it's not likely that they're making money off of this idea, quote unquote, lying to people or not. Number one, you haven't even sussed out whether they're lying. Number two, you haven't sussed out whether they're actually making money or not. But you're confident that they're not? How are you so confident?
Because you're like a supposed flat Earth expert probably. So you should just tell me why they're doing why is it beneficial? Just tell me then.
Okay, so check this out, right? So watch what just happened, right? You want me to make a claim about something I don't know, right? To fulfill this speculation.
What if you don't know? If you don't know, then I feel like I don't really take your opinion as being very valid on the subject.
Okay, but here's the thing: we know other things. This is the problem. You're hyper focusing on this one stupid thing that's based on somebody's opinion. Okay, whereas what people tend to argue in these rooms are shit that can be verified, measured, repeated, etc., etc. You see the contrast between the two genres of topics or talking points.
Not really.
Something? What? Can I ask something here?
Is it a globe or is it flat? Hang on, dude. Why are you talking? What happened?
So you don't see the contrast in the nature of the two topics.
No,
one
I don't
being
really
an opinion.
understand what you're saying.
Okay, if I tell you that we go out and we measure no drop over distance, okay, that's a measurement. Now you can argue whether or not the way that we did it was accurate or whatever. That can be discussed. That's one type of thing to talk about. Versus, I think somebody prefers the color green over the color red, and I don't know, but I think that they're they prefer the color green. And even though I'm never going to go ask them, green is most certainly the best color because this person, I like this person, and I think that they like the color green. You see the difference?
You can't really just make it about colors though. That's just a bit, I mean, come on.
It's a very sharp. Obviously, it's being hyperbolic, dude. But it's
okay. Let's try it this way. Does it matter if NASA lies or not? Does that affect the shape of the ground? Yes or no?
Yeah.
It does affect the shape of the ground. Okay, so that just shows you are not here in good faith. You're a clown.
Yeah. Because the reason why I pivoted, I don't really know what the reason why I pivoted so hyperbolically onto the color thing is because this really is a matter of opinion. Not only your opinion on whether or not it's likely that they are or not making money, but also the fact of what constitutes making money. How much is making money? If he makes $1,
I would say probably like 30 racks because with 30 racks you can get like an iStyle Rolex or something. So I would say like probably more than that. You're like balling.
So if they made 30 grand or whatever you just said. That makes some money, but if they made $29,999, that's not making money off of this. Like, where's your standard, dude? This is completely opinion.
I don't know, honestly. It just varies. It varies on the way that I'm feeling.
Well, how are you going to verify?
Yeah, exactly. We don't care about your feelings, dude.
Wait, why? That's kind of rude, though.
I mean, we acknowledge them. No, watch this. Hold on. But watch this. We acknowledge them. Yeah, we're people. We all have our own, internal worlds and shit like that, and senses and whatever.
Cheers.
We acknowledge them, but they're not part of the argument. Now, what can be useful is if you take a hunch that you may have, and then use that as inspiration to go check something, then bring what you checked back to us. That might be interesting.
I've got a question.
But basing your entire worldview on a hunch or a likelihood of something happening because of a hunch that you have, you can't really even you can't even really quantify what that likelihood would even be.
You're right.
Don't get started on that.
My question would be like, for example, the Starlink satellites, they're cruising around the world. We are all agreeing on this. Yeah. And
something up there, yeah.
There needs to be gravity. And we also
no there doesn't.
Uh-huh.
No, there doesn't.
It doesn't. There's no gravity.
No, I didn't say that. I said prove that these things are floating up there with gravity. Go ahead.
Okay, now I mean, like, okay, but then we also use the same calculation to.
You don't use any calculations, dude. Give me the calculation.
Yeah, you said talking about interruption, bro. That's like no way to have a conversation. That's really no way to have it. You told me shut the fuck up. You told me why are you talking?
What?
Nah.
Yeah, because you butted in. You know what happened?
You did.
When you butt in, if you walked up to two people on the street having a conversation and just walked up and said, "I've got a question," what would happen, right? So just read the room a little bit. Now go ahead, ask your question. I'll stay quiet. Go ahead.
So if you use a satellite that has, or you send it out to space and there's a rotation on it, that it is using gravity of Earth. And for me, that's only the part of like when it would be flat. Then I'm asking myself like, they need
Let me know when you're finished too, so I can answer you when you're finished. Just say I'm finished when you're finished.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Bro, it's hard. It's really hard because I can't finish one sentence. But
Yeah,
yeah,
no, I'm
do
saying,
whatever
go
you
ahead,
like.
but just let me know when you're finished and Yep. So gravity, satellites. Going.
Did he dip out?
Fucking hell. Butts in, interrupts, doesn't like it when he's interrupted.
Yeah.
Weird that, isn't it?
I think it's entertaining when they talk about being interrupted after they've interrupted someone else. That's why I can't help myself. As soon as they do it, it's like, hello, that's my invitation.
Yeah. Yeah. Twice though, right? Mick was talking and like twice in a row.
Need more.
It's a tactic, though.
Yeah. There's a couple of them that do it that are very selective. Sorry. There's a couple of them that are very selective when they do it too. You'll be getting the upper hand on someone who's a complete doorknob, and that's when they'll cut in and have the necessity to ask some totally not related question. What's your favourite flavoured chicken or some shit like that? Or just come in and just claim stack. Well, we've got satellites, and satellites are up there because of gravity, and if it wasn't for gravity, refraction wouldn't be able to bend lasers around the Earth. So that's why satellites work. And you'll be just sitting there going...
equation for it.
Exactly. And then they'll be just sitting there going, so what's your response to that?
Which one?
After they've cut you off. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll let this clown back out and see if he's learnt anything.
Hey Mick, you're wrong about the colour green, mate.
Yeah, you don't want to wear green, bro.
Hey, Dr. Kokentine, I have a question for you.
What's today's copium? Question.
Why does it matter so much if the Earth is flat or round? Like, surely it isn't worth screaming.
Well, you're in this channel too.
Question.
It isn't really worth screaming at your monitor for, and like...
I'm not screaming. My fucking voice is loud all the time.
Earlier.
Am I screaming now?
No, but earlier you were getting...
No, I wasn't.
Why do you can I ask you a question? Why do you only ask emotional questions?
I don't think I do. You weren't here earlier, so.
Here's a cool question. Hey, Timbo, why do you think the Earth is flat?
Because I know it is.
Yeah, I actually want to know that. I've tried to ask that
there
question
you
a
go.
million
That's
times.
better. I asked you before, and you didn't want to engage in the conversation.
I've tried to ask that question a lot of times. I didn't really get an answer.
All right, let's do it.
It was just people. It was just people saying like, "Oh, you speak."
Okay, now you're going off the topic, but yeah. So every day yeah, you're going to use your senses for this one too, right? And everything's going to make sense.
I didn't say that. I said I was finishing my sentence.
Oh, okay. Well, you're going to use your senses for this one. So, do you see the Earth as a flat surface in your everyday life?
No.
Do you?
No.
No. Okay.
No.
Can you demonstrate to me where you see it as a curved surface?
Because like when you go up hills, like it's curved. Also, like pavements are inconsistent. They curve. It's not flat.
Sorry.
You know, there's inconsistencies in the Earth. It's not all just flat.
Yeah, but okay, topography is not curvature, right?
Well, I can't go to I can't look at the entire Earth and then see.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm asking you from your experience.
In my day-to-day life, yeah, I see curvatures all the time.
On the Earth's curvature.
On the Earth that I see, yeah.
Yeah, the Earth's curvature. Do you see the Earth's curvature in your day-to-day life?
No, because I'm not high up enough to see it.
Okay, so you don't see Earth's curvature in your day-to-day life.
So is Earth perfectly flat for you?
I'm asking. I'm getting somewhere with you, mate. Just if you can just keep the question simple.
Yeah.
Right. I'm asking
you. Oh, so you're quite the simple
experience? Yes. And we're going to do this because it's a simple topic. So, do you experience the Earth curvature in your day-to-day life?
Yeah. I do.
You just said no before. Which one is it?
Well, it depends where I am, like what location. Like, say if you're
where you are during the day.
Say if you're at a football field, it's flat. You're going up a hill, curved.
Yeah. If you're going up a hill, you can see the Earth's curvature.
No, but the hill itself is curved.
You're a fucking idiot. Get the fuck out of here.
That's not nice.
I asked you specifically about the Earth's curvature. You didn't listen to the sentence.
I misunderstood your question there.
Do you experience the Earth's curvature in a day-to-day basis?
Yeah.
See you later, dude.
Where do you experience the Earth's curvature on a daily basis?
Well,
yeah, maybe we should. Maybe we should talk about. Hang on, dude. What do you? What your name is? Void or whatever. Yeah. Do you know what is meant by the term Earth's curvature?
That's not VOD talking. That this is.
Yeah, that's great. Just answer the question.
Okay.
What was the question? Because I thought it was directed to VOD, so I wasn't listening.
Sorry, I thought you were VOD. I just want to clarify. Do you understand what is meant by the statement "Earth curve" or Earth's curvature in this context?
Yeah, it's like a part of the Earth that curves.
Okay, but to what extent? Like we're talking about the curvature of the supposed full radius of the Earth, right? Not just little, hills and valleys and shit. We're not talking about the topography.
Wait, but is the Earth flat completely in your day-to-day life?
With topology. With topography,
it is for everyone.
I'd argue that if there are hills and mountains, the Earth isn't truly flat.
Okay,
but that's what
we're not defining the Earth as flat as a sheet of glass. We are defining it as, that's not your introduction to talk, we are defining it as planar with topography. Do you know what that means?
Also, your whole argument is automatically invalid because the word is wrong. That's not flat. Use a different...
Yeah, you can use flat as a reference plane, yeah.
We use the term flat because it simplifies it, because there's subpar IQ persons like yourself that come in here and go, but you said it's flat, but there's trees and hills and valleys. We understand there's trees and hills and valleys and other things. It is easier to say flat instead of stationary planar with topography. So now that you're up on the lingo, please continue.
And before he does, like, let's help him out a bit, right? Help him recognize what we're talking about. Dude, if I ask you, is a sheet of paper flat? Yeah, let's see.
Paper. Not if you like crinkle it up.
See?
Do you mean a sheet of paper as in?
At our scale, does a sheet of paper look flat? Put on a table.
What?
At our scale.
Well, I don't know. I'd have to see the sheet of paper. I'd have to see the sheet of paper.
We take a piece of paper, we put it on the table, and we take a ruler, and we can measure its dimensions. Right? The very, very thin thickness of it, the length and the width. Would you describe that as flat?
I don't know the piece of paper you're talking about. I'd have to see it.
A standard 8.5 by 11.
A4.
I don't know. I think that's different. I don't think our paper measures up to that.
A4. A4.
All right. How about this? Yeah. Go get a book of yours.
Also, not a microscopic scale. It's not flat.
Anything.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he's getting to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Right. This is the whole point here. Right? Here's the thing. At a certain degree of resolution, it can be described as functionally flat. Right? Flatness is basically a ratio between the overall average deviation, or the average deviation from the average. How do you put it? The ratio between
from zero.
The variation. Yeah, the variation. The ratio between the overall variation and its surface area.
You guys have no idea.
So, like, we acknowledge that. We acknowledge that.
I don't agree, though.
So if you can't see that, dude, I mean,
you don't agree, but you know what he's talking about, right? Yeah.
I don't agree.
Yeah, but you know what he's talking about, right?
No, I didn't say that.
Well, if you don't agree, then you know what he's talking about.
It doesn't matter if I know what he's talking about. I don't agree with what he's talking about.
No, we don't. We're not caring if you disagree or agree. Do you comprehend what he's speaking of? Yes or no?
Yeah, but I don't agree.
Excellent. We don't care if you don't agree. We just need you to establish that you understand it. Full stop. If you agree with it, that's great.
No,
if you don't agree with it, that's just as awesome.
Yeah,
I understand what he thinks is true. I understand what he thinks is true, but I don't agree with it, and I think he's false. So how does that make sense?
Yeah, so rather than, so how about this, right? If you're going to restrict your comprehension or your willingness to engage with a vocabulary that restricts the term flat as being perfectly flat, as in zero height or thickness of a particular object, you're relegating yourself solely to the realm of mathematics.
The Earth isn't flat.
So here's the problem. Here's the problem. You're restricting yourself. Let me speak, dumb fuck. Okay, you're restricting yourself to operate only within the realm of the abstract. Okay, so therefore you can't operate or have a discussion about the real world. Okay, now if you would prefer
have a discussion about anything,
if you would prefer to use a different term, I invite you to propose that. Okay, knowing full well that when we use the term flat in this context, this is what we mean. But to be able to engage with you, we have to use gobbledygook to mean the same thing that I just described. We can do that. Maybe somebody will be willing to. I won't, because you're obviously disingenuous.
Yeah. Earth is a horizontal reference plane with plus or minus topography. There we go.
But it's
you
not
want to engage
flat,
now?
And you keep saying it's flat. It's not flat.
Earth is a reference plane with plus or minus topography. There
then you should label yourself as an Earth is a reference plane with plus or minus.
Yeah, I just did. I just changed it.
Alright, so
So
stop
now
saying
can
flat
we-
from now on, yeah? Otherwise I
Okay,
just
cool.
swore.
Awesome.
All right.
I will.
Cool.
All right. Now, can we engage?
Engagement. You want to get engaged? I know
Are you
weird.
gay? What's wrong with you, man?
You just said, can we get engaged?
I said, do you want to engage, you retard?
Okay, where's our honeymoon horizon lunar colony or where?
Yeah, I knew you were that way inclined.
What a fucking bitch. Eat shit, dude.
Yeah, he loves eating shit. You can hear it in his
Probably
voice.
loves a lot more than. Probably loves a lot more than that.
Lubricating
How about Mac?
feces.
You guys been dealing with this type of bullshit all day? I only really just got here.
Yeah, this guy's been going for hours.
What a piece of shit, man.
Dagger's put a good kind of description of people who troll on the internet on the chat before. Like a narcissistic kind of people who have like a low empathy and stuff like that.
And you can hear it in his voice a little bit. He's kind of like
he
holding
doesn't
back.
care, right? Yeah.
He's holding.
Yeah, he wants
he's
to
holding
cry.
back a little giggle and shit every time he opens his mouth. It's really
Duper's delight. You can hear the shit-eating grin on his face.
Yeah, it's fucking.
No, it's not even a grin. The guy doesn't want to live anymore. That's what I hear.
Maybe that's
Giving up
of
on
it all.
life, right? You know, it's just fucking
Maybe,
doesn't
man.
care. It's like fuck this. I don't care. Let's go and piss people off on the internet and be a dick. Yeah,
Probably only 20 years old or something like that.
I would say younger. Sounds like his voice is just broken.
Probably using
Probably
a voice
hasn't been
changer just to feel better.
Yeah, doesn't want to go outside because he's got pimples all over his face. Growing too quickly, so he falls over on, trips over pieces of flat paper.
I wonder if he goes out in public and tells people that pieces of paper are not flat.
Yeah.
No, even better. Interrupts conversations to tell people that pieces of paper are not flat.
I mean, by that standard, right? By that standard, he could not say that the Earth is a sphere. Any variation from the ideal geometric definition, right? So, like, what does this guy even say?
When no such thing as a sphere, then, right?
Exactly.
Ideally, but he wouldn't even use the term sphere. He wouldn't even utter it, or even try to like caveat it with, it's not ideal. We know that, but we're just gonna, for simplicity, we're gonna say the word. He can't.
Yeah.
No, he wouldn't.
Those hills, those bastard hills that interfered with the flat earthers are the same ones that are going to interfere with your sphere, Todd. Sorry, bro, it's not a sphere.
Yeah, man. Yeah, those atomic sized, dimples and stuff in the cue ball. Oh, my cue ball is not spherical. Can't use it in pool tournaments and shit. Like fuck off, dude.
The bit of paper that you tripped over makes it non-spherical. Suck.
Feel sorry for these people.
I feel sorry for their employers. Imagine having a worker that's like that. Hey, bro, can you go and grab some boxes for me? Oh, I don't like the term box.
Yeah, the boxes are not flat.
Sorry, man. But no, boxes are cubes, and this thing here made of cardboard. It's not actually a cube, so it's not a box.
Yeah, can you be that guy out the back who's flattening the boxes, and then you go, oh, I don't know what I can do because these boxes won't flatten.
Yeah. All box flatteners have been failing to do their job since the dawn of time.
Exactly.
Jesus
Hello,
Christ.
I'm Matrix from the Box Flattening Union, and I don't like the way you're treating your employees.
He said you asked him to flatten the box, and that's not flat.
That's technically not flat. It's got hills and valleys and ridges in it.
He didn't coddle me when he asked me to do it either.
And then he wanted to get engaged with the box.
It's wild, dude. You think I would quit being surprised about stuff like this, but I'm surprised about it all the time that people act like this, say the things that come out of their mouth.
Do you know what, Boogie? I'm not surprised. I've read 1984, the how-to guide. Words, definitions are getting changed like that. And that's what these dumbasses are doing. We're still working off old definitions, and these clowns are all up on the new ones.
That's why I took a break for so long. Like I had stuff to do, but I also I lost faith in the rest of humanity. Like every day I was getting disappointed by people like on here just being absolute fucking assholes for no reason.
Yeah.
And then I just you get after years and years and years, you just go, fuck, I'm sick of this, man. These people are fucking idiots. And then I thought, I missed it, I was like, I need to go back. I don't really care. They're idiots anyway. I can't change that.
Yeah, Matrix and Timbo, like I'm all fine with refining definitions and stuff, because sometimes over time things can change.
Right?
And well, that's the thing, right? It's the discussion about it. Like you saw how this was handled, right? I opened the state, okay, like what term do you want to use to refine it, to scope into what you're talking about, and we can adjust and then carry on, right? He was unwilling to do that. Like that's not really a problem with the definitions or semantics or all these types of things.
No, that's a him problem. Yeah,
it's a tactic. They're just trying to get us to trip over our words and all this type of shit. That's the real problem.
Evening, guys. How you doing?
Good.
I hope I'm not interrupting.
No, you're all right.
No, man.
I have a couple of quick questions. Okay, these are very simple and really just going to get. Is
you're breaking up? I don't know if it's for everyone.
Unique in the universe.
Hey, terrible.
Clive,
can you hear me now?
you're breaking up, bro.
Really bad.
Yeah, really bad.
Really bad, like the robot sound and everything.
Let me reboot.
Yeah. I've seen him.
Clive an actual person?
Yeah, he's been sitting in here for about a month now.
So we should be expecting one of those stupid gotcha style questions.
Yeah, not sure.
Can I just say something? Can I just say something about the meanings of words real quick?
Yeah, man.
I think that the meanings of words make a big difference all the time. Like think about in the past 20 years, the difference between if you're in England or the US when you say, I'm going to go smoke a fag.
In 1,000 feet, turn left onto Beamer Road.
That's a good one.
Well,
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Better. Just a quick questions. Okay. These will be very, very simple. Okay. Yes or no, is the Earth unique in this flat Earth aspect in the universe? Or we don't know?
I would say yes, but that would be a speculation, but
I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no because you've got nothing else to compare it to.
Understand. Okay. So we're kind of divided on that right now.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, second question. Do you believe anyone has traversed into space from this planet?
I would say no.
No.
Okay. I had a third question. Oh, is it possible to show a representation of what Earth looks like from space?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
At your next light, use the left lane to turn left.
Okay. That one I have a little problem with, in that I would think with all the theory, etc., of what it should look like, we could draw some representation, i.e. a 3D model, etc., but we don't know its shape, per se, or what it consists of.
Because, I think it was the second question, has anyone ever traversed into space? That would be where that answer comes in, because I think, well, my opinion is that the Earth is the only thing that exists. So you'd have a problem making an image from a place
turn left onto
that
Scarsdale
doesn't
Boulevard.
exist.
Then at the next
Of a
light,
place
you'll turn left.
is the only thing that exists. You know what I mean? Other people may have different opinions, but that's my opinion. Yeah.
Okay, you believe that there is nothing else outside of Earth. Am I misquoting you there?
Yeah, there is no. Okay. Yeah, it's like saying what's outside the universe, right?
No.
Yeah.
I'm saying outside of Earth. There is no sun.
No, I know.
There are no planets.
Yeah. No, there's a sun.
Okay. You're saying outside our galaxy or outside our universe?
No,
which
I would say that the sun is in the system of the Earth. Right? But I would be making speculations. I would be making speculations any further than that. But there's no evidence that you need to turn your sat nav off or whatever it is, dude, because it's really distracting. Yeah.
Okay. So there is no other stars out there?
Well, it depends what stars are, right?
Okay. The sun. Go ahead, please.
There's lights in the sky. Yeah. That's
okay. Yeah. And we don't know what they are?
We have no idea what they are.
Okay. I can take that. Okay. Yeah. That's enough from me. Thank you. Over.
That's all right. No worries, dude. So I'll just complete this, right? So there's no way that you can fit the flat Earth into the cosmology of the globe, right? So what they tell you about the globe and all the other planets in the universe and stuff like that, the flat Earth doesn't fit into that cosmology. Totally separate from it.
I got you.
So, yeah, anything that comes along with that globe is to be confirmed, right? We're not in space. If there is a vacuum out there, then there has to be a container, but that's only if there's a vacuum out there. Because you need a container to contain the air pressure. Got that, Clive? Yeah. Interesting 3 questions for someone who's been sitting in here for I think it's about 3 weeks now. You would have thought that through the conversation he would have been able to answer those questions. So. Mic check. All good.
Yeah, you're good, dude.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was going to say after I answered those questions, you can ask someone else because they'll probably have a different opinion. The first one is Earth unique. That could be a bit of a grey area one. Unique as in a one-off,
Or unique as in better than something else?
Well, there's no other place like this, right?
So one off then. Then in that case, yes.
Yeah, and that's why I said, yeah, that's how I thought about the question. Unique because there's no other place like it. In his, as I was assuming he was a Globie, and then that would apply to his planets and everything, right?
Whereas I took unique as in trying to compare it to something else, and that's why I said no, because we've got nothing else to compare it to.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing? Both of us have given the same answer, like different answers, but
in a different way.
Same reasons for it.
Yeah.
It's like that old story. Two young fellas. One of them is an alcoholic. He was asked, "Why are you an alcoholic?" "Well, my father before me was an alcoholic. My grandfather was an alcoholic, and my great grandfather was an alcoholic." The other brother got asked, "Why are you an alcoholic? Why are you a non-drinker?" "Well, my father's an alcoholic. My grandfather's an alcoholic. My great grandfather's an alcoholic."
Yeah. Your environment doesn't make you who you are.
It can help.
It can, but you're the only one that can change it.
Correct.
Two exact same scenarios, two totally opposite outcomes.
Helio's probably shaking his head. "Don't worry, mate, I'll have a beer with you."
And Lish goes back. One of your mates, Matrix.
Pig's ass. You know what mates do.
Yeah, I give shit to each other. Constantly.
Check 1, 2. Check.
Loud and clear.
Uh-oh, the boss is in. Captain's on deck. Hey, Helio.
Hey, man, how you doing?
Hey, what's up?
Not much, man. Did you guys see what I just posted in the
chat?
Voice text there? You know, that's a little meme I made with the 3 globe maps, the most popular globe maps. You know, I made it like that to trigger people, you know, of course. That's what we do.
Maps are made from locally flat elevation angles, projection maps of the celestial sphere in which the celestials are considered to be an infinite distance. In other words, no distance observer-centric. Same elevation angles, 3 different maps.
Well, the maps were made over centuries, right? And it combined from different cultures, different. I mean, now we're at a, you know, what history we do have of these maps. Some maps we'll never see, but this is the map that we're given now of the known territories. but they are made. These globe maps are made in the latitude longitude coordinate system, right? With the South Celestial Pole being considered to be above a certain point on Earth, and the North Celestial Pole being another point, and they're directly across from each other around the globe. In the celestial sphere, which is in the celestial sphere, every star, the sun, everything, they're considered to be an infinite distance, which is to say no distance. They're just where they are. And the celestial sphere map, which is the globe, is a projection of where you're going to see those celestials from on Earth.
Yeah.
Now, not all of it's been confirmed, namely the North and South Pole. Do they know for a fact where you are, just like I've heard Yoder talk about it a lot, that you're standing on the North Pole, the top of the Earth or the bottom of the Earth? No one's ever confirmed any of that. So,
no, never.
So
good to hear your voice, dude.
Man, you too. I started drinking beer again a little bit, staying off the hard liquor, but I'm too shy to get on when I'm not drinking, so. But yeah, I hear you guys all the time, and this is the globe. There is no globe. The rest of this is the globe, but the rest of the shit is minutia. Yeah, the globe is the map, right? Everything else is pretend. Well, I mean, even the map is pretend as well, but this is where people think they live on the map. But all the space and everything else to do with the globe and gravity and all the concepts and everything, that's another globe in someone's mind. But this globe is what people think they live on. When they go somewhere, they think they're going to this place on the globe. I don't know if that makes sense. No one's going anywhere besides on Earth. In their imagination, they can go somewhere besides Earth, but in reality, no, they're just on Earth. And it's always going to be flat everywhere they go. And when they go to another part of Earth, they're going to see a part of the sky that they didn't see before. Just like everyone for centuries and probably for all of human history, obviously it's been recorded. This is where calendars come from. It comes from the sky, from the same celestial sphere. They noticed that these repeated patterns and they recorded them. This is what humans are. This is what Earth is. It's not, Earth is somewhere else in space or anything. You can't know anything outside of this place. You can pretend, that there's another alien race that knows something about, they're studying us going, oh, this is, no. Well, until somebody can prove that there's some other aliens outside of Earth, besides, I'm a spiritual person, so I know about angels and stuff, but other than that, here in the physical world, it's just Earth and whatever the hell that is up in the heavens.
Yep. Did you hear that guy's question? And that's what
I was watching UFC. I was kind of like, I kept rewinding because I was listening and then I was watching the UFC. But anyway, no. So what was it? What was the, because I know when he first came in, he was breaking up and then.
He said his first question was, is Earth unique?
Yeah, of course it is. It's the only.
It's the only place you know.
Yeah.
It's the only place. Yeah. it is the only. Well, to me, it is the only place. So,
yeah, I mean, you can pretend you're somewhere else. I mean, that's what fiction is, right? I mean, that's what's. I'm a huge fiction fan, so yeah, I love to imagine another world where there's different physics, or something like that, and that's what people are doing with the gravity concept. But they're never going to experience that outside of Earth. So the gravity that they call gravity, that they use weight, in construction and everything we do on Earth. You don't need that imaginary gravity that they're supposedly calculating for the planets and all that solar system shit. Don't really need that to do anything on Earth.
No. Yeah. Yeah, like you were saying,
So
in
they're saying-
engineering, you can just transfer, that gravity. You can just transfer it as weight, displacement.
Yeah, they think flat earthers is like, it's just like automatically you don't believe anything about physics because you don't believe in a globe. It's like, dude, I'm a cabinet builder. I mean, I know it's and I went through the same education system that everybody else did. I know the basics, and I know how weight distributes and all that kind of shit. It's not even, But you think I'm throwing all of physics out the window just because I don't believe in outer space? Fucking retarded.
It's crazy, man. Just these wild all or nothing straw mans just to, grasping at straws.
Yeah. So they're really scared. Well, did you see what that? I don't know if he was in The Voice or not, but somebody named Door was in the chat earlier. What were we talking about? Door.
I did see him in here, but I wasn't reading the chat because I'm driving.
Yeah, he was like, he's talking to Kiwi Buzz and me, I think, and then let's see, what was he saying? He was trying to compare what we're doing with Flat Earth and versus Globe to some kind of politics, like a socialist and a conservative or whatever would come in. It's like, yeah, it's going to be the same exact thing. One is going to appeal to emotion, and you're not going to trust the authority, and the other one's going to be like, hey, let's go fucking see what's really, happening. Because, as far as politics goes, I don't give a shit, but I would say I'm conservative as far as the rights of the people go.
Earth is round.
Really? Where's it round at?
Finally, somebody actually not retarded. Who said that? G-Man? Thank you.
Where is Earth round? Tell me, where is Earth round?
Oh, right. Where is Earth round? So right.
Come on.
What do you mean? Where's Earth round?
Well, you told me Earth is
All
round.
right.
I'm trying to figure out where it's round at. I'm standing on Earth. Where is it round?
Bro, you sound so dumb.
Really? I sound dumb, huh?
A firm. Yo, Drew, is the Earth round?
My name is Drew. How may I be of assistance?
Hey, how many people here think the Earth is round?
You've got Breton up the top. You've got Drew, Don Lishko, and this G-Man.
Wait, why is Drew sort of muted? He was trying to speak about his round Earth.
Yeah, we're not going to get crazy. I'm trying to figure out. Somebody said Earth is round. I'm trying to figure out where Earth is round.
Yeah, I brought my ambassador Drew in. He's gonna give you some wisdom if you can get unmuted.
Oh, so you're deferring to someone else. You told me Earth is round, but you want someone else to tell me.
No. See, we work together. We are humble as one.
No, well, don't you know the same thing? Because, like, You could ask me or any of the flat earthers in here. You could ask us similar questions, and we're going to answer the same way. We don't. We know what each other knows. So why don't you tell me what he's going to say? Because I already know.
Well, I'm autistic. He helps me like get it away out into the world.
Really? He's your buddy. My buddy. My buddy. Wherever I go, he goes. My buddy. My buddy, I teach him everything that I know. My buddy and me like to climb up a tree. My buddy and
can you unmute him so
we're
he can
the
like help me
best
get my
friends
point
that
across?
could be. My buddy, my buddy, my buddy and me. You guys remember that one from the 80s? Probably not.
Excellent. What did you have necessity to interrupt that,
my fellow friend?
Tell me about the round Earth. Come on.
Come on, G-Man. You can do it.
To see you back here, Leo.
No, I told you I'm autistic. I need Drew.
No. This is not Voltron. You don't need to assemble.
So should we mute you and bring in Drew then?
Yeah.
Good idea.
That.
Excellent. One down, and Drew. There he is. And one up. Next.
Why was I even muted in the first place? I wasn't even talking. I just joined. I'm new to this service. Like, I don't know.
Well, there was someone that said you're a friend of his, and he said the Earth is round, and I asked him where it's round, and so now he said that you could be able to tell us where the Earth is round.
I have autism too, and I don't know a lot about Earth, but I do know a lot about Earth-ha, which is a planet in Star Wars, which I know it is round because I've seen it in Star Wars. I have a lot of Star Wars information if you want to know more about Star Wars.
Dude, I love Star Wars, man. I'm a huge fan.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. That's fiction, you know. This isn't a Star Wars forum. Dude, most of the flat earthers here are big fans of Star Wars. I mean, the flat earthers and globers, we love fiction all alike, man. We grew up with fictional stories, and you know what's really cool is these days, what they call fiction or what they call nonfiction is mostly fiction. If you see it on TV and stuff, that's really fiction, in case you haven't noticed. Like if it's in the news, that's fiction. And if it's in the movies, now it's nonfiction. They're actually telling you in the movies what's really happening and telling you on the news a whole bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, that's why Emperor Palpatine's real goal was not actually to create a galactic empire, but that was only that was just kind of him hiding his real plan of expanding to take over another galaxy and lead an entire other galaxy to have his own little galaxy of his own little minions. Because the Empire was just a little side quest. He just took over one galaxy as a side quest. He wanted an entire galaxy of his own, like good little boys, to do all of his work for him.
No, see, it's people like Palpatine can only have power over people that are don't have their own free mind. So, in case you haven't noticed that, I mean, everybody that's under Palpatine is a complete dumbass and gets their ass kicked.
Yeah. Which is how Anakin fell to the dark side because he was blinded by love.
Palpatine. So where's this Earth? Where's it round?
So like I said, Earth-ha, it's technically not canon, it's technically legends, but that just means we have a lot more information about it.
No, we're not looking at Earth from the outside. We're here on Earth. On the Earth, where is the Earth round? Where are we using this globe for anything that people believe in?
Hey, Drew, do it the easy way. Just throw your mate under the bus. Just say he's a numpty and he's got no idea.
Actually, I'm the idiot, so he threw me under the bus.
That was cool. Hey, check this out. All of us, without knowing, growing up, we were told the Earth is a globe, and it's a perfectly understandable way to have. Unless you really give a shit about it, you're not going to pay attention. So I never paid attention, even though I was, curious and not like you, a fan of science fiction. I was like, oh yeah, sure. Oh yeah, there's something plausible here. Yeah, Earth could be one of these planets. There's not a problem. They told me it's a globe. Then someone told me one day to take a look and say, no, man, it's flat. Look at all the water. And I was like, you're a dumbass. Obviously, Earth is a globe. Everybody knows it's a globe. And then I've seen some really convincing footage of some tests over water. And if the water's not curving, then there's no globe. So then I was like, hey, this ain't adding up. And then I couldn't sleep for a couple weeks. And then I created a YouTube channel and got with these guys, and here we are like 10 years later saying, where's this Earth round at? The Earth we're standing on, where is it round?
Yeah, I can't sleep either. That's just because I still think about her a lot.
You can dream of Palpatine and all that shit. That started with Disney. Walt Disney and Werner von Braun, they were buddies back in the day when NASA started to help space make sense to people, outer space, through television.
Yeah, what was that movie? What was that first movie where they were all dressed up in doctor suits and stuff like that? What was that called?
La Luna.
Yeah?
The one, something to the moon, La Luna. There's a French movie.
Is that the one with the big rocket that was in the eyeball of the moon face?
Yep.
Yeah. And what was it? There were scientists. I can't remember. They were wizards, right? And then they swapped their wizards outfits for doctor's coats.
There you go. You switch it up a little bit. All the intelligent people that know about what's up, they got lab coats on now, or uniforms. Like everybody's got a uniform, I guess. If you're an authority, the cops have uniforms.
G-Man, I gotta go. They're calling me in to serve a warrant. They want me on SWAT.
All right, Drew. Yeah, I listen to you guys all the time, so it's obviously I talk to myself while you're talking, you know what I mean? Like I'm here, and shit.
Yeah, like start arguing with you.
Yeah. It's like, no, man. Oh, man, I'm being false.
AJ knows about that too.
You know what? I finally got to know all the Aussies' different voices. Now I know who's talking, so. You remember I used to fucking mix you guys up all the time?
Yeah, T-Dub, Timbo.
Don't feel bad.
T-Dub. I still get T-Dub. Yeah. Yeah, he hasn't been around for a while.
Yeah, I hope
T-Dub's gonna miss it.
Yeah, I saw
one of the OGs.
Yeah, I saw a message saying he needs some prayers coming his way, and it's definitely happening. So, love me some T-Dub.
One of the nicest guys in flat Earth.
Yeah, it's hard to be nice, ain't it? Sometimes.
even he loses it.
I've only seen him lose it a couple of times.
Yeah.
It's so worth it.
It's funny when he does.
Helio, I wanted to say hi. I haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you here.
Hey, good to see you, Matthew. Hope you're well.
Likewise, yeah, I'm doing pretty good.
Still on the left coast.
Left coast is the best coast. West coast.
Dude, I've only been to California twice. First time I went to Venice Beach and stuff. But yeah, I did live in Vegas for almost a year, which it's not at the ocean, but it's a similar climate. Pretty cool.
Well, yeah, Vegas is pretty hot.
Yeah, it gets really hot. That's what I'm saying. I mean, it doesn't cool down as well. It can. It's like I said, it's a similar climate because it's desert, but it's not the same. But yeah, Vegas does get hot. I was there in the summer. It was hot. Got up to 115, 118. That's pretty damn hot. But I live in Arkansas. I grew up in Arkansas, so when it's 100 here, it might as well be 130.
Right.
After it gets above 90 and the humidity's 85, 90%, they're just like, you know what? It's hot. Yeah, it's bad.
I was in LA January, stopping back through on the way back from Colombia. And it was beautiful. We stayed at Venice Beach, or near Venice Beach. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's great.
Then we went for a drive around town, and yeah, things changed a bit. Said, let's go back to Venice Beach.
Yeah, when I was in Venice, go ahead.
In LA, the climate depends on how far you are from the ocean. So even if it's kind of hot inland, you just go to the beach, it can cool off 10, 15 degrees.
That's what I was about to say. When I was at Venice, we were there all day. It was nice. The sun was out and everything. But as soon as the sun went, like, it started to hit dusk, it dropped about 20 degrees, man. It was like quick, and the wind started blowing off the ocean. It was crazy. It was like, we got to get out of here. We weren't dressed for that. It started getting cold.
Hey guys, I got another curiosity question. It's very, very simple, etc. If I might interrupt, go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. Go ahead, mate.
Let's hear it. I like curiosity questions.
Okay. So we asked a question earlier. Do you believe anyone or anything has been? I'm adding a thing. The monkeys, dogs, etc. have been outside into space. And the conclusion was, I believe, no.
No.
Correct?
Yeah. But this is just my opinion, though. Yeah. If anyone else.
I understand. Yeah. Anyone else would care to chime in? Yes or no?
Well,
have we been outside
are you talking,
our atmosphere?
Well, hold on. You were talking about monkeys and dogs, and now you're talking about
monkeys, dogs, and humans.
All right, so
have we launched life outside our planet into space?
No.
Yes or no?
Outside.
Okay, that's what.
No.
Well, what would be considered that? Okay. I mean, what would you consider in outer space?
Something gone up in a rocket?
Okay, so you're saying going up in a rocket into
right?
Are you asking like if people are on the ISS? Is that one thing?
No, I didn't ask that question.
So that wouldn't be outer space then.
If they did, that would also be outer space. But I'm not making any destination or otherwise. Have we launched people or animals?
I'm asking you.
Yeah. Okay.
That's why I'm
My
asking.
question is,
what do you consider? Would you consider
okay,
people
let me
being
finish,
on the ISS? Is that
yeah.
outer space? Go ahead.
That would have we launched anyone beyond our atmosphere into space?
How far is that?
I apologize if hold on, let me put on my seatbelt.
We understand what you're saying, Clive. We're just, and someone said, how far is that? I mean, what do you mean by outer space?
Beyond our atmosphere. Beyond our atmosphere.
Which is
space.
Further than the ISS? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it would be in that range. It would be in that range. Anything above our atmosphere, where space starts. And I don't have the ability to look it up right now of actually how many miles that is. I'm not talking thousands of miles or light years, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just talking into space.
The ISS is about 250 miles up, 240, 50 miles.
That's outer space. That's outer space.
Okay.
Do you believe we have launched anyone into outer space? Anyone or anything living?
In that sense, I don't necessarily think so. Like a vehicle going up and connecting with the ISS, that kind of stuff. No, I don't think that's happening.
Okay.
No.
Then my question is, this is very simple. Every rocket that's gone up that we've had television cameras on. The Russians did it with their dogs. They did it with animals, etc. Where did those rockets go?
You don't know that.
You're gonna have to show me what you're talking about. You're not just gonna have to.
Okay, the launch of Apollo, the first launch of Apollo to the moon, as advertised.
Oh God.
Where did they go?
Who cares? They didn't go to the moon.
You talking about the rocket or the people?
Yeah, the people in the rocket, because we photographed them
I
getting
don't think
into
there was
the rocket.
anybody in that rocket.
Okay. I'm just asking your opinion.
I think the rocket went up, but I don't think there's anybody.
Okay. And do you think every launch that we've ever made has been fake?
There's never been a person on the top of a rocket going into outer space. No.
Okay. That was my question. Over.
Cool. I mean, I have reasons that I can believe or not believe in that, but yeah, not the way that they depict it and the way it say it happens. I don't believe that story.
Okay, let me ask you a very simple question. In the next few years, supposedly, and I'm betting on this, we are going to have bases on the moon. Okay, let's just make that a let's just make that a premise. Okay, given that, if someone gave, let's say, one of your relatives, either in the future or some point, if this is true, will end up living on the moon. If let's say in the next, and I'm going to project that it's going to be in the next 10 years, that the Chinese will have bases on the moon ahead of the U.S.
Is that
afforded, let me finish. I'm almost done. If you were afforded the opportunity to get a free pass to travel to the moon and live on the moon for a year, would you take it? So you could then
I'll
say,
believe it when I see it.
Right, I understand, but I give you that
appeal
ability.
to future fallacy.
Okay,
it's an appeal to future fallacy. You haven't got your bases on the moon. It's a hypothetical, anyways.
It is a hypothetical, but would you, if you were paid, let's say whatever money you wanted, $1 million, or won the lottery, and it's like you can go.
Well, when they've got the bases on the moon, we'll discuss it then.
Okay, that's fair enough.
I'll say no. I'm scared of heights, and you're not strapping me to a fucking skyrocket.
Okay, I got you. I have acrophobia as well.
I kind of I feel like an upcoming artist in freaking Harvey Weinstein's freaking office.
Right, I understand. I mean, the first man to Mars is probably never going to come back. They've kind of proven that we're going to send elderly people that are going to basically die there because the radiation is going to kill them. Their bone structure will deteriorate when you go. And I've met people that said, you know what, just to be the first man on Mars, yeah, I'd do it. To have my name in the history book, I'd do it. And there are people like that.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure, go ahead. Sure, of course.
Do you Do you believe you're spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space?
Yes. But that's okay.
What evidence?
Okay.
No, but that's all right. Can we have a conversation?
We're having a conversation.
Yeah. So what evidence did they give you that you live on a sphere?
I go by my fellow people that have I went through degree program, et cetera, et cetera. Basically, no, I don't know that it's absolutely true. Okay, and I have not spent enough time. And I think many of you know me that I had a father who was the director of the FAA, and his biggest demand to all pilots was, if you ever see anything in the sky you can't explain, I want to know about it. I want proof. You're not going to hide this, et cetera, et cetera. His best friend, who lived across the street from us in Washington, D.C., was one of the founders of NASA, John Hodges. You can look him up. He came from the Canadian Space Program. I'm deeply embroiled in that.
Yeah, but that's not
as
evidence.
Far as actual, I understand. I'm not saying it's evidence. Okay. I'm just giving you my background that, I was brought up in this culture. I thrived on it. I studied it.
So you would admit that. Yeah, you would admit that it's part of your personality, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, could I call upon some other fellow scientists, et cetera, to show me how to do an experiment such as you're showing, and is that experiment valid in all aspects of scientific technology, et cetera? Are there flaws in it, et cetera? I have never questioned it to that point. I did go to Antarctica on an expedition to find Mars meteorites. And I missed them by 150 miles. They were discovered 4 years after I was there. So that's my extent of space exploration, was looking for meteorites in Antarctica.
How do you know they came from Mars?
I didn't find them. But when they were found, they were consistent. They were consistent with the type of what we feel. We have samples of Martian soil. So we know that Martian soil is different than Earth's.
When did you get them?
This would have been in the 90s. Very early 90s. I only spent 6 months there. I mean, the population of Antarctica varies from 100 to 1,000 people, depending on the season. You do not want to be there.
So how do you know that stuff's? Yeah, how do you know that stuff's from Mars?
I didn't. I wasn't the one that discovered them.
How do they know the stuff's from Mars?
They compared them to samples from the rover that was on Mars.
So if I just get this right. So if I claim I went to Mars and I just grabbed some rocks from Antarctica because they were slightly different, and then what we did was we went on an expedition to Antarctica and we got some rocks from Antarctica and we matched them with the soil sample that I got from Antarctica that I said it was from Mars, and then that confirmed that these rocks were from Mars.
Well, you'd have to have access to the rocks from Mars, and you'd have to match them. And there are no rocks on.
You're missing the point.
There are no rocks on the planet. There are no rocks on this planet that match the stones that they found there. There have never been any. That's what they reported. They put it in their findings, and it can always be challenged. That was challenged by many scientists.
Yeah.
Now,
so
the
what I
burden
said
of proof was on them.
Yeah. So if I
the burden of proof is
I think you might have missed it. Like I said, if I went to Antarctica just by myself in secret, I got some samples of rocks that aren't anywhere else but Antarctica.
Oh, okay, yeah, totally agree with you. There could be a fraud.
And then I said I went to Mars, and then he said, let's go on an expedition down to Antarctica and look for Martian meteorites, and then you pick up these rocks and you match them with the stuff that I got from Antarctica.
Totally could happen.
Okay. Yeah.
Could happen. Could happen. You can paint most any scenario where you have to, in a court of law, and science is a little more strict on this. In a court of law, it's not beyond all doubt. It's beyond reasonable doubt. And the scientific community takes it to a little better extent than that. There are no other explanations that we can find at this time.
Of what?
Of any premise. Let's say you make a premise and you've got your doctorate and it gets challenged, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, you have to prove it not 1,000% accurate, but as close as possible that there are no other aspects.
Yeah, but what are you referring to in this case?
I'm referring to your example of someone forging that. Yeah, that could happen. That could happen.
Yeah.
And is it proven that these were indeed from Mars? No, they are not totally convinced just yet. That will probably take another 30 to 40 years.
So maybe I'll ask you the question again then.
Yeah, I understand.
The Earth is a sphere.
Exactly. There you go.
Yeah.
That being said, I enjoy. As you noticed, I used the word over.
Okay, that's all right.
No, wait.
You broke up a bit, Jimbo.
Oh, did I? Sorry.
I didn't. Yeah, I didn't hear you. I use the word over when I'm finished, and I don't like to go more than maybe a minute and a half, 2 minutes, because your time's more valuable than that.
All right, man.
And I'm driving. I'm delivering pizza. I do that. I retired at 24.
Yeah.
And I'm sick. I'm a boomer. Okay, that gives you exactly. I'm the last year of the boomers, so that gives you an idea of how old I am. That being said, back in the shop, I'll be talking to you more later. Have a great evening, everyone. Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you for your time. No problem.
Did he say he's a boomer or a believer?
Boomer.
I've heard Clive before. Yeah, he's all right guy, man. There's a lot of people like him around, and that's it's like
the last year of the boomers.
What's the last year of the boomers?
Yeah, because he said I'm a last year of the baby boomers.
Let's see.
I think 71. No,
I think maybe what he was he saying he was a boomer, or was he his product of boomer?
Yeah, he said I'm a boomer, the very last year of it, or something like that. Yeah.
Okay, so he said it's probably late 60s or something.
Somewhere between 68 and 72.
Dude, I'll tell you what, I mean, flat earth ain't a joke, man. I mean, it really hits a cognitive wall for a lot of people. And so when we say flat earth, people think we're talking about something besides the earth. We're talking about the earth. It's flat. It's flat. We're not talking about what you like earth somewhere else. We're talking about the only thing you've ever known, earth, where we are. And nobody's looking at earth from somewhere else.
Yeah. That's why I had to go back. I know he didn't hear me, but I had to say, because his evidence was Mars rocks, right? So I had to ask him again, like, what's your best evidence that you live on a sphere? Because it can't be Mars rocks. That's got nothing to do with it.
So, a quick question. On each of the continents, is there any specific rocks that we have, say, in Australia here, that they don't have in the US?
Of course. Yeah.
There you go. So if they were to claim that, hey, we went to another continent and picked up these rocks and they're from Mars, someone from the United States is not going to be able to validate something from Australia. So, yeah, they're just hiding behind it. So it's highly probable that...
Sure.
Without...
But it could be a petrified turd and it wouldn't matter. They can say it's from anywhere. And as far as like the scientific, what scientific process that everything they assume comes from some authoritative person or agency or whatever, all of that's in minutia. I mean, it's all about where's the money coming from? What are they trying to put forward as human progress, all that kind of thing. It was like, oh, well, if you guys were right, you'd be getting all the money, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, what qualifications do you have? Why should I listen to you?
Yeah. Well, it's just like, with university, even we use university sources for most of our, well, I'd say most, depends. We have independent sources, and so do they, for a lot of our the things we talk about. So these university sources, they have a lot more money than independent sources, of course. So, and in order to get that money, you already know that they're not. To get, government funding or even, private funding from people, they're going to expect a certain result.
Yeah. And you got to have a new idea.
It's got to be progressive. Progressive, whatever the fuck that means.
Yeah. Progressive used to be a good word, right? Now it's fucking not.
Dude, it's up in the air what progressive is.
Yeah, depending on what side you're on.
Dude, progressive is just
you can make
a watered down term now, isn't it?
Yeah. Just means making progress, right? So progress to anyone. Progress is subjective.
It sure is. Sure is.
Universities are making progression in putting dog bowls in lunchrooms so that furries can eat.
And guess what happens when conservatives go to a progressive university, right? What happens?
Yeah, they get hassled.
Indoctrinated.
And they get accused of hassling them for just asking questions.
Yeah.
They get permission from the universities to be there, to have a platform. There's a very popular trial going on right now for an assassination that happened last year.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Sure do.
The whole idea was that you go to these universities, you say, hey, we have these conservative values. We want to talk to people that are progressive about why we value these things here in America or whatever country. They do it in different countries as well. In Australia and England, there's conservatives standing up for their conservative ideals in that country. And these progressives come up challenging them, and they really have nothing but emotion and vitriol. It's disgusting.
Like a Glober.
Yeah, like a Glober, because they don't even know why they're mad at you for saying that the Earth is flat.
All the science.
All the science, all of it. All the science, all the physics, all of the geometry equals globe. All of it equals globe somehow.
The consensus is.
I love that one. They drop into a room with 20 flat earthers in there. Consensus says that it's a globe.
Yeah, not in here.
Dude. Dude. Well, that's what dude came in and said, Earth is round. I was like, where? Where the fuck is the Earth round?
I'm autistic.
Everywhere I go, it's everywhere I go, it's flat as shit, up and down, left and right. Well, I was out with camping with my brother and my sister-in-law, and I don't really get too deep with them, but they know what I'm about. And I was like, all right, so if I wanted to go to England from here, that would be east, right? Now, which direction is London? Am I pointing east across the ground, or am I pointing down through the globe, down to London? And she was like, it's fun. That's just like, yeah, if I want to go to LA, am I pointing down? That's where I go there, down.
Yeah, through the earth.
Through the earth. That's where LA is. It's over there.
On the other side of that hill somewhere.
Yeah, I want to see all these water hills. There was talking about. It's blocking all the boats and cities and shit, all the water hills everywhere.
Remember that, Bob the science guy? Yeah, it's a water hill. Yes, it is.
Oh, I think I got him to say that one time, didn't I?
Yeah, you and CB, I think it was. Yeah.
That fucking guy.
That's why they've got the recording of CB. Not a hill of water.
Not a hill of water.
Bob's the asshole that tried to get this channel that we're on now.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, we're back on it. So fuck you, Bob.
Some you get all your stuff back as well?
Bob, you can suck it. The channel's still alive.
So go, Boogie.
Oh, I was just going to say, some guy named Bill Bob is going to save me from thinking the earth is flat. I've been
good luck with that.
He said, let me know. Which, I've been looking at this shit for a decade now. I'm just having fun with him. But he said, let me know when I can have a call. And he's gonna help me, save me.
What, he wants to get you on a private call?
That's Phil. For sure.
Here, I'll show you. Hold on, I'll post it.
Yeah, old Bob the science guy thought he's going to shut me down.
Or give him mod.
Yeah, he said he was going to I won't strike your channel again if you give me mod in your server. And like, dude, you're so retarded. Pathetic, man. Did you guys watch McToon put a video out the other day with him and with Phil?
Phil Bell.
Did you guys watch it? Yeah.
I saw about 5 minutes of it and I tried not to throw up and I couldn't do it, man.
Dude, Phil is such a fucking he's so dumb, dude. Well, obviously he's not dumb, but the way that they strawman everything that we say, if you've been in the argument long enough, it's just too obvious that they're doing it.
It'd be interesting to have everyone in person. So Yoda, yourself, and a few other people that have been around for a long time doing this, and have them do that same shit in person to see if they'd still strawman the way they do. The only reason they do it is because there's no one else there present, and they can just march through, and no one's going to go, stop, bullshit. No one's there to call bullshit. So they can just keep marching on. They're rubbing each other's backs. They're having a great time. The only thing that was missing was a bit of soap and a loafer. Like, seriously. And that was the 5 minutes that I saw.
Yeah, the reason they can't, we don't go over there and they don't come over here is because Yeah, it's just going to turn into a big argument and nobody's going to hear shit, right? So in the future, what I think, while we're kind of in a lull period right now, lull, Lull, not low period, because this ain't never going to stop. I promise you. Eventually, the intelligentsia is going to have to recognize what we're saying. They're going to have to start doing these surface measurements to find out, because they can't just keep this going. They can't keep it up. Within the next 20 years, they're going to find out that the earth is flat. Like the intelligentsia, the whole thing. Now, whatever way they're going to work it out, with whatever world system, it's going to be easy to manipulate the public into whatever new paradigm, but eventually it's not going to work for them. It may take 100 years, who knows? But they'll be able to work it all in together. But yeah, it's not going to, that veneer of globe reality is going to fall apart eventually.
You think they're gonna be able to cross the ice wall?
No, there is. Ice wall is another fiction thing. That's just a.
But I've seen it with my own eyes, though. So you're gonna tell me that it's fake now?
Wait, tell me what.
Tell us all about it.
Yeah, what'd you see?
Yeah, I saw a giant ice wall that was over 100 feet tall.
Where did you see it?
I'm curious about this.
Hold on, let him say.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I went to the southern tip of what they call Chile, and I got on this boat, and we just kept going towards the direction they call south. And I saw it after it was about 18 hours.
No.
How far did you travel?
No, we're not asking him any more questions. He's lying. So.
Yeah, of course.
Because I rowed a boat all the way to Antarctica, and I saw the sun never set for 3 months. There's no ice.
Wait a minute.
I'm the same guy. I'm driving.
No, I got you. You say you went to Antarctica. You were there for 3 months.
In the summer, the sun doesn't set in the summer. It stays above the horizon. Got continuous daylight.
We don't have a problem with that.
No, wait. Hold on.
Okay, you got a few minutes before I reach the store. Go ahead,
you
please.
Said the sun was in the sky for 24 hours for 3 months. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it doesn't set. Same thing happens in North Pole. The sun doesn't set.
We got another liar.
6 months. 6 months of sunshine and 6 months of darkness.
No, that's incorrect. It can't possibly be that. Because it just switches over every 6 months?
We got another liar. I'd server muted that motherfucker too. So who's going to come in and tell the truth? Nobody's been in Antarctica for 3 months and saw the sun constantly in the sky. That's her lie.
Someone said it to me the other day. Someone said, it's 6 months of daylight and then 6 months of darkness. So I said, all of a sudden it's
not even for 3 months. You only see it. You don't even see the sun in the sky. I mean, how far north do you have to be or south do you have to be to see it for 3 months? No.
Well,
bullshit.
Well, yeah.
No, for 3 months straight. The sun in the sky for 3 months straight. No.
No, it doesn't happen.
Bullshit.
And then he went right to 6 months. Right.
Yeah, and then he said 6 months. Yeah. So Clive, quit lying. Why do you guys have to lie? Why don't you just tell me what really happened?
What? June 30, then all of a sudden it turns to darkness? Like, what the fuck are these people on?
So are you saying that
see the sun in the sky for 3 fucking months? That's retarded.
Is that an inaccurate thing?
Yes.
I'm totally
never been observed.
Oh.
It's never been observed from anywhere on Earth. 3 months. The sun in the sky, you on the Earth, seeing the sun for 24 hours for 3 months. 24 hours a day for 3 months. Never happened.
What's the longest amount?
Why don't you look it up? It is not 3 months. I guarantee you that.
I was just looking it up. I mean, I just did Google AI, so who knows if it's accurate or not, bearing that in mind. But it said that the sun, the length of time, I asked if it stayed up for 3 months in the summer. It says the length of time the sun stays above the horizon depends on how far you go. But if you are at the actual South Pole, which most of the polar institutes aren't, but it says that it rises exactly once a year in September and is not set a single time again until March. So it can create 6 months of continuous 24-hour daylight, the midnight sun, followed by 6 months of darkness in the winter. I could ask my cousin,
all of a
who
sudden.
was at a physician at the
That's
Norwegian.
never been observed either.
Yeah, I'll ask my cousin. He was, I have no idea, but it's just Google AI, right? But he was the Norwegian physician for at the Norwegian Polar Station for a year. They have a skeleton crew of 6 people through the winter, so I could ask him what he observed.
Oh, that'd be nice.
I trust him. I'll come back to you guys. He'll be sleeping now. He's in Norway.
How do we know? How do we know what has been observed or hasn't?
Yeah, we don't if we haven't seen it ourselves, right? And you wouldn't know if I asked him whether or not he's telling the truth. But I trust him, and I can at least give you. At least it's better than asking Google AI, probably, right?
Oh yeah.
Sure. And we have Clive. I just unmuted him.
Because Google AI does support what Clive just said.
Well, all right, Clive, what latitude were you? He may not be able to talk now. He said he was driving.
Yeah, he said he'd be at the store, but he'll probably be back.
That's cool. I called him a liar, but
what? So
I'm an asshole, so that's okay too.
I heard someone say that it's never been observed.
You're not an asshole. Everyone.
Well, if I called him a liar and he's not, maybe whatever. But say that again.
I mean, it did sound far-fetched. I was surprised when I looked it up, and that's what it said. I mean, not to say that I'm testing Google AI, but I'm just saying that,
Yeah, it is far-fetched to say, yeah, I was in a place where I saw the sun 24 hours a day for 3 months. Yes, it's very far-fetched.
But I mean, when I was in northern Norway, it's pretty far north, and we had maybe an hour of, and we could still go way further north. During the summer, we had about an hour of maybe 2 hours max. I mean, it never got dark. The sun came sort of almost set, and then the sunrise started, right? It got dusk and then dawn, and we still had a lot further north to go. And they call it, way further north than that, they call it the land of the midnight sun. So...
Yeah,
I don't know.
And you know what's it's really interesting. I mean, we've all grew up in the globe concept, and
Sorry,
so
what?
when we've all grown up in the globe concept. So when we think of Earth, we're thinking of it in the way the map depicts it, right? With the sun between the tropics, moving back and forth between the tropics in the celestial sphere concept, which is the map, right? This is where you can view certain stars at certain times of the year from different areas of Earth, and that's how they created the map. So this is the way we're viewing it, as humans. But yeah, there's a lot of what's on that map that necessarily hasn't been confirmed as being the true coordinates of where you are seeing what you're seeing from where,
Yeah.
Especially
And
when
I've
it
only
comes
gone
to a lot
as
of
far
things
north
in the
as
south.
seeing it. Yeah, I've only been where I saw it, like I said, come to the horizon, come to dusk, and then start with dawn, right? But I mean, again, this is secondhand, but my mom was further north in northern Norway, and she was there in the summer where it just, was like like broad daylight, like the sun shining brightly in the middle, like all through the night, So, for whatever reason, I'm not saying that means anything.
No, we know the reason because the sun is in the north at that time.
Yeah.
The further north you are,
I just meant I wasn't drawing any conclusions from that. I was just stating.
Sure. Well, because the Earth is flat, we've already measured it. It's over. All the water's flat everywhere. So, the sun in relation to where you are on Earth is where you are on Earth, where you see it from. Now, the extent of the southern areas, it's not as accurate as we can find in the north. Most people live in the northern quote unquote hemisphere, right? So as far as when you go south, you have South Africa, you have Chile and Argentina and Australia and those very most southern continents, and they're very spread far apart. When it comes to that, I mean, it's not a big circle map. That's still the circle map. The big rectangle map and the globe, they're all the same map as far as the distance goes. So,
and they have all the restricted access to Antarctica. You can't just go there.
Sure. So we have depictions of where the sun is in relation to the celestials, viewed from different parts of Earth. And it doesn't make the map a globe. It just means from that part of Earth, you see this happening at this time of year. And to be honest, it's only the globe is really like, as far as getting into really strict details, it's only a few hundred years old as far as this new understanding of the global power and all that kind of shit. It's only a few hundred years old compared to how long humanity has been around studying these things. Calendars are ancient, and it's not because of technology. All of this, the movement of the heavens has been recorded.
It would seem so. Lots of observers for thousands of years.
Right. So these are depictions, and they're different perspectives where they are on Earth from a calendar. It had nothing necessarily to do with the Earth being a certain shape or anything until someone introduced the idea, and then they ran with it. And then here we are. Now the Earth is a globe when it never was before.
Yeah, and the Mayans calculated all kinds of things to do with this movement of the celestial bodies, or whatever you want to call them.
Right, and in the with the maps we have depicted, that is a depiction of where you view certain stars from on, certain parts of the Earth, with a northern Polaris being the center north, and Sigma Octantis being the center in the south. And this map was created like that, but it's not fully being confirmed, in my opinion. So, with the celestial sphere, they say, well, when you're on this part of Earth, the stars you see, they're not a certain distance away. They're an infinite distance away, which is to say they're no distance. You only see them where they are when you're on this part of Earth at this time of year. So really, that celestial sphere is not a sphere at all. It's just where you're seeing the stars at this time of year. They're always above.
Anyone know what?
They're always above. Yep.
Anyone know what station this guy was at?
The guy that just left?
Yeah, did he say?
I don't think he said what station.
He'll come back.
Are you looking at the map there? I also have another friend who's a geologist, and he's Italian, and he was at one of the polar institutes for a summer. Apparently there's lots of people there in the summer for a few months.
Yeah.
And then there's always skeleton crews through the winter. Just bare minimum to keep the stations, running and functioning, so that they can get.
I just looked up because he sounded like he was from the US. I just looked up US stations, and there's Palmer Station, which is at 62 degrees south. McMurdo Station, 77 degrees south. And then Amesden Scott South Pole Station at 90 degrees.
90.
I'll ask, for what it's worth, I'll ask Google AI at what line of latitude it's the sun's always up for half.
Oh well, I've got a graph here from the Australian stations.
Oh,
yeah. So it's for.
And what latitude does it say?
So from I think it was 80 or 80 was four months of daylight.
Okay. And where's the US station?
McMurdo Station, which is the main one, is at 77 degrees.
Okay.
Amundsen Scott South Pole Station, which says it's at 90 degrees. I would love to see that.
When did they? They planted their flag when they were directly under Sigma Octantis.
Yeah. Actually, who controls the middle there? I think that's Australia.
They're in the power position. The Aussies.
Yeah, right. I think we have almost 50% of it, or a big chunk. It doesn't matter. We're owned by England anyway.
I got a map of Antarctica and who controls what areas. Hold on, let me find it. That's probably not even completely accurate. But...
Yeah, because it probably doesn't look like that.
Just the only thing got to go on at this time, I guess.
Right. What's funny is I heard earlier when there's one of the Indio replays, he's like, I don't even think Antarctica's a continent. He's probably right.
Isn't it just ice? No land?
Well, no, there's land there.
Is there? Okay.
But as far as like
oh yeah, no, there is.
What's depicted as the globe with north and south, that's a map. Right? It's a virtual map. It's a virtual reality of a globe that's functional because
it's a model.
You can pull out the globe and get where you need to go. Using the globe map with longitude and latitude and the tropics and all that shit. That's basically where everybody goes on Earth. You can get around. Yeah, it's just a map. But as far as what really happens when you go to different parts that are unexplored or rarely explored, that's like people say, oh, why can't you just go to the edge? Well, maybe somebody did. Maybe our governments did go to the edge and they didn't tell us, or they didn't, or went as far as they can. Because how can you go where the sun doesn't go? Maybe there's more, but it's like Antarctica. It's just too cold. How are you going to go where there's no life? Because without the sun, there's no life. So, what is Earth? What are the extents? Who knows?
Yeah, and with any model, you're deciding what information you're going to put on it and what information you're going to eliminate and what you're, to simplify it. Otherwise, it's too complex. It would actually be the Earth. So it has to be reduced. And then you also have to make assumptions, right? Anytime you do a model, it's a simplification of reality for a purpose.
Sure. And that's what the globe map is. Just like people are saying, oh, well, I flew an airplane, they went in a great circle route. Well, no, they just went from one place to another. You're picturing it on a map in your brain. That's a globe. They just went across the earth. Just like you do when you drive from New York to Los Angeles. You know what's funny is it's come back up. Shaq, Shaq, of course, everybody knows who Shaq is. Well, probably about 5 years ago, he said something about flat Earth. Well, he said it again. And he said the same thing. He's like, man, I've been all over the place. I've been across. I've been in airplanes. I've been in cars. Everywhere I go, man, it's, I went from there to there. It's flat, people are just like, oh, man, Shaq. Yeah. Just like, you know what? I think Shaq's a flat earther, man. Honestly, he's not making a big deal about it, but he's still, that's the second time he said it. It's like, dude, yeah. Why he's saying it's a globe and I just went from here to there. I didn't go around the globe. The only place I went around the globe is on the map. When I'm on Earth, it's flat everywhere. That's what I'm saying, man. About 20 years, 30 years, people are going to be like, damn, people thought this was a globe? once their outer space dreams fall apart.
It was like, Shaq, we need you to join the Globetrotters, Shaq. He's like, hell no.
He's already an honorable Freemason, so.
Said, I don't believe in globetrotting.
Yeah, he's like, dude, it's flat when I travel. Let me see. Shaq, flat Earth.
And the girl from that weird Netflix show from with the upside down world in it, they made her do like a public retraction from saying the Earth was flat. They made her do a public retraction about it.
He did, but like I'm saying, he actually came out and started talking about it again recently.
Yeah. I was talking about the girl from Stranger Things, 11 or whatever. That's the actress,
Millie Bobby Brown.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they made her do a retraction.
Yeah. It's all right. You got to read between the lines. It's like Kyrie Irving, man. That he never made a retraction. He's one of the biggest basketball players of all time. He's a Hall of Famer. He's never went back on what he said. So it's like, you got to pick and choose your battles, man, when it comes to this.
Yeah, I mean, of course, this isn't evidence for anything. It's just interesting to discuss and think about, and the people trying to tell you things different than what you were taught in society. They're out there. They just don't get the spotlight too much for those types of topics.
Well, it's just like every day people go, they think that, we're flat earthers because we haven't looked into it or we don't understand something, Oh, man.
Oh, of course.
No, that's all we do. Is freaking try to figure this out. It's more interesting every day.
I mean, how rare of a treat.
Go ahead.
No,
you.
I was just going to say, how rare of a treat is it when a globe zealot comes in here to defend his position and you don't have to teach him what he believes in first?
There you go. That's why I'm kind of like, what we do here is I'm going to tell you people here have some thick skin, man. I'm talking about like legends in the fight, because we spend time here with people that really think it's a joke, and to be honest, we exploit each other and them. You know, they give us their time, we give them our time and stuff. When really it's a very important discussion, and eventually I would like for us to move into, you know, we do have, say, people that come and say, PhD, you know, like Dr. Blitz or whatever. That's not necessarily who I want. You know, not some.
I would love it
to like have like universities actually get involved and say, all right, we're going to do a laser test together. These people are saying refraction has to be considered. Are we going to do it beforehand? We're going to do it after. Are you going to let's see how they're going to do refraction. What are they going to do with it?
Well, you hear, what was it, yesterday, this guy from the Politics main channel was talking about this event. Are you familiar with that?
The Steel Man event.
Yeah. So I've been thinking about this, and I'm telling you, man, the way I would approach it is to steel man their refraction claim that they can't admit to. You know, that, well, refraction is causing, you know, the light to bend in a perfect parabolic
dude,
match the
exactly.
Earth. Like
Boogie, what that's
that,
exactly
just iron
every
that
time.
shit out perfectly, and that's the steel man you deliver.
They can't do it. That's what I'm saying. And when I've heard a lot, you know, people talking about it all the time. It's like, so when they say refraction, it's like, so what are you saying refraction is doing? They say we're not considering refraction, or we're not accounting for refraction. Before we even get into the math or whatever you claim about the atmosphere or whatever, what are they claiming refraction is doing? Like, because when we go to a lake and we take a pair of binoculars, or we take a zoom camera, zoom into the other side of the lake 20 miles away, you can see the freaking shoreline. And they're saying, well, you know, refraction, you know, have you considered refraction? All right, so what do you say refraction is doing? That shoreline is supposed to be 266 feet below your eye line. So tell me what refraction is doing to make it look like that.
Exactly, man. It's about the entailments that come with their vague claim, and to really like draw that shit out. And I think that would be an excellent steel man to come at that event.
Well, that's why I'm saying these guys can do what they've been doing for the whole time. Just wiggle around and squirm. But if you got universities involved in like a, you know, a real test or something, where, I don't know, you know what I mean? Instead of like YouTubers or some of these bullshit artists that are online, like a real public event, not some stupid shit like they had the Netflix thing, which I don't. We know better than to get involved with like that bullshit. So if we're actually going to do it, they have to come to us.
Can I point out actually about the Netflix thing and the whole like public flat Earth debunk?
Hey,
stuff?
heretic, hold on, turn your camera off, buddy.
Oh my.
There you go. Go ahead.
Okay, you know how they always have these flat earthers debunked? How come it's never any of our guys? Like, it's never any flat earthers we know. Like, who are these people?
Oh no, that's what I'm saying. They won't talk to us. This group here. We're the only ones really that are looking for this. Everyone else is just kind of in minutia, and it you know, it's more about popularity contest or whatever, or just getting They're going to sit there with their stupid circle map, freaking talking about bullshit all the time. And it's not really going to get to the brass tacks of shit. You know what I mean?
The brass tacks. They're never going to send either of the Nathans on a spaceship, either an Oakley or what's the other Nathan again?
A spaceship? Who's talking about spaceships?
Well, these Globies. They're always going to send some flat earther we've never heard of, like Katy Perry or ever talked to, or some like.
Oh yeah, or to Antarctica and all. Well, we've heard of the people that went to Antarctica, but that we knew that was just whatever it was. That
what? Did you ever meet those flat earthers? Were they part of the flat Earth community, or is it just part?
No, well, I mean, as far like Whitsitt, I knew Whitsitt. I didn't meet him, but I could have. I mean, it's not. Jaron was in California, so that's a little far away from me. But Whitsitt was in Tennessee. I could have met him if I wanted to. But that's not the point. I'm talking about. There's not this hyped up weird bullshit that YouTuber kind of shit or Netflix kind of shit. I'm talking about real shit. Get involved with the academics. Not YouTubers and TikTokers and shit. It's like none of them. It's like when we say nobody's measured the curvature, it's a motherfucking 100% fact. Nobody's ever measured the curvature of the Earth. We stand by that. Until somebody comes along and shows us where they measured the curvature of Earth on the fucking Earth, then everything else is
That's the very reason we're here.
yeah. I mean, it's just like we can sit here and play around with these guys, which is fun, but it also helps people to actually just say, hey, I never even knew to ask the question. That's where I was. When I saw Flat Earth, I thought it was dumb. It's just like, no, bro. You're supposed to ask. If the Earth is a globe, why is it so goddamn flat everywhere?
Well, that's how we know how much of a globe it is. Because how flat it is.
Yeah, because it's so flat. That's how you know it's a globe and it's big. That's how you know. Because it's big. It's big and round. That's how you know. That's why it looks so flat.
A lot of people might think it's repetitive or too basic, whatever criticism they have about what goes on here. But I love how it's all been boiled down to such a concise, relevant, test. Like there is nothing more relevant than creating the straightest tangent you can and checking for deviation. There's nothing more relevant than nothing.
Right. I mean, it's like we could make this room about more speculation about since it's flat, then it could be this and this and this and this and this and that and that and that and this and this and that. the flat Earth could be this electric, this dipolar plane, and the sun could be this, and it's made of this, all that kind of shit, right? We can't even get people to realize how flat the water is without going into speculations about the sun, right? We do have a server. We could have a sun channel where people could speculate about the sun all day. We could have another channel where they speculate about the moon. But dude, the Earth itself, the plane that we live on, there's no globe there. So why would you, even with flat earthers, sit there and speculate, okay, well, now it's flat. They're still thinking about the sun, moon, and stars, and they're trying to picture the Earth, the whole Earth, the same way. It's just like, and they're guessing, do more guessing, and then people that still think it's a globe and say, look at these flat earthers, they don't even know. No, we know. Yeah. We know.
Well, it instantly, focusing on this specific, it just instantly dissolves all the weak ass claims of conspiracy and want to feel important and, oh, you're just ignorant and haven't looked, and
you
all
just want to be
things.
part of the club. You're in a cult.
Yeah. It dissolves all that shit instantly.
And you know why there's no globe laser test?
None of that is relevant.
You know why there's no globe laser tests? Because they looked at ours, and they're going to do the same goddamn thing we did, and they're going to get the same results. And they don't know what to do with that, besides say refraction.
And like you said, it's not going to hold them up for much longer.
Nope.
I don't know. I'm obviously not a flat earther, or I mean, I'm not a flat earther. I shouldn't say obviously.
Okay, cool.
But like, shouldn't skepticism like apply to flat Earth as well? Like if we're going to promote skepticism, it seems like we should have some kind of like consistency about this, right? Like, why should I trust a flat Earth documentary or a flat Earth book if I'm not going to trust my calculus book or my astronomy book or anything that NASA says? Like, what's the principle of skepticism here?
The principle. Are you aware of where the idea of a globe came from?
Where the idea of a globe came from?
Earth being a globe. Earth being a globe.
Well, I mean, I can't remember the ancient Greek philosopher. He was actually at the Library of Alexandria, I think. I can't remember his name now. Actually calculated the curvature. Eratosthenes, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, well, he didn't originate the idea of a globe, but
I mean, it
came from
Plato
people
and
viewing the heavens
would talk about like the heavenly spheres and so forth. So, I mean, the idea of like spherical Earth is probably as old as ancient Greece. So,
yeah, sure, it's been contemplated for a long time. But where we are here, and it's been promoted, of course, for the past several hundred years through what they would call modern education. I don't know. I mean, it depends on which country, how it all promulgated to this. We're under a world system basically now. Everybody.
I guess so. I mean, like I'm a like physics student, right? In university, I'm going to graduate in like a year, and I've taken mechanics, right? And like one of the things we learned was like Kepler's laws and various other things. Of course, like I could, go find you various things that. I'm not going to be able to reproduce them right here, but like I could go find you various like calculations and ways that we can know that the Earth has like a curvature. But it seems to me it seems to me that like you guys wouldn't accept the authority of any of these sources. So it's difficult to know, because I imagine you guys don't even think that like calculus is a reliable way to like understand.
Hold on, though. Hold on.
I just wanted to address one thing real quick, super quickly. It's the good thing about this methodology is you can be as skeptical as you want. You don't have to take anybody's word for anything. And this is something that you and a friend and a $20 mirror can go verify for yourself the day you.
Yeah, but the principles of very like how like skepticism, ancient Greek skepticism was very radical. For example, right? I mean, like the ancient Greek skeptic Pyrrho, for example, there were stories about how he would like be walking down the street and his followers would have to like pull him out of the way of like wagons coming down the road because he didn't form any opinions of whether or not there were actually wagons were actually real, right? And so like
Bob,
like,
is the water on Earth on Earth flat?
I'm not saying you guys are equivalent to this guy. I'm just saying that like ancient Greek skeptics were incredibly radical because they were willing to take skepticism all the way. And so I don't.
The globe idea, did it come from the Earth actually being a globe, or looking up at the heavens and making assumptions about the universe? I mean, is the Earth actually a globe? Like on the Earth where you are, is it actually a globe? Is there? I mean, does physics like? Are you talking about astrophysics? Or are you talking about physics on Earth where we're actually using weight and measures here on Earth? Because if you're anything outside of Earth would be in a realm that's not on Earth. You know what I mean? I mean, I think
you don't think the laws of physics apply to outside of Earth.
Have you tested physics on the moon?
Well, I mean, you don't think the moon landing is real, so I guess, I mean, I would say yes, but you don't think that's true, so.
Really? What did they do on the moon to test physics?
There's a famous example of, Lance Armstrong? He brought up a feather and
Lance Armstrong is a cyclist.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Neil Armstrong. Sorry, I have always got those two confused.
Yeah, I guess I probably could too.
Well, he brought up it's a demonstration of the law of universal gravitation, right? So he if you can actually find videos of this where it's done on Earth too. In a vacuum, gravitational acceleration is not dependent on weight, right? It's just dependent on like time in the gravitational field, is how quickly you get up to speed.
It can be interpreted that way.
Well, I mean, that's Newtonian mechanics, right? That's just like, but the point is that Neil Armstrong, I think, brought up a feather and a hammer up on the moon, and there's a video of him. You can watch him like dropping both of them at the same time, and they both hit the lunar surface at the same time, right? So that's a demonstration of like the laws of physics applying on the moon, for example. Of course, you don't think the moon landing is real, so I don't know what.
Yeah, but even. I don't. But even that, I mean, what would be a demonstration of the supposed law of gravitation? I mean, it's like, oh yes, 50 years ago we went to the moon, and he dropped a feather and a hammer on TV, and
well, here
we are.
Link it in the chat. There's you can do this experiment in vacuum, and you'll get the exact same result.
There's no atmosphere in a vacuum. Of course, there's going to be no air stopping the feather. It doesn't mean gravity causes it.
Well, if you're in a vacuum, what else is causing these two objects to accelerate to down?
I wouldn't. What do you mean they're accelerating?
Well, that's what acceleration in meters per second squared. That's what acceleration is.
All right, so it's a measured.
Yeah, I mean, like mathematically, acceleration is just telling us that.
Sure, it's an agreed upon average. The 9.8.
It's not an. I mean, acceleration it comes from calculus, right? So it's
it doesn't come from calculus. No,
I mean,
it comes
the way
9.8 meters per second squared is a convention. It's a convention so that it can be used across the Earth in different circumstances.
So Acceleration acceleration is dv. So if we're doing one-dimensional acceleration, let's say for example, let's say we're just doing in the y-axis, right? So like velocity, position is just x. I'm at 5 feet from the origin. I'm at 10 feet from the origin. Velocity is the change in position and time, dx dt. Right, so that's calculus, right? And then acceleration is d squared x dt squared. So it's the second derivative of position, right?
Hang on, Bob, I just want to clear something up. Yeah, Helio, what he's saying is that the notion of acceleration itself is derived using calculus, not the 9.8 meters per second squared is derived using calculus. I mean, it might have been. I don't think so. I think it was just averaged out, like you said. But the principle of acceleration itself is what's derived in calculus.
Yeah. I mean, the 9.81.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's universal, universally across the earth used in everything. In construction, building, everything.
Yeah, that value.
Sure.
Yeah. That coefficient.
Well, where else are you going to use
that value? Yeah. That rate of acceleration, the rate of acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared, or 9.81. Yeah, that's averaged out and pretty much used almost everywhere. Yeah.
Where else are you going to use it?
But Bob, you asked what causes down, and modern day scientists openly admit that no one knows.
Yeah, I mean that's true. We don't I should be clear. Like we don't have a theory about where gravity comes from, right? It's just an observation that massive objects draw other massive objects towards, they pull towards each other, right? And we have a mathematical formula that describes that motion. That's what Newtonian gravity does, right? We're not actually Newtonian gravity isn't actually describing what gravity is. It's describing the effects of gravity.
You're not observing massive objects pull other massive objects. That would be assuming to know the cause, which is claimed to be unknown. Philosophically, the downward bias and acceleration on Earth. Everything else you just said.
I mean, properly speaking, we would be, just observing. We create a theory like mechanics, and we write a bunch of mathematical equations. And then we, write out the consequences of those theories, and then we go and observe. And if they agree with the theory, agree with the hypothesis with the theory, then we can say that it agrees with the experiment. And so we are observing some kind of phenomenon.
Yeah, I hear you. But Bob, check this out, right? So at best, all you have really, at best, okay, you have a correlation. Okay, you have a massive object, supposedly the Earth being a giant ball or spheroid or what have you. Right, so the first assumption is that it is indeed an object in free space, okay, adjacent to or in proximity to a smaller object that we know is in free space, like a basketball or a feather or whatever, okay, and you draw a correlation between the rate it accelerates down and all these things with these. So you have these three variables at play, right? But the problem is not that you're the problem is not the equation, the variables at play necessarily, apart from maybe their precision, right, or the precision of their quantification, but the reasoning or the philosophy behind the explanation as to why the thing is happening. That's the only real thing in contention. And the problem that a lot of people here try to point out is that if that assumption or that set of explanations is not ironed out from the get-go, you end up creating a mass, layers and layers and layers upon that. So where you find yourself so far removed from a premise that was never actually solidified, that you're so far removed from reality that you don't even know it anymore. So we try and get back to that root and see if we can actually prove it.
Well, I mean,
you know what I mean?
I guess, but then, I mean, the issue is that I can also claim. I mean, you're making us kind of a skeptical argument, right? That you know, I'm not actually disagreeing with the scientific like results. I'm just saying that like there's like these layers upon layers of like abstraction and confusion upon everything, and so we're all kind of like talking out of the sky.
No, not necessarily. I'm not critiquing the fact that there are layers of abstraction. Okay, but what I'm talking about, like the problem here is really ontological. Like, if you think about it, right? The notion that a object, right, a dead object, an inanimate object, can exert a force that's not actually a force on this other thing, so much so that that other thing accelerates towards. Like, there's a word problem. This is a wording problem. Unless otherwise proven to be the case, whereby our vocabulary, right, just wasn't sufficient prior enough to really fully understand it, right? We're operating on this assumption that somehow there's a connection there, right? So the skepticism is not necessarily the equations. They're entirely, at least as far as I know, largely internally consistent, right? But to assume that the explanations or the actual cause of the phenomena is true, all we're looking to do is actually make sure that it is true before we start adding too many layers on top of it and risk getting ourselves into like a Jenga scenario, right? Where largely a lot of people would argue we already are in this type of discussion, right? Things are kind of collapsing. Hence why Einstein would have had to come in, because Newton came around and said a couple things, and they didn't hold up for too long until someone else found some holes in his ideas, and then had to redo it. So like this is the process normally, and we're just trying to say, hey, what if from the beginning there was a problem that isn't being addressed from either of these two ideas?
Yeah,
Right,
I mean,
and
so
for all the concepts to be true, doesn't the Earth actually have to be a globe first?
Yes.
So, like, I mean, the issue is that I can just immediately turn this right around onto you and say the exact same thing, right? I mean, this is the issue when you have. I mean, what you're describing. This is a kind of skeptical argument, right? I mean that we're deeply confused about like where physics works, but the layers of interpretation on it are so high
It's an interpretation scenario. That's the thing. Yeah, check this out, right? The only real physics. Okay, watch this, bro. You're studying physics. You'll understand what I mean. I take a hammer and I drop it. Okay. The only real physics in any sort of analysis of that phenomena, really, in that sort of setup, is just analyzing how fast it falls, how hard it falls, or how hard it hits. Right. Any sort of maybe measuring any sort of extraneous phenomena like wind, that would have been induced by the hammer falling through the air and pushing the air aside. All those types of that type of analysis. That's really the only physics, at least in that sort of setup.
The force you use to pick it up.
I don't necessarily. I don't really agree with that.
Well, check it out. Well, then hold on, right? Unless you expand your horizons a little bit, no pun intended, right? That's all you can really determine from that. That setup does not necessarily open the door for inquiring as to why that's happening, right?
I mean, so
or does it?
There are multiple. The thing with like physics paradigms is that like we're just dependent upon the level of precision that you're asking for, right? So I mean, like quantum mechanics, I could talk about, for example, like the crystal structure of the metal in the hammer, right? And that requires talking about quantum mechanics, right? So we have to talk about like the lattice constant of the iron crystals that are in this hammer, right? I can talk about the unit cell, or I can talk about the Ken-Shalom equations that describe like the way that the electronic band structure of the crystal is formed, or I can talk about the wave function. I can talk about phonons, right? These are all different layers of detail that we can talk about it
if they're relevant,
of the object in question, right?
Of course,
but like
if they're relevant.
of course we can't right, but what is relevant is dependent upon the situation, right? You know, like asking me to we can't describe everything about it all at once. Like that's
I'm
impossible.
not asking you to, though. I did not once ask you to describe everything. All models are limited, dude. You know this. Okay? I write software for a living. I know how to model shit. We all know that you have to distill a real world phenomena or object to the relevant set of parameters or field variables or whatever pertinent to the problem. No problem. Okay. What I'm saying to you is in this setup that I just described to you, okay, with the variables laid out, okay, how do we determine why the thing is happening as opposed to just measuring the phenomena that we witness, i.e. the thing falls down and all, you know, the parts therein, right? The speed, the amount of energy exerted, all that shit, right? What else can we determine from that little setup?
I mean, like that is like you're describing the entire purpose of philosophy, right? Like natural philosophy.
Yes, thank you.
And there's metaphysics,
thank you.
right?
This is my thank you. I appreciate you bringing that up. This is my point. Okay, this opens the door to philosophy, and people have philosophized that maybe because because we see circular-looking dots in the sky that we presume are spheres, for whatever philosophical reason, we must be on a sphere too. Then they take that and plug that notion into what we're talking about here, where, oh shit, if we're on a sphere, right, and I take this thing and it falls down, maybe the sphere is pulling it down. Right? That's a philosophy.
Well, I mean, yes, I agree that in principle someone could do that, but that's not the way that like astronomers and physicists would describe the way that the Earth is like spheroidal.
Well, here's the thing, though. That notion predated everything, right? The assumption that we're on a sphere because we witness phenomena that would be consistent with the notion that we're on a sphere, right? Without actually proving it, right? It's just these things were just very suggestive of, like boats over the horizon, all this stuff, right? These were the premises. These were the cornerstones that weren't actually necessarily founded properly before everything emerged from that. But it's assumed that they are founded properly, right? This is the thing that we're trying to tackle here. You just acknowledge that there is some philosophy in here, and we're just trying to suss out whether or not.
Well, yeah, of course. I think there's some. I mean, there's some philosophy, and if you're trying to, you know, we're trying to assess the entire truth of some specific phenomenon, which ultimately speaking, I think is kind of impossible. But like, if we're trying to have a broader view of like the why or the how of a specific phenomenon, we have to broaden beyond in mere empiricism. That's true. Like, I just think that something like the Earth's curvature is something that it is just a completely like an empirical question. Like, this is something that you can go and test.
Of course it is. Of course it is. I mean, that's kind of what we try and keep the discussions in these rooms about empirical notion or empirical evidence and stuff like that, right? So if someone's going to say to me that the ground is pulling me towards it, right, but not show me any evidence apart from me, if I jump up or jump off a building or something like that, accelerate towards the ground. Yeah, it might be it might be the case that the ground is pulling me, but how the fuck would the ground actually pull me towards it? It doesn't have little like lasso ropes or shit, or are there like invisible leprechauns? Like that has to be investigated, right?
So like I agree in principle that if you want to demonstrate these concepts
before it's asserted to be true, dude. I'm not saying there's no room for there's no open doors for investigation. We're actually trying to encourage people to actually properly investigate this, right? But to assert it as being true without investigating it, right? We get into the mess that we find ourselves in.
Okay, so there's a couple of things. One, one that you can't live unless like you literally cannot even like live in society or do anything or like be alive unless we're trusting people with certain things, right? So like science and life and anything relies on a certain amount of, I mean, a tremendous amount of trust. And my issue
I'm sorry, dude. I gotta cut you off there. Hang on, dude. I gotta cut you off there. No, science in and of itself, the whole point of the method, right, is lack of trust. You don't want to be able to trust anybody, right? Check this out.
That's true.
You do well, watch this. You do an experiment, right? You employ the scientific method, right? You get your results. You publish all this stuff. You publish your findings, your methodology, whatever. Are people supposed to look to you and say, "Oh, this guy's got a PhD next to his name. This guy's got an MD or whatever the fuck next to his name. I'm going to take his word at face value that what he did actually holds water." Or they're going to say, "Oh shit, that's very interesting. It might be correct. We'll take it at a grain of salt that it might be correct because the results are interesting. Let's do it ourselves to confirm."
Can't do that with everything.
Not everything. Eventually, at some point,
my point. So like, I'll give a personal anecdote of mine. Right, I was learning like calculus for the first time. I thought I was going to be a really good mathematician. I'm gonna learn everything about this specific thing, right? And so we're learning how to do basic integrals, how to do basic derivatives. And you open up your calculus book and you go to the section where it introduces derivatives for the first time, and it says, "Okay, so like the definition of the derivative comes from limits." When you go to the limits section, and we're learning about limits, and it's like, well, limits, you have to do like an epsilon delta proof of the limit. So you go to that section, and it's like, well, in order for this to work, we have to have like the median value theorem in calculus. So you open up, go to Appendix B for the median values. You crack open your text. We go to the appendix section. The median value theorem relies on Rolle's theorem, and Rolle's theorem relies on the binomial theorem, and the binomial theorem relies on this and this and this and this. And eventually, I'm now spending 4 hours on this one topic, right? But
sure.
And so this is on one topic in one specific field and one specific thing, right? And so you can't. If we're going to be consistent with our skepticism and not just like intuitionally pick and choose, right? You run into this skeptical nightmare where now, because I can't verify almost anything that I believe, now I have to doubt basically that anything. I have to doubt everything, and you can't live like that. It's impossible.
No, I'm not saying that, dude. Though, first of all, you're the one inserting that this is about skepticism.
I think that's transferable. You guys don't believe.
Well,
because
hold on.
You guys
Hold
are
on, dude.
skeptical that basically you guys are so skeptical you don't even think that any of the photographs.
Our skepticism is matched up by measurement. That's the problem you've got, brother.
Yeah, hold on. Like, check this out. Watch this, right? If you're going to try and use the word skepticism, almost like a slight or whatever, or a very light-weighted slight on our stance, like, because that's what it sounds like you're trying to you're using it for. Okay, here I would give you this though: the extent to which we're quote unquote skeptical, right, is the degree to which science, quote unquote, in and of itself is naturally skeptical. Right? I put out an experiment. People aren't going to trust me unless they test it. Right?
So it is true, to a certain extent, that you have to, if we're going to call it skepticism, of like someone publishes a result, you verify the results, right? Or if I have a theory, I have to go, do the experiment to verify the theory. If you're going to call that skeptical, it's skeptical to a certain extent. But the point is that when if I'm doing any particular thing, like you open any physics paper, you open any experimental result, the layers of abstraction that you're dealing with is so large. Like, for example, I'm doing like crystal simulations, right, in my physics research group right now. Right. The layers of abstraction.
It has to be in an interpretive.
So
right, it has to be an interpretive framework, right?
If I may finish, right? The whole it is literally impossible for me to verify even a majority of what's going on, right? Because in order to do that, you would be crippled by, well, I have to freaking open up the appendix of my calculus textbook to even be sure that like this computer simulation software is working because it's running off of calculus, right? And so it's just you're replacing.
It sounds like a you problem, man. The thing
No,
is, dude,
my point is that we don't have to do that. My point is that we don't have to do that.
No, well, then watch this. Here's the thing. I agree with you that you don't have to do that. If you're going to present your findings using all this stuff that you don't know for sure because you haven't checked them, then don't say that the results that you produce using all this stuff are known to be the case for absolute certainty. You can frame it as, hey, look, we're using all this stuff that is highly regarded as being trustworthy in the community, right? And it's consistent with other stuff, and it fits all this type of language that elucidates the point that you are not absolutely certain. Then there's no problem with it, right? Because it allows for other people to come in and say, hey, there's a blind spot here. Thank you for not closing the door shut on this. Yeah, you have a little bit of a blind spot. Let's help you out. The whole point of being on it is all we're trying to get at here, right? It's the fact that people come in and say, we know this for sure, even though we didn't actually check all the way down to the grass.
So like what do you mean by like knowledge then?
How about this? If you preface something with under this interpretive framework, this could be interpreted this way.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that.
That's very vague.
Yeah, is what you just said.
Well, dude, it's vague.
It's so big and so vast and under calculus, and I put this in this computer model of this calculus framework. Then, it could be interpreted this way and that
right.
way.
Well, the way that we have is that like one reason, for example, that we can think is a good reason why we could be confident in these kind of empirical theories is that they agree with experiment. And everything in physics ever.
You said experiment earlier, and then you went into something about objects
correlating
in the sky that you haven't touched.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Bob.
I was bringing up the point that theories, like we have to rely on a certain amount of trust, otherwise we can't do anything.
Trust in who?
Trust that, like, for example, my calculus teacher wasn't a demon who was lying to me.
Oh, your calculus teacher was lying to you? No, he believes what you believe.
Yeah, dude, you can trust that that the work that he's presenting to you from like all the granddaddies of calculus and all that were accurate. You can trust that instead of pigeonholing what we're trying to say as being skeptical that people are lying to you and stuff. It's just possible that people can make mistakes, right? So instead of saying it like
we're operating on a level here because this is all kind of beating around the bush a little bit, right? Because
let's get back.
We're talking about flat water. We're talking about flat water.
In theory, I can sort of accept in a general, Lewisian possible world thesis where like everybody is deeply confused. But we're talking about something like that the Earth is not semi-spheroidal, right? And that every
measure it.
Like every single photograph of the Earth is faked, and like the ISS.
Here we go.
Yeah, the reason we state that is because you can go and measure the ground. When the ground is not showing curvature, surely the shit even you would step up and say, "Hang on a minute, what we're measuring doesn't match the photos." Like, that's normal skepticism. When you go and look, for example, if I've got a photo of Matt Nuclear, shut up. If I've got a photograph of my computer desk and it shows a square, and then I measure it and it's a fucking rectangle, even I'd scratch my head. You would too. So why is it you guys go, but photos from space? Go and measure the ground and see if it matches the photographs.
What do you want from me? Because I photograph.
I want you to show some form of skepticism that you're bitching at everyone else about.
A photograph is a piece of empirical evidence. So, like, what do you want?
No, it's not. Photographs can be doctored.
Yeah, if you can validate
any experimental result can be doctored, right? But what's the point?
Yeah, it needs validation.
Excellent. So all your experiments have just been invalidated. You've just shot yourself down. Well done.
Yeah,
now you have to be skeptical. Now you have to go and test shit for yourself.
Yeah, so Bob, so check this out, right? Remove yourself. Check this out, right? To get yourself aligned more with the whole empirical thing, away from approaching what we would probably call like almost like a religion where you're just trusting everybody and shit without actually checking stuff out, right? In this context,
that's a polemic against my position.
When you're checking out, when you're taking a bit of evidence, right, as your core as a core basis for everything that you build your stuff on, without validating it, right? You're kind of like Matrix said, you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot here in this
I
conversation.
mean, do you want me want me to crack open Charles Taylor's classical mechanics and walk you through how these things are derived? Like I can do that.
Listen, we don't need to go there, dude. Okay, I'm talking.
What do you want from me?
We want you to show us where the Earth is round.
Yeah, exactly. So if your premise is the Earth is round, we ask you how you know that.
Earth is not round. It's like the best way you can describe it geometrically is like an oblique spheroid. Yeah.
But your pictures are
rounded. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. You get my point, right? That statement right there, it needs to be validated somehow. How was that determined to be the case? Right? You say, "Oh, pictures from space." I say, "Are you sure?" It doesn't seem to correlate with reality. Right? Did you check those photos? How did you check them? Oh no, I just trust it because it comes from a government institution that that I can't actually really verify how they did it. But fuck it, it's my government. I'll take their word for it. Like there's a big fucking red flag right there, dude. If that's all you have, right? Your thing is like you're fucking sinking, dude. Like hello.
I mean,
think about it.
Like what?
You can't.
Well, how are you?
How can you verify anything?
I mean,
after
we could.
that?
I guess we could like if we're going to litigate. This is sort of what I meant by so I will give it to you that it's sufficiently obvious that people don't. It's sufficiently obvious that the Earth is curved. That people.
Where's it obvious? Hold on a minute. Go back to that. You just said it's sufficiently obvious. Tell us about this observation.
Well, if you let me
define sufficiently obvious.
So I'm making a rhetorical point, right? Because
where's this observation done at? If it's sufficient for you,
well, if I may continue, right? That.
Yeah, but your definition of continue is not answering the question. It's to continue with your bullshit story. We want to know where you've witnessed the curvature to make it obvious. So what's so obvious about it? I go outside, there's no freaking curvature. It's as flat as a pancake. So where's it obvious? Did you go to a certain location and you saw this curvature? Tell us about it.
I could go talk to an artilleryman right now who has.
That's great. I don't want you to talk to an artilleryman. I want you to tell me where it's obviously curving.
I stand. Well, here's one. I stand.
So where did you make the observation? You've gone to the beach. Good boy.
I went to the beach and I saw that if I stare at a boat that's leaving, eventually I will not see it anymore because the horizon is only about 7 miles or so before it curves out of sight.
So you've come to an assumption because you were fed a story as a child. You've come to an assumption that it's curving because ships disappear.
That's not.
You've got an assumption. So you're assuming that the causational mechanism of ships disappearing is curvature. Because you were fed a story as a child.
Yeah, Bob, you're making the.
That's what this guy considers sufficiently obvious.
Here's what you. Yeah, Bob. Well, here's what you could actually say that would fly in here. We go to the beach, and eventually, as the boat goes away, we eventually don't see it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Period. That's really the only real phenomena that happens. The question as to why that's happening. It's been asserted that it must be the ground curving away because of prior philosophical assumptions that we must be on a ball.
Okay,
and it correlates with the
so
it must actually be the ball curve getting in the way without actually having verified.
It's impossible for me to respond to all five of you at the exact same time because you all are very heated about this. You said you said why is it sufficiently obvious? I was trying to make a completely different point. Right? I think this is a matter of intuition, right? But prior to us doing any kind of experiment, we have a certain intuition, and then we form a hypothesis. Then we go and compute the consequences of that hypothesis, and then we form an experiment, right? So one way, for example, that you could confirm a hypothesis, like, for example, that the Earth has a curvature to it, right? Here's like one way we could set up an experiment to verify it, right? So you crack open your mechanics textbook, and like the first thing it talks about is parabolic motion, right? And they always use the example of like a cannon or something, right? Because parabolic motion, like vector calculus, was originally designed, if I recall, to assist with cannon fire. So you go and you crack it open, and we get all these this fancy calculus about, like, we use gravitational acceleration, and then we use vector calculus and the frames of reference, etc. And we come to the equations of motion. You solve the differential equation, and you get a parabolic arc for the travel of the object, right? And so,
is the soldier doing that? The soldier's doing that?
Absolutely nothing to do with the Earth.
Well, if I may continue, I'm not finished. I am not finished with what I am saying, right?
I think you are finished.
I'm describing an experiment that you could run that would verify the curvature of the Earth that has a curvature.
Shooting a cannon.
Well, if you let me continue. So you create the calculus, right? Here's the theory, here's the hypothesis. Right? And how might I use this hypothesis to demonstrate whether or not the Earth has curvature? Well, one thing you could do, for example, is get a really big howitzer, right, and place it. If I say that the Earth has curvature, right, and I make an hypothesis, it's about 7 miles or something like that.
Go get a howitzer, fellas. This is a simple experiment I'm going to share with you. We're going to need to get a howitzer.
U.S. military does this every single day.
Continue. Carry on, bro.
So,
I mean, dude,
if the Earth were to have curvature, I would be able to predict the arc of fire, right, and be able to hit a target by accounting for my hypothesized curvature, the curvature of the Earth, because it's beyond my line of sight.
All right,
and we have to calculate for that curvature in the actual calculus, right?
All right, since you're referencing this,
if it hits the target sufficiently accurate,
right?
then we've confirmed the experiment.
You sound nuts.
So it's been done before. So just show us that instead of your rhetoric.
Sure. I mean, I can just Google, like, artillery computers that do this.
Just Google it.
Artillery computers do this like always.
Show me.
Oh my god.
Show
me.
Bob,
go find this actually having been done, okay, or something similar. But I gotta tell you, dude, you're overcomplicating it, right? You're instead of actually measuring the Earth, you're trying to fit several pieces of a puzzle, about not about the Earth, to explain or describe the Earth.
That's how you do physics.
Why don't we
you have to have multiple pieces of a puzzle to fit together in order to do any kind of experimental test.
There's no problem with that, except the puzzles that you fit together, right? They're pertinent to the experiment. In this case, you're using other stuff, not the thing in question, as part of the experiment to explain the other thing really in question, right? What do you
want? You can't do science in any other way except this. This is how any kind of empirical science works.
Except for the fact that this actually really isn't a scientific question. If you really think about it, dude, this is a geometry question, right? It's not natural science. There's no natural phenomena per se in the same fashion of, I have a pot of water, and then at one point
geometry is deeply baked into the empirical results.
It's not natural. I'm not saying you can't use geometry or mathematics in scientific inquiries. I'm saying the study itself, the field, math, geometry as a subset of math, or whatever, calculus, all these things, these are not actually scientific fields. They're tools, they're linguistic fields, actually. Okay, used in other fields to facilitate whatever they do.
Which agree with experiment.
Hey, Bob.
Hold on.
Bob Joe.
Here's the problem. Hold on. Here's the problem. Bob, if you think about it, And this question really is geometric. So why don't you stick with a sort of test that finds itself within the geometric domain, like actually measuring something, right? If it's a ball, the ground has to be curving away at a specific rate, right? Depending where you are or on average or whatnot. Would you agree, right? If you're on a basketball and you take a toothpick or a fucking book or something like that, there's going to be a non-linear deviation from the toothpick or the ball or the book to the surface of the ball as you cross the domain, right? That's a measurement.
Math is logic.
Okay. Why? How have people not like?
Before we continue, does Bob Joe? Do you think that there is a way to directly measure on Earth the curvature of the Earth directly, like flat earthers do with lasers, visual observations? You think that's possible to determine? Like a 20-mile lake observation, is that to determine whether the water's flat or it's
I mean, yeah, I think there are numerous experiments we can run that could directly calculate
what would be a legitimate test that you would say, hey, this could say, yes, that lake is, that 20-mile observation from shore to shore, 20 miles. We have a laser set up, or we have a high-powered zoom camera. We can zoom into one side of the lake, which we've done. We have a zoom camera on one side. You zoom in, you can see the shore on the other side. We have that. So, what is that? Is there something wrong with that type of test?
Not intrinsically, no.
When you say test, you sound like the guy that says pacer test.
Well, because it's not an experiment. It's just looking at something.
That's it's a matter of semantics.
Really?
No, it's critical, dude. Don't fucking say that.
Yeah, it's not semantics. It's not an experiment. It's just you taking a zoom camera and see if you can see the other side of the goddamn lake. Is the water flat or not?
Okay, fine.
I would think it would be. I mean, unless there's like waves.
Yeah, I mean, Bob, hold on. Before we move any further, dude, you get if
Maybe
anyone would know the definition of a scientific experiment, it would be supposedly this guy. He's studying physics and shit, right? Can you share with the room your understanding of how the scientific method is conducted? What are the steps of the scientific method, sir?
Sure. I mean, I'll quote. There are a little bit of disagreement about this, but I mean, I'll basically follow what Richard Feynman said about this, right? Nobel Prize winning physicist, right? I mean, the way the scientific method works is basically you make a guess, and make a guess about what you think will happen, and you can compute the results of that guess, and then you compare it with the experiment.
But what do you start off with before you even think about something that may or may not happen? Right? Something has to prompt you, right, to start asking these questions, right? What do? Starts with the big O.
Observation. Yeah, what do you...
Thank you. And what are you observing?
It could be
If I take a rock, watch this. Here's the problem. If I take a rock and I put it on my table and I observe it, can I conduct a scientific experiment on the rock just sitting there?
You could.
Okay, what?
I could, for example, I could put it the rock sitting at a table. I could, for example, you could do an optics experiment where you lower your eyes to see if the angle of a light is sufficiently reflective. I forgot what the word of it is. It's a phenomenon optics, where if something's sufficiently at the horizon level, it's reflective. Like there are various experiments you can do.
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? I have the rock on the table. In and of itself, there's nothing really to hypothesize about it. Maybe physical or natural phenomena that may emerge by the sheer fact that the rock is there, right? I might go to inquire about that. So this is where the problem is, dude, right? You have to observe a naturally occurring phenomena, okay, to which you then can form a hypothesis as to why that natural phenomena is happening. It's a happening. You even just said it yourself. Okay.
I mean, this is what Eratosthenes did when he calculated the curvature of the Earth. He was observing the way that the sun moves across.
That's not going to age well, Bob Joe.
You're fucking it up again, dude. You're fucking it up so hard. Looking at a rock is not a phenomena. The rock is being there is not a phenomena. If anything, it's not.
That was a phenomenon.
Watch this. If anything, the
phenomenologist would disagree with you, but okay.
Listen to me. Okay, well, here's the thing. Well, let me refine that. Okay, at best, the quote unquote phenomena that might be happening is not exactly a naturally occurring phenomenon, because the only reason why
it's actually like millions of different phenomena that's happening.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Okay, at this scale in question, or at this scope of the question, the only phenomena at play, if you want to put it that way, is the rock is sitting on the table. That's the quote-unquote phenomena. But there's nothing really to hypothesize as to why the rock is there, because I already know, because I put it there. Right? Okay? The naturally occurring phenomena might be, for example, oh shit, there's a certain color that I see on the rock. Mm-hmm. Why do I see the color green or black or purple or whatever? Right? That phenomena, observing a color, you might be able to inquire about that. And then you might want to start playing with like chemical compositions and shit and formulate a hypothesis about that. That's fine. That's like a thing that's going on or whatever. But the sheer geometry of the rock, like we're not asking the right questions here. It's not applicable. There's a context error. Okay? So you seeing a thing over the horizon and it disappears, that's a phenomena. Yes. Asking why it might disappear requires inquiry. But you can't beg the question that you know the geometry of the ground and use that as a reason why the thing is disappearing if you don't know that the ground is the geometry of the ground in the first place. If you assume it is, then you can get a result all the while knowing that it's based on that assumption, and that's fine if presented like that. You follow? If it's presented as, we know for sure that the ground is curving, and therefore we know for sure that that's the reason why this thing, it so happens to correlate with our models and stuff like that, that's not sufficient. It's not actually really honest, dude, because you're not telling the whole story. Right? You're missing pieces there. So these are not the right questions for the task at hand. It's not a scientific question. This is why we emphasize in these rooms. We gotta fucking measure something. So what would you suggest that we measure to figure this out? I think Healy already hinted you at that. So I'll continue with him there.
I don't know. I mean, so yes, I suppose in the case of hitting some object with a piece of artillery, or trying to navigate across the world with our ships or GPS satellites, doing certain kinds of things or whatever, that in and of itself, right, where there is no
under
curvature.
An interpretive framework.
Bingo.
Okay. I mean, so under the interpretive framework. So under like an interpretive framework
of globe, when it's actually flat, you're just moving across the Earth under an interpretive framework of globe.
Okay.
the sigh.
Yeah, dude, this is the only way you can actually use the globe and flat at the same time, because this is what they've been doing the whole time. And, anyway, you're using Earth, everyone just being on the flat Earth under the interpretive framework of globe when they're not actually doing anything with a globe.
Do you think so? Like, you just do you not think there's ever, because like you could just look up right now like how curvature is calculated, right? Do you just like, is that, I can't describe like calculus.
Wait.
Right? That's
what do you
impossible.
mean? What do you mean how curvature is calculated? What do you mean by that?
How does someone like Eratosthenes or Newton or any other physicist?
No. Newton didn't calculate curvature. Eratosthenes calculated curvature, but it was based on assumptions about about the path of the sun in the tropics and your position on Earth, and already knowing the Earth is a globe and the sun being very far away.
Yeah, Bob. Like at best, what Eratosthenes did is calculate a would-be curvature rate or circumference. Actually, that's what he actually calculated.
But the sun
A
was already
would-be-
doing all that shit. Yeah.
Yeah. So check this out. He assumed we're on a ball in the first place, right? He assumed the sun was far enough such that the light comes in approximately parallel, because it can't be actually perfectly parallel, because you wouldn't see the sun if it was actually far enough for the light actually to be perfectly parallel, right? So what he calculated was a would-be theoretical curvature rate or circumference of a would-be theoretical ball under the assumption of all the above. So under that interpretive framework, this is a possibility or plot or whatever, if it's actually a ball. So how do we confirm that instead of basically stack other questions?
Well, I mean, one way we could confirm that, for example,
on top of the idea that we're on a ball when it hasn't been proven. How do we prove it?
I mean, we could send things into space, right? Wouldn't that be a way of proving that?
Okay, so you have a God's view or really, really high bird's eye view of the whole thing. Okay, perfect. How high would you have to be to do that?
Well, you could put something into geometric orbit, for example.
How high would you have to be? Well, here's the thing. You have to assume, right, that you're a ball in the first place to put it in orbit, right? Because it requires some sort of geoid or whatever spheroidal model, right, with gravity that operates the same way for it to actually be in orbit.
The mechanics of space travel does not require assuming that the Earth has curvature.
You said putting it in orbit. You're talking about like orbital mechanics and shit, putting the satellites and whatever to fly around.
Yeah, but from your perspective, it's not orbiting; it's just like sitting there, right? But that's just a word. I mean, putting something into space, and then using calculus and like physics to like put it into space, and then we could observe from space whether or not the Earth has curvature or not.
Why aren't there shitloads of cameras on the moon facing Earth? Why isn't there a lot of cameras on the moon facing Earth right now? Why?
And we have a lot of cameras in.
There's zero cameras on the moon facing Earth.
There are cameras in really, really high like geometric orbit. They're taking pictures of the Earth.
It's pretty easy to get to the moon. They just
geosynchronous orbit is how far is that away?
Israel put tardigrades on the moon.
How high would you have? I would ask you, Bob. How high would you have to be, right, to get the full Earth in full view, right, to be able to take a snapshot for you to see that it's actually circular and likely spheroidal?
I mean, I think there are multiple distances, but a simple distance is geosynchronous orbit, which is a minimum distance.
I mean, yeah. Technically, there's infinite distances beyond a certain point. I get that. But I mean, the minimum distance for you to see it in full frame.
No, why not just give you a number that would work?
Yeah, the minimum or whatever, anywhere above the minimum.
For geosynchronous orbit, at about 22,000 miles.
Okay, what does 22,000 miles get us? Do you have an example of a photo somebody took from 22,000 miles?
Actually, that's more than 22,000 miles.
Okay, more than. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the photographs like on the moon, where I think we're more than 22,000 miles away.
Okay, so how do you verify those to be legitimate?
How do I verify that those photographs are legitimate, or that the moon going to the moon was legitimate?
Photos themselves.
Well, I mean, we would do some kind of chain of custody, right? Figure out, okay, where this first we'd have to see that the photo was like not digital, right? Because then this is supposedly happened in the 1960s, right? So if it was a digital photo, it'd be really weird. And then we'd be like, well, this we could do some like forensic. We could do some forensic science to be like, okay, this specific chemical compound of this specific photo can be tied to this specific camera, right?
Slow down. Hold on. Hang on, dude. Hold on. Slow down for a second. I ask you,
that's what I'm doing for you.
I would ask you, how would you verify? Not we, right? Because I know you're probably going to go into the next step and say, oh, well, somebody already did it, because they're part of the we that you're referring to. So then you just trust them. that they did it. I'm asking, how would you verify it for yourself to be true?
Okay. Well, I would I would see what to even begin, like the part of the investigation would be like, okay, where is it claimed that these photographs, like where are the original negatives, right? If these photographs are real, where are the original negatives? Well, it's probably in a vault somewhere. I'd be like, okay, I would go figure out where in the vault they are. I'd be like, okay, so where did these photographs come from? Well, they're supposedly taken by this camera. Then I would be like, okay, I would go look up the technical manual and the engineering documents about how this a camera was made, and then I could do some forensic chemical research to tie that this photograph came from this camera. Maybe there'd be fingerprints on it that would tie it to specific astronauts. And I'd be like, okay, so it came from this specific camera, and it was built here, right? And this specific camera was on, this specific Saturn V rocket, right, which launched from this platform at this date, etc.
Okay.
There's all these eyewitnesses. I mean, you would do an historical, just like an historian would dig through a document in archives to find something.
Yeah, slow down. Well, first of all, yeah, okay. So history is not exactly the same category of what we're talking about, right? So yeah, I get
this photograph happened in the past, so you would have to do historical research.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, okay. So at best, okay, you can drive that. Okay, that's one check mark that happened in the past. Yeah, no shit happened in the past because we have it now. Where did it come from the future? Like, come on, dude. Okay, so check this out. At best, you're analyzing the legitimacy of the photo that it's not digital.
Oh, okay. The point is that this photograph came from this camera, which was on this rocket, which took off at this date.
Okay.
Right, and you use
how do you know that camera was
use
on
an
that
ensemble of evidence.
Relax, dude.
Okay.
An ensemble, right, to create a probability that it's likely true.
Yes, exactly.
Right?
The Earth is very likely to be curved.
Exactly.
That's how we do empirical science.
Thank you. No. Okay, so thank you for acknowledging that you don't know for absolute certainty to be occur.
Of course not. You can't have absolute certainty in empirical science. It's impossible.
Are you sure about that?
I'm absolutely sure about that. You can't.
Watch this.
Because
hold on, watch this. Watch. Is it or is it not absolutely the case, right? That if you take a pot of water and you boil it, or you put heat under it sufficient that the water heats up to at least 100 degrees Celsius at approximately 25 what the fuck's the unit there? Average atmospheric pressure that it's going to boil.
So approximately, yes, you use the word approximately. That's not certainty.
Well, no, hold on. The certainty is in the phenomena itself. Yeah, if I bound.
Well, I mean, so because then
here's the thing: if I give you a watch this, dude. If I give you a bounded range upon which, if you operate, right, that the phenomena is going to happen, that's a statement of certainty.
So if you accept that the phenomenon you're receiving is actually corresponding with reality, because I can pull out a Humean critique.
Hold on.
Of phenomenology that what you're observing is actually an illusion, right? How would you demonstrate that's not an illusion?
Thank you very much. So now we're getting to brain in a jar territory, folks. We finally made it. Hear that? Oh, it's a simulation.
You want certainty. I mean, what do you want?
Dude, I'm talking about the phenomena, even within the supposed maybe simulation that you're kind of hinting at here. Within the simulation, every time that we fucking apply enough heat to a pot of water, right, at average atmospheric pressure, sufficient that it reaches 100 degrees Celsius, it will boil. Right? This happens all the time. That is a certain statement, plus or minus a little bit. I'll refine my statement and say and include those boundaries within plus or minus a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
That's a statement of certainty. Okay, so this bullshit about you can't be certain about anything, like fuck off with that, man. We've heard that way too much. Okay,
I thought that was your position.
But here's the
that's what I'm confused about.
Here's the problem. No. I'm not saying we cannot have certainty. We're critiquing the means by which people go about arriving at certain conclusions and saying they're certain about it without actually taking the rigorous steps necessary to arrive at a certain conclusion. Right? And we pointed it out with you. You already said it. Oh, we get the photos. I would do this to verify it. I would do that, but you didn't do any of that stuff. Right? And we can
Of
poke
course
holes
not,
in your
because it'd be a gigantic waste of time.
Of course. Well, here exactly. So here's the problem: you have not done it, so therefore you cannot claim that you know that they're legitimate. I asked you, how would you do it? Did you do it? No. Oh, okay. So until you do it, right? Unless you did something else that you didn't.
It's also because like that's
right?
one.
You don't know it to be true.
I was constructing a way that would satisfy your skeptical criteria. I think it's perfectly
didn't
legitimate
satisfy
that I look at
anything,
a
dude.
photograph
It was
of the moon and that's actually like a photograph from the moon of Neil Armstrong on the moon, and that's like
That's the point. So you take it on face value, and look. You're more than entitled to do that, dude. But don't be prancing around saying that you know for sure it's true because you looked at a photo, but you never checked the photo.
certainty.
That's ridiculous.
Well, because you don't believe that any of the supposed evidence that was presented to us is real. Like, do you guys even think that the Saturn V, like, you guys even think that the Saturn V rocket even took off?
Hold on a second, dude. Here's the problem. Okay, you're mixing words up and shit. Okay, I can if I thought the moon landing was real and I thought the Earth was a ball, and I was honest to you, I would say, look, me personally, I have no real reason to distrust my government, even though whatever, that would be a stupid statement, right? But well, because of that, I trust that what they provide me is legitimate, and what they provided me looks to be a ball. So it's probably a ball or I think it's a ball because XYZ reason.
Aren't there like radio reflectors on the moon that you can test right now that work?
Hang on, I wasn't done, dude. If I said shit like that, at best you can critique me for being a naive retard. Okay, but you can't say I'm not honest. That would be an honest statement. Okay, we're critiquing you guys' lack of honesty and pompousness, grandiose fucking pseudo-intellectual bullshit. This is what we're doing. We're asking you to provide the evidence to your proof. We're asking you to provide the evidence. Okay, if you say you know something to be true for absolute certainty, we're asking you how you know it, and you fall flat on your face.
I mean, like I could give you various like documented pieces of evidence that would show that the moon landing was real, but you wouldn't accept any of them if I gave them to you.
They can be They can be indicative, right? And you can create a narrative that makes it that presents it as being highly likely, even though you can actually really calculate that likelihood, right? Because likelihood and probability, right? They're actually quantifiable things. Okay, this word salad bullshit, people throwing in like likelihood and probability in actual non-quantifiable discussions, it makes me fucking sick. Okay, but you have the hunch. You get this hunch that it's legitimate. This is your subjective.
You guys have a hunch that the Earth is not flat, and I don't.
We measured it, dude. This is the problem. Now,
so
but what we do,
we measurement. You have a measurement. You have an observation, right? And then if I provide you pieces of evidence that contradict that measurement, what do you believe?
We would try.
The only evidence you can provide to contradict it would be measurement.
Yeah, dude. We're open to that. We want to reconcile this. Okay. The problem is what bring into the room happen to be subjective interpretations of other stuff that other people did, right? That they can't actually go and replicate.
You can go replicate it, right? So
not that you could but didn't. Okay, the problem is you can't.
Can I? You've gone on a kind of soliloquy here. Can I just?
Yeah, fucking right, dude. I'm mirroring you, dude. Go ahead.
That's so. Like, have your laser experiment that you have an observation, and that you claim that this is sufficient proof by observation that the Earth is flat.
No, measurement. Observation was what triggered us into measuring it in the first place.
Okay.
We witnessed zero curvature. We were told a story, the same as you. We witnessed no curvature. We go and test to see what's true or false.
Okay, so you have you have
Yeah,
a
critique the
specific measurement, right? And you are sufficiently convinced that this demonstrates that the Earth, because you've done a measurement, that the Earth is flat, right? I mean, so, but the problem is that what would happen if I provided you various other pieces of evidence that the Earth isn't flat that also encompasses.
Well, here's an idea. Instead of talking about should have, would have, could have, go and do it. We will then assess your evidence and see if it's fallacious or not, and we'd probably try to go and replicate it.
Sure.
Or even better, dude. Or how about this? How about you ask us to provide you what we've done, or what people in this community have done, and you scrutinize it and tell us where we went wrong. We can go. We can do either way.
I don't think any of your measurements are probably wrong. I just
Okay. Well, we'll check. Just surface level, right? Okay. Are you familiar with the like the equations that people are using when they to compare with the data that they gather when they go out and do stuff? You familiar with like the Earth curvature, drop over distance equations and all this shit?
Seen it before.
Right. You've heard the 8 inches per mile squared stuff.
Maybe. It's been a while.
Right, using the parabolic approximation. I can actually put it in the chat for you. I derived it actually using calculus, so I think you might appreciate it. If you want to check that, of course, just to make sure that we're not fucking up the math. Okay, but according to this, we would expect, for example, at a 10-mile distance from an individual, right, or over a beach or whatever, right, that there would be a drop rate. Like, let's say they put their head right on the ground, right? So you're basically creating like a tangent line, right? A line of sight. That line of sight at 10 miles should drop, what is it, 666 feet or something like that, Matrix? Do you remember? 10 miles?
No, I don't remember any of this.
I'm asking Matrix. Matrix, you there? I just don't want to do the math. I'm too lazy. But it's
10 miles, 66 feet, 20 miles, 266, 30 miles, 600, 40 miles, 1,066.
Thank you very much. Okay. All that stuff, when people have gone out and they don't actually measure that, the deviation, they don't see like a laser beam going over their head, 66 feet, 200 feet, whatever, above their head. It's actually like right up in their optic, in their camera, or in their eyes. Like that straight line of sight, dude. Check in the chat if you're curious how that thing was derived in the first place.
Equation of a circle.
Yeah, it starts from base principle.
Maclaurin potential.
Yeah, we're fitting. It's a general.
Say that like the Joker.
There's never like Maclaurin series. Sorry, I misread that. Maclaurin polynomial. Never mind.
Yeah, we're fitting a polynomial of order of the second order to a circle, right?
First derivative.
Last shit.
You're doing second order polynomial of what are you approximating? F of x is what you're approximating?
Yeah, the equation of a circle.
You're expanding f of x. So you're doing the top half of a circle.
Yeah.
Okay. Then you're expanding the top half of a circle to the second derivative. Then set f of x equals where you're doing the ddu of is negative 2x. Shall view respect to x of the.
Take your time there. I don't know if you want to do it here or by all means, but in the end, using just so you know, this corroborates with other methods of deriving it.
Negative 2x.
But
x is dy chain rule. X over first derivative is equal to. Okay, then you do the second derivative on the product rule. Oh, so I mean, you're doing curvature from you're doing calculus curvature, yeah.
Yeah, we're deriving right? The best fitted polynomial, the best fitted quadratic to fit a ball, basically like a cup over, like you're cupping your hand over a tennis ball type shit, right? We're just deriving that.
Why did you? So why did you? So you got an equation of a circle here, and then you're doing the top half of the circle. Then why? What is the point of this Maclaurin expansion?
To get the polynomial.
Okay, so you're
because the reason why we do this,
you're doing
is
f
because
prime of a, and then okay.
Yeah. The only reason why we do this is just because instead of going to people and saying, oh, the drop rate of a tangent line on the top of a circle is r squared minus d, that all that shit. It's just so much simpler to say, ax squared or negative 8x squared or something like that, right? It's just a lot simpler for short distances like that that we're talking about at the scale that we're supposed to be talking about. Right, we're within 99.9999 or whatever % accuracy. Right, so it really doesn't
accuracy to the. I mean, Maclaurin expansion is like accuracy within calculus, right? It's not exactly like empirical like measurement accuracy.
No, I know. Right, we're just talking about using this as a base model, right? And using that expression is more than sufficient for our purposes. Right, because it's accurate to that degree. Now, here, if you want, here's another little table I threw together demonstrating the error rate in terms of percentage and all that stuff, so you can see why people use it.
The error rate.
A lot of people well, there's the error rate. There's a difference.
So all you did is you calculated the first, second, the first and second derivative of top half of a circle.
Yes. Now, if you go see how, that's the whole point.
Okay, here we go.
At x equals 0, right? That's like the
potential approximating here. X equals 0.
Yeah. What's the equation of the parabola that touches that point only? Right. Point is, this is a second means or a second angle to which by which people can derive the 8 inches per mile squared drop over distance. Like I said before, there's another one, but it's a little bit more crude, a little bit more analytical. Excuse me, this is more analytical. The other one's a little bit more, plug in numbers, some known numbers, and work backwards. This one I work forwards from base principles. Same result, more or less, plus or minus a few.
F 2x add 0 is a is 0 r prime. You have r mine. So you're fitting.
Yeah. It's called approximation for a reason.
Concave. You're going to calculate deviation from this line, subtract from p. There's a whatever distance scale we get. If x is the drop over the horizon.
It's not a drop. It's drop from a tangent. It's not the horizon distance. Like there's a couple other equations for that.
I mean, you're from the top of the circle down.
Tangent line, yeah.
Radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles, or equals.
On average, yeah.
D is dependent upon x squared. X over. So I mean, I would want to look at that more, but from just from the math of assuming the top half of a circle, that seems to make sense. You're doing a Maclaurin expansion of that, and then you're something with the Maclaurin polynomial. You're E2 at deviation is.
I mean, I appreciate you scrutinizing it, dude. I actually haven't had anyone scrutinize it live on air, so that's pretty cool. By all means, I have had others scrutinize it before, and it checks out. But this is pretty cool. The point really is, if we use this, right, we apply it to reality, it doesn't really fit. So either the math is wrong, which, you know, if you check out, you'll see that it's not, right? Or that the assumption that this model is even applicable to the real world, and assuming it's a ball of a certain size or whatever, it doesn't check out.
So what you're doing, it looks like, just from my intuition here, you're just
deriving P, dude. All I'm doing.
You're
it's a lot of work.
Right,
it's a lot of work just to derive P.
P appears to just be Cloran approximation of the top half of the circle.
Exactly. Yeah, it's just a best fitted quadratic, right, to approximate a circle. That's all.
Right,
it's just very as I'm starting from really primitive. I'm just primitives. I wanted it to be verbose.
Okay. I think. Yeah. So what this is it's just like, okay, I want to see how closely that deviation, that d of x is calculating the deviation of the approximation from the actual from the actual equation of the circle. That's not really that's not exactly like calculating the d of x is not exactly calculating the like distance from the tangent line. It's calculating the distance from the top half tangent line of the top half to the circle to your
Yeah, 100%.
Like, so here's the calculating the deviation of your approximation to the actual equation. That's not exactly dropping a distance drop from the tangent line at the top of the circle.
Yes, it's not exact. That's why it's called an approximation. The whole point is people want to express the an equation or a formula or whatever to describe the expected drop over distance from a tangent line on the surface of a ball, but they don't want to use the complicated math involved in that. It's not as palatable, right? A lot of people have 7th grade math under their belt. They might have forgotten it, but if they see like an extra,
this isn't doing that at all. Actually, you would actually get a wrong. You'd actually get a wrong answer if you remove.
How do you describe wrong? What's wrong about it?
Well, I mean, so like if your goal, if I'm reading this correctly, if your goal is to calculate the distance drop from the tangent line down, you're actually what's happening is you're calculating the drop in the difference, the deviation between the approximation and the actual equation. So the further along you get along d of x, you're actually deviating farther and farther away from the top half of the circle.
That's not what that hold on a second. Let me check this down. No, that's not what that calculates to. You see the equations, right? It subtracts the constant, which is 3959. That's your constant y, right?
I'm looking at your d of x. I'm looking at your d of x.
Yeah, d of x. The d of x is equal to what?
Is p minus r, which is
what's r? What's r? R is the constant 959. That's just a horizontal line, dude. Right? R is just a number, right?
But so I mean, I guess
if y, right, at x equals 0, right? Y is equivalent to the radius, right? If I plug in,
give me a second. I can't think while you're talking. Let me at the same time. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. If you want, dude, let me send you something else.
Just a quick thank you for unmuting me. Over.
Sure.
Hey, was that Clive?
Sounds like
Let's
it.
see, I just
welcome
finished.
back.
Oh my god.
Welcome back, Clive. I was talking shit about you after your connection was gone.
It's all
or whatever,
cool. It's
good.
so cool. I'm 70 years old. I'm delivering pizzas to pay half of my taxes. I make $70,000 a year. That's half of my taxes of day trading. So
Yeah. All right. Well, cool.
Yeah, it's all good.
man.
It's all good.
Hey, man, I'm glad you enjoy the conversation.
I do. You know,
Yeah.
I am a firm believer that I'll tell you what. You know who my greatest hero is? P.T. Barnum.
There you go.
Actually, I actually watched one of the last Ringling Brothers circus performances ever in DC. Like one of the last times they ever did it with elephants.
I remember it. I was in DC. Are you familiar with 14? You familiar with 14th and K?
With what?
With 14th and K.
Is that a street in DC?
Oh yeah, it's very famous. If you lived in DC, you know what 14th and K is.
Okay. Yeah, I know. I'm not from DC. I think I watched this when I was I think I was like 7 years old. I don't quite remember.
Oh, okay. 14th and K is where I developed software, but it was also Prostitution Row.
Oh.
So I would always leave the office with a couple of dozen bouquets of cheap roses and pass them out to the ladies.
Hey, Clive, is P.T. Barnum known for a phrase, "a sucker born every minute" or something?
Oh, absolutely.
There you
and
go.
his greatest accomplishment was to get people through the line. He didn't want them to see them in all the exhibits. He wanted them paying once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. How can you do that? This way to the great egress. And people would open the door to close behind them, and they'd realize egress was not a mythical animal, but the exit.
Yeah, gentlemen.
Deviation. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. So let me do I have my notebook with me here?
Yeah.
Let me.
Bob, I just want
Let me stream what's going on here. Maybe I can do that. Maybe that.
Hold on. Well, check this out. Right, if you go to the post I put at the link I put at 47 minutes past the hour, brings you to a site that we run. I threw together this calculator and shows a little graph along with it there that uses the math in question that you're looking at here that you're scrutinizing.
I don't have my. If I had my iPad, I'd be able to stream my screen and write out what's going on here. But yeah, so basically, the issue is that it's not. So that d of x function, it's a p minus r, right? So what is r? R is the radius of your half circle, which is supposed to, which you're standing in for the radius of the Earth, right? But d of x is not actually calculating that d of x is not actually the distance from the tangent line to where you would be on the Earth's curvature. No, it's not. F of x is your half circle. So that is what what the actual Earth's curvature is. That's what the top half of the circle is. F of x is the Earth's curvature.
Hang on. Okay, let's do it. Let's do an example.
You did this with ChatGPT. I could just throw this into ChatGPT and show you it would agree with me because that's what it is.
Dude, watch this. Okay, do d of x where x is equal to 1, please.
Where's my? Hang on a second. I don't do any math without writing something down.
Yeah, go for it.
I big recommend to the product of what's this? The Evernote? No, not Evernote. What is this thing called? Remarkable Paper Pro. Great product.
Sure.
It's basically an e-ink tablet. I used to. If you study physics, you'll end up going through hundreds and hundreds of pages of paper of calculations. So this thing got rid of all the paper that I'm using, which is very nice. Where is my? Did I lose the freaking thing? Oh, that's it.
Yeah, just do us a little favor and do d of x where x is equal to 1, d of x where x is equal to 2, d of x where x is equal to 3.
Let's see. So your f of x. A pencil here. F of x is your half circle, which is r squared minus x squared. The top half, you're not doing the bottom half. Then your p function, your Maclaurin polynomial, is a second order polynomial, which is probably fine. I would do a third order polynomial if you want to be really accurate, but that's fine.
No, we did this on purpose, dude. Of course, we can approximate it higher with higher orders. The thing here was not to get the most accurate.
R minus squared over 2r at u centered at x equals 0. Then you asked me to do it. That's what I'm doing. You can't do calculus in 5 seconds.
No, dude. It sounds like you're rederiving it and everything. I'm asking you just to plug it in.
I'm not rederiving it. I'm trying to do exactly.
Are you doing D? Okay. Oh, okay. If you're doing D straight up, go for it. I mean, it should be. I think it's a little simpler than that. That's why it's all distilled down. In the end, the whole point of all that work was to distill down to something that is a little bit more palatable.
This is definitely not more palatable to most people. Most people, if you tell them what a Maclaurin series is, their eyes glaze over. I guarantee you that no one in this chat room knows how to actually do any of this. It's not palatable to anybody. It took me a little bit.
Dude, don't misrepresent what I said. What I said was the end result of all that work to distill things down to a simple P equals R minus X squared over 2R. Yeah, that is the palatable part. Tabarnak. D equals X. D of X is equal to P minus R, dude. Can you just do P minus R where X is equal to 1, X is equal to 2, X is equal to 3, please? Like, sure. Jesus Christ, I need to go back 4 pages.
You want the arithmetic. I'm telling you that this isn't doing what
the arithmetic of the final result, dude. Because you were critiquing the final result does not comport to what we're talking about. Oh, I fucked up. Right? I didn't ask you about, or you didn't say anything about the derivation was fucked up. You said the end result is not actually expressive of what we're trying to do here.
You want P minus R where R is equal to 1?
No, you dumb fuck.
What did you say? What did you want from me?
Function. P is a function, right?
Mm-hmm. It's a Maclaurin polynomial.
Yeah, P of X minus R. I just said P, but P of X where X is equal to 1. Right?
Okay. P of X where X is equal to 1 is 1 minus 1 half.
No, 2 over R. R is what the fuck, dude?
You said X is equal to
X is equal to 1. What's the equation say, dude? What does the equation say?
Didn't you say earlier you wanted R equal to 1?
Dude, can you read what D is, please? D of X is equal to what?
It's equal to P minus R.
No, you retard.
I'm reading it off of your paper. That it is the
deviation between the tangent line. But at the end. The full thing.
But the negative 8.0 times
P minus R. P, okay, well, listen, I'll read it to you. Okay. D of X equal to P minus R, which is equal to R minus X squared over 2R in brackets minus R, right? Which simplifies to negative X squared over 2R. Okay. Anything wrong with that? Yeah.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with that. What's your
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So plug in X is equal to 1 into the negative X squared over 2R.
Negative 1 over 2R.
Yeah. And what do you get?
Okay. D of X and D of 2, you get 4 over 2R, so you get negative 2 over R.
Okay, so do the math. Okay, what is 2R?
What is 2R? It's 2 times 3959.
Thank you very much. Okay. And what's the result approximated in decimal form, please?
Give me a second.
And also, I want to mention, what are the units here? If you didn't catch that part, if you didn't read full, you would know that these are units represented in miles. So if you convert to inches, that's what the last part does. My God.
Hmm. A second. Looking at your function, by the way, like the arithmetic is correct, so I don't know what you're.
You said the contention here is this, dude. You said that what this boils down to, the whole point, like the equation, does not express what we're trying to convey here, i.e., the drop over.
I don't need to plug in numbers to the function to demonstrate that. The calculus is not doing what you're saying it's doing.
Explain what it is, dude.
It's calculating the deviation between the second order Maclaurin polynomial and
See, everything he's doing is not he's avoiding what's in reality. He's talking about abstractions and not what's Earth.
What was the purpose of doing these calculations in the first place?
This thing is an abstraction.
It's all abstractions.
Of course, yeah, Helio. The whole thing is
an abstract mathematical argument for how you came up with this. Like, what do you want from me?
Yeah, hold on.
We're talking about 39 ball. Go ahead.
I know that number doesn't mean anything because it's not telling you what it think it is.
Yes, it does.
Hold on. It does. Yeah, Helio, right? You know that the whole point here, right, was for me to demonstrate to him basically that the 8 inches per mile squared drop didn't just come out of our ass, right?
Well, he obviously knows that. He knows that, though.
Does he know that?
That's why he's dicking about.
Yeah, he knows that.
So it doesn't come out of the ether. It comes from this equation in the table that
it comes from the celestial sphere.
But it sounds like you're saying it's wrong.
Yeah, it's wrong. It's wrong not because your calculus or your arithmetic or your table is wrong. It's wrong because it's not doing the thing that you think it's doing.
Dude, what do you mean?
What the fuck?
Look at the equation.
I am looking at the equation.
Bro, you said, right? You said that this calculates the deviation between the actual.
Can you tell me what a Maclaurin polynomial is doing? What is it?
It's being used to approximate, right,
what
a specific
is the abstraction doing?
Yeah, it's just being used to approximate, right, a function that we derive, right, to a certain degree at a certain point. Okay. So listen, I understand. Hold on. I just want to make sure. I want to point something out to you. Okay. I see where I think you might be goofing up a bit. You assume that the R is like the equation of the circle.
No, R is just of the circle.
Right. It's just a number, right? So if you thought that it was basically the equation of the circle, I can see how you might be mistaken in thinking
that's not f of x. F of x is the equation of the top half of the circle.
Exactly. So
quadrant 1 and 2.
So why? So here's the problem. What I'm confused about is how the hell are you messing this up in thinking that this is calculating the distance?
I'm surprised that I mean, you have like generative AI that can tell you what's going on here. Like this is not like
DFX. So we've got goddamn brain. So we've got AI
going on.
We've got AI that can tell us what's going wrong, but yet we've got you here stalling for time, so you don't have to answer the question.
This is the whole point.
Your question. I mean, this is clearly like generated.
What was the purpose, Matt Nuclear? Before you go thermonuclear, what was the purpose of his approximation calculation?
Is that a question for me or him?
Him.
What? Can you ask that question again?
What was the purpose of his approximation calculation? What was it for?
Well, what was it for? Is what he thought it was doing is that this is calculating the drop on the tangent line to the top of the circle, and it's calculating the.
Okay, then have you got something better if it's not sufficient?
Yes, you can just calculate the distance from the tangent line without with this d of x. This whole Taylor-Maclaurin approximation is meaningless. You don't need to do that at all.
It's no, dude. I already told you why we're approximating. Yeah, we told you why we're approximating it, dude. We can just use the equation of a circle. It's not a problem. That'll give us a perfect result, an ideal result. We're not stupid. And first of all, you think this was AI generated?
Yeah,
you dumb fuck. I have all the paperwork on by hand for
Of course,
this.
you can
okay?
work this out by
Here's the-
hand. It's not that hard.
Yeah,
Just
wouldn't
like
wouldn't
law
the
tech
okay,
is,
but hold on. Are
wouldn't
you, hold on.
everything?
Are you accusing me? Are you accusing me of generating this entire paper with AI, or do you
No, I'm not
acknowledge that
accusing you. I'm not
I did this
accusing
by
you of
hand?
that. So that would be my
Okay.
intuition if someone shows me a bunch of law tech. Yeah.
Okay. I wrote it. All right. I have the paperwork by hand with all the fucking shit. Okay. Then I formalize it in a paper. Okay. I can prove that. I have it. The point is really though, you stating that the result, what D represents, is not what I'm saying it represents.
It's not.
This is okay. I would like to see your reasoning behind that, please.
Okay, so first of all, we have to get clarity about what you're trying to do, right? You're trying to calculate the distance, the drop in the distance from the tangent line to the area on the supposed top of the sphere of the Earth, right? That's like the whole point of this, right? Well, D of X is not doing that.
Okay, explain how.
Okay, D of X, P, right? P itself, right, is a Maclaurin polynomial expansion of the top half of the circle. That's what that is. If you continued that expansion out towards infinity, you would get exactly the top half of the circle.
Yes, sir.
And so the issue is that if I start putting in greater and greater numbers into D of X, right, go further and further down P, right, what that's going to do is that the deviation from the Earth's curvature is going, or from the circle, is going to be so great that now you're actually like not even on the circle anymore, right? So if I keep increasing,
so what you're claiming is it's inaccurate in comparison to what?
No.
I'd say
full of shit, dude.
Like at a certain point on X, you're not even on the circle.
Yeah, check it out. Hey, Bob Joe. Hey, 20, check it out. At 1,000 miles.
Fuck that, dude. Okay, watch this. If you mean to say, okay, that this equation is actually representing the deviation between P and the actual circle, okay, plug in the numbers at a greater X value than the radius is. If you get undefined or an error in your calculation, then you're correct. If you get a real number, I'll tell you why. Because the circle doesn't exist beyond X equals 3959. Dumb fuck.
Yeah, I mean, what do you? I mean, yes.
So
So
if you get a real number,
beyond the radius of the circle,
shut your fucking mouth. If you get a number, okay, it means that it's not the distance between P and the circle at X equals something greater than 3959 because it doesn't exist there. The function is undefined there. Okay,
I'm not following at all what you're saying.
Okay. Dude, you're saying that this the expression here is calculating the deviation at X, at position X, between the circle and P, right?
No, it's not. It's not doing that.
Well, that's what you were saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yes, you were saying you're calculating the deviation between.
He thinks the abstraction is doing something.
No,
you're giving me abstraction. I'm telling you mathematically what it is.
Oh no,
dude,
okay, maybe I'm wrong.
Then demonstrate it. Then
what is
demonstrate it?
Okay.
It's just an expression, dude, of what we would expect geometrically under certain circumstances. Okay, this is not hard. It really is not.
I agree. It's actually not that hard.
This last stage. No, dude. Then if you're going to say it's wrong, prove it.
Yeah, for simplicity, I mean, are we talking about the tangent deviation from the circle? Now, without the formulas and all that kind of shit you guys were talking about, I don't.
Yeah, it says it in your paper, right? It's the deviation from this line. Drop over distance.
That's the whole point. Then what's the problem?
Yeah, where's it in reality?
The problem is that if I increase X, I go beyond
Not in the
radius of the
abstraction.
Earth.
Where is it in
Yes,
reality?
we know that. Dude. No, hang on, Helio. I'm sorry. With all due respect, dude, that's fucking pissing me off. Of course, it's going to fucking expand beyond the surface of the Earth at x is greater than 3959. We know that. This is why, in application, this would only be relevant within, of course, the scope of the domain of x being between 0 and 3959, up to a certain point where you would expect a certain degree of accuracy, or up to a certain limitation or a tolerance of a certain error percentage. This is not understood, dude. This is applicable for what we're talking about.
Perfectly understood. Like this entire Maclaurin expansion is just not necessary whatsoever.
Of course not, dude. The Maclaurin expansion. Okay, it was just one method or one means by deriving this in general form. Okay, the other ways that this was derived was using Pythagorean theorem or something. It's fine. They got like 7.98 or 7.99, but there might have been rounding and all that shit. I didn't want to do any of that. I wanted to be as precise as possible and only plug in numbers at the end, which I did. Okay. So of course, beyond x is 3959, it's going to be just the whole point is for it to be calculating the distance to the from D, or excuse me, from the tangent to P. It's it's an approximation.
Was he trying to go beyond 3959? Is that what?
Because he's a dummy.
Actually,
he was trying. We're talking about 10 or 20 miles, man. I mean,
there's quite a significant amount of deviation, like long ways before.
Yeah, no shit,
radius
dude.
Of a circle,
bro. Yeah, we know that, and it's calculated. If you go in my fucking post, where is it? Right after the papers. Okay, at 34 minutes past the hour, there's a table for you. Okay, up to 1,000 miles, what the deviation would be, the error in miles, the error in percentage, all that stuff.
So again, not talking about what we're talking about.
No, he's just trying to critique this, nitpick it, but misinterpreting the whole.
Well, we're talking about the simple deviation.
Well, I mean, if I'm allowed, since I've been basically,
you've been what?
Worried for the last hour or so. I think I'm entitled to a kind of rhetorical quip here. Like, I think the problem is that no one has ever.
You spend the last 40 minutes stalling, dude.
No one has ever measured the curvature of the Earth.
No one who actually knows what they're doing has actually looked at any of this, and you guys are surprised by that,
including the people that claim to know it.
Yeah, Bob.
My guess is that most people who just say look at photographs don't know how to do calculus, and so they like
measuring curvature on Earth. Measuring curvature on Earth. There's nobody's ever done it. Nobody's measured curvature on Earth. Show us where it's done if I'm wrong.
Yeah, we're gonna loop back now. Okay, Bob, Joe, check this out. Okay, the 8-inch per mile squared thing is also corroborated by publications at universities. Okay. You can check that out. It's not hidden. I just wanted to articulate this from the bare bones, from the grassroots, I should say, with bare bones understandings. Okay, whatever. Okay, now if we take that into account, the 8-inch per mile squared is known. Let me finish. Okay, we take the 8-inch per mile squared thing is a fair approximation within certain bounds, with certain expectations in terms of error margin and whatever. If we take that into account and we apply that to reality, let's loop back now. I know Matrix, you've been waiting. All right. We want to know, where was this 8-inch per mile squared drop actually ever measured in reality? Okay, back to you, gentlemen. I'm kind of sick of this.
Was it even ever attempted by anyone calling the Earth a globe?
Probably. I just haven't bothered to look it up.
Talking about all of these astronomy people, all the shoulder people standing on the shoulders of giants. Have they measured across the Earth to confirm that it's actually a globe, like they predict based on their heavenly observations.
Oh, actually, couldn't you? I don't know if this would actually work or not. I'm trying to think of a couple other experiments that you could run that could show curvature.
You ever heard of force the line? Which I think force the line is almost impossible.
So on the moon right now is a.
On the moon. I thought we were talking about Earth. God damn.
It's like on.
Okay, just take a step back for a second. How is looking at the moon going to prove anything about the shape of the Earth?
Well, if you let me finish, so.
Listen, bro. It's like you describing your house by telling me about the. How is looking at the moon got anything to do with the shape of the Earth? Like seriously, that's akin to a mental disorder.
I would explain it to you. So there are reflector panels sitting on the moon put there by astronauts.
Oh my God, he's going to talk about reflections. Hey, guess what? They were doing that shit in the 50s. Before the alleged reflectors were put there.
Okay.
And if you look into what those things are actually, have you looked into what they do to test the reflectors on the moon?
Yeah, you shoot signals at it and it comes back.
What exactly are they doing?
I'm relatively close to the Green Bank Radio Observatory. So one thing you would do is literally just shoot a radio signal at it and then have it reflect it back. Then you could just measure the time it takes to get back to you.
So we're not talking about the laser ranging experiments supposedly that they have. That when they went to the moon, they put these reflectors on there. It wasn't about radio signals. They're laser ranging.
I mean, you could do that too, probably.
No, this is what you're just talking out of your ass about something about they're supposedly put these deflectors on the moon from.
Yeah, I could give you like 1,000 pieces of evidence why, but like you're going to reject all of them, so I don't understand what the point of it is.
What are you talking about? Radio waves?
Poison the well.
Wouldn't they have like video? Because they have video of them riding around and like playing golf. So they
you can save things on the film and then you can bring them.
All right, we're going to do what we came here to do and install these reflectors. Are you getting this?
You don't need no reflectors on the moon. How about GPS, Global Positioning Satellite Location? You use it every day.
That's another way you could calculate curvature.
So we're going to calculate curvature based off a system that's derived from the sky.
System that's derived from the sky?
Yeah, they're satellites. They orbit the planet.
We're not talking about the satellites, Numpty. We're talking about what the satellites reference. Yeah.
Well, careful, don't use the
ground positioning system. So, what is the satellite's reference system? Where does it get its data from?
Flies around the circumference.
We didn't ask what they do. I asked where they get their data from.
Globally geostationary.
Where do they get their data from?
Does the satellite tell you where you are, or do you tell the satellite where you are?
What?
Yeah. Think about it. Like if you have a device,
it just goes in a circle like around a quarter or a pie plate.
It be doing it do what it do, don't it? It just do what it do.
Two-dimensional.
Okay, so like
satellites
it runs around the edge like a penny.
Satellites around there telling you where you're at all the time.
Do.
We got satellites up there telling us where we're at.
Dude, I don't want to smash your all's paradigm in something so simple, but geez, I mean, there's no reason to be.
Listen, you're not smashing any paradigms with belief systems of thingies flying in the sky. Your so-called satellites in the sky are referencing something. What are they referencing?
Do you have a cell phone?
Fuck me dead. I didn't ask if I had a fucking cell phone. I asked what the satellites were referencing. You deaf idiot.
I'm not trying to have sex with you, dude, but don't get...
fuck off. You're out. Next. Go back to the other one that was talking maths bullshit.
You gave me math, and then you're getting mad at me for talking about math. You gave me...
I'm not mad at you. I'm disappointed it took you 34 minutes to realise that there's no measured curvature.
Okay.
Oh, dear. So tell us where they've measured curvature from.
I mean, I haven't looked at. I could just Google it. There's a couple of different ways, I guess.
So you think curved surfaces can measure and appear or look flat?
Yeah, I mean, this is part of the problem.
Yeah.
This is part of the problem is that, like,
All right.
infinite
So does
mirrors.
that mean all flat surfaces are actually round surfaces? Like as round as the globe, right?
I mean, like a really kind of like vague sense. Anything that's flat can be modeled as like a circle with an infinite radius.
So what is the difference? So there is no difference between a flat. So when you put a ruler on a ball, what's that? When you put a ruler on a basketball, what is that? Why is it doing that? Is it just a bigger ball around a smaller ball? Is that what we're? It's like a bigger ring
I don't know,
around
Bruce
a
Lee.
smaller ring. Is that what a tangent is? There are no
I think I have to be.
180
I think I have to be
degrees.
like water to understand the ins and outs of flat Earth.
Right.
Don't be a
Is
smart
180
ass.
degrees. Is 180 degrees a curved line? Is that what you're saying?
I don't think so.
Well, that is what they. Hey, is water 180 degrees? Yes, right. Yes. So
Really hot water.
76% of is surface of water. Is that not curved?
What?
180 degrees, is that curved or is that not curved?
It's not either. Not what degree
Is
measurement
it
in
curved?
geometry.